is the different Lego figures from Minecraft. So I'm looking forward to this.
And this is going to be out at the Monroeville Convention Center, the same place where Steel City Con usually is.
And I like what they did. So there's different passes that you can get, like depending on what level of interaction, and if you want to be able to skip the lines and meet the YouTube celebrities and all that kind of stuff. And they correlate with the different stone or whatnot in Minecraft. So there's gold, there's diamond, there's silver. So they kind of they brought some fun to even, what kind of badges you can get. So I am looking forward to going.
That's great. I know. Well, you and your kid are huge Minecrafters, right?
Yeah, in fact, yes. And in addition, Minecraft Earth, and it just keeps re-downloading the content update. Minecraft Earth launched today in early access in the United States for iOS and Android. You can run to your local app store and try to get in to Minecraft Earth, which is the one that lets you kind of walk around in real life and build fun stuff. I've been trying to get it now for probably 38 minutes or 28 minutes, and I'm still downloading content updates.
Are you on our Wi-Fi here?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm on the
you're on the Pit Mesh.
I'm on the Pit Mesh network.
Yeah. Yeah, it may not percent. That's awesome. Hey, well,
it's only at 35%.
My awesome thing, which I realize is not on my iPad here, so we're going to change that. My awesome thing is, so I was digging through, he downloaded all the arcade, Apple Arcade games, and really didn't get a chance to get through a whole ton of them yet. So I was just kind of playing through them a couple of nights ago, and then I stopped on this one. And it's kind of probably not a normal one to be. There's this game called Mini Motorways. I would describe it as kind of Sim City-ish, but only kind of dealing with the roadways, I guess. There's these houses that pop up, and there's these factories or business outlets or whatever that pop up, and you have to connect them. Like the matching color cars and houses need to be able to get to the places. And I even have a video here to check out. Oh no!
Look at you alt-tabbing on iOS.
Yeah, I know. It's great with a keyboard, right? So here's a little bit of my actual gameplay, actually here, and probably my power thing's going to pop up in a second. So this is on an iPhone, and this is on the Mac and the iPad as well. So if you want to get into those there, but yeah, it's like you take your finger and you drag the roadways, and you see this is probably really close to one of my towns kind of falling apart here. So
did you play that with a mouse?
No, that's just with my finger.
Oh, so that's kind of cool. It put the circle there to show you where.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's a case of the video or if it's actually doing that under my finger when I play it. But you see how there's little pins, say in that blue one on the left. That's probably the one that's going to blow up in a second. If there's too many pins, it starts a countdown. And you see there's a little bit of traffic jam going on in the middle there. If nothing can get to, if they can't get to the venue in a timely manner, then that's how you time out and you lose.
You have irate drivers that...
Yeah, you start hearing honking and everything like that. But then it'll pop up something like, hey, there's a house that pops up all the way over here in the middle of nowhere. So you got to waste all your roadways. And every, it has a timer which goes through the week. And every week you get 20 more road pieces. You get bridges, you get stoplights, you get these motorways that pop up, which you see kind of going over other things there. So it's a really zen game actually, as madness as that probably looks. But being able to just build something up because it pops up with one thing and you connect them, and then after a week it starts putting different color ones up, right?
Week real time or a week?
No,
on the game.
I think I sat for 2 hours straight playing this game before bed.
Excuse me. Does it do you level up and then if you there's too much traffic?
It doesn't really do that. It sadly I think I've beat all of the expectations for the game so far, and maybe they'll add some later. But I also love the development company is Dinosaur Polo Club. But when you get in here, I think it just loaded on my iPad, so you can see it. Oh, this is the short tutorial. We want to get out of that. Let's get to the main menu. So when you get in here, there's these different towns. And, there's rivers, and rivers can make things a little bit hectic because you got to make sure you have the things. And the only achievements they have for any of these, at least that you see, are score 250 points in each of them. And there's leaderboards and everything, too. So I'm guessing this is just the general top leaderboard for this game. So for each of these towns, there's Beijing, Los Angeles, Tokyo, Dar es Salaam, Moscow, Munich. So like you can go and it's pattern over those areas geographically a little bit that you're building your town. So it's mini motorways. So if you want to try that out, it's part of Apple Arcade, and it's one of the nice little surprises that we've had. Missy started playing it too, and now she's hooked on it. So, which is kind of cool because you have those, and then when you need another like addictive one, you just hit some more until you get that, right? So, so that's kind of a fun one that we pulled together here. So are you in Apple Arcade right now?
I am in Apple Arcade. I've been playing Sneaky Sasquatch.
Mm-hmm. Missy was on that for a minute.
Been playing the Lego
Brawl.
The Brawl.
Yeah.
I've been playing. There was some racing one that I wasn't too crazy about, so I mean it's still on my iPad, but I didn't get addicted to it like I did the others.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's one other one. I can't remember what it is. And I want to start when I have, probably during the Christmas break, there's the one that looks kind of like a Zelda.
Oceanborn or something like that.
Something.
Hold on, I'll have it here in a second here because I've been playing that one too, and it's very good. Oceanhorn 2 is the second one. No, I was playing that too, and it feels a lot like Zelda, and playing on an iPhone 8.
Mm-hmm.
The graphics are really nice, to be honest. So definitely worthwhile, and I think I'm gonna play a little bit more of those. Like I played the first Island Dungeon or whatever, and it does remind me of Zelda. It reminds me of Wind Waker, but not with the Wind Waker graphics, like more with the Zelda graphics, right? And yeah, it looks very, very good. Amanda Narcissus of our friends at Bold Pittsburgh are in the chat room, and says she loves the Sneaky Sasquatch.
Sneaky Sasquatch is a lot of fun, and she's the one that actually got me and my son on it because we went into the Apple store and all the iPads were there, and he started playing around and found the Zelda-like game, the Oceanhorn 2, and then so we downloaded that, and then she told me about Sneaky Sasquatch, so I downloaded that, and then we already had Lego Brawls and some of the other ones. So I think it looks like they're releasing about 3 to 4 games per week.
Yeah,
average,
they are. That's not too bad. I mean, these are games. It's not like, I mean, they're not easy things to churn out. Mm-hmm. So and seeing something like Oceanhorn, like it just seems like there's a lot to it, right? So I've been playing that Sarinara game. That's I don't even know. It's like a music. It's like a music runner game of sorts. Sometimes you're fighting. Sometimes you're on a motorcycle. Sometimes you're just flying, and it's pretty poppy and interesting. And I don't know what to make of it really. What? Did you say Poppy? Poppy. Yes. Poppy. No, that's the other show where we do that. So anyways, hey, you know what's also awesome? Our friends at Slice on Broadway supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizza right here up the street in Beachview, Carnegie, PA, on the way out to the airport, East End, and PNC Park home. The Pittsburgh Pirates, our good friends there, supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizza for a good while. Go check them out, sliceonbroadway.com, PGH_slice on the Twitter, and let them know the awesome cast sent you. So, also, our buddy Chachi, he's continuing his 1001 game journey, thegamejourney.com. And here we go. He is way into NES games, guys. We're at the classic Super Mario Brothers, Dr. Mario, Double Dragon. So good to see I mean, this is where we grew up on for most of us here on this show. So good to see that he's rolling into that right now. So check him out, thegamejourney.com. Also, so there was a headline from the Post Gazette that was shared. I guess I shared this one. So apparently the Allegheny County Deputy's Department has Teslas now. How about that? But of course, well, I mean, they're always trying to do unmarked cars, right? And kind of interesting that they got a Tesla in there too. I love they're getting into this. They said that when you're talking about like the state police or the county or anything like that, like the sheriff's departments, like they don't want you to be able to see that outline of a car, right? And the Teslas definitely don't stick out quite as much, at least not in the same way. So let's see. This is just getting into a lot of the background of Tesla, but a little bit expensive. But I guess they probably get higher end cars for that, anyways, because they get a lot of wear and tear, right? On that level,
I would guess so. I don't know.
You would think. So I mean, it was always like what Crown Vics and stuff back in the day. That wasn't a cheap car, right?
No, but I feel like those cars like lasted forever.
Yeah, that was kind of the point of it. So,
yeah.
And well, here with the 0 to 60, I mean, I think the pickup of a Tesla to come after somebody, I mean, you probably can't beat that when it comes to going after someone. Chris Whitlatch dropped a lot of stuff this week. Holy crap! Let's see. The life-size Pac-Man maze is coming to Cincinnati. Let's see what's going on here. You can check that out over there. I don't think that can't be an actual picture from that, is it?
I did not get that.
Take advantage of the themed activities, make a gear towards. So, hold on. Here's a video here. Oh no, this is one of those physical mazes. I think we've seen this before, haven't we? This video popping up here. This is it's an outdoor kind of setup. Wow, I know I've seen this before. So you have people actually in these ghost things, or dressed up as ghosts. You have a life-size maze. It's like if a Pac-Man maze was a giant bouncy house, sort of. Like
that's kind of cool. So how does it work? So I'm guessing. How do you get the power pellets so you can
I don't
eat
know.
the ghosts? And you know how, remember in Pac-Man, like you went to the one end of the screen and showed up on the other?
We're probably not doing that. We're probably just not doing that. Let's be honest about it. So, I realized I didn't throw the video up. I've just been watching it. So let me pull that back up for you guys. No, here it is. Like this is I think it's maybe another event. This is scenes from the one held in Houston, and there's like this. I guess it's kind of like this bouncy house kind of thing, where they decked out and there's like food and activities, and there's Pac-Man tabletop games and everything too. So I mean, this looks like a lot of fun. You wear like a ghost outfit, I guess, and of course, alcohol's involved. This is an adult activity, so go check that out.
Maybe that's the power pellets.
That is happening they call it The Maze. The Maze website you can see at themazelive.com. I guess this is a touring thing that they have going on here. And I might have to mark that for later. See if they can get them to Pittsburgh. Apple's new AR headset might be a gaming headset, according to this article from iDrop News. Let's see. Apple's new AR glasses may be a gaming headset, they're saying as well. This is from according to them.
I feel like that's pretty narrow.
It does a little bit too, but with Apple Arcade, you've played some of these games, isn't it? Like, if nothing, it's making your iPhone feel like a real gaming device, right?
It's definitely making it feel like a real gaming device. But when I think about, it's not like they made the iPhone that just plays games.
Mm-hmm.
Or is this just saying, oh, you'll be able to use the headset to do stuff and play games?
And this is one of those articles that's kind of basing it on acquisitions and hires in the virtual reality, augmented reality realm going into this. So this is kind of an analysis report. But still, the idea between this and the plays in the Apple Arcade, it could be something to kind of push that along, right? I'm still waiting for, like, I'm surprised, like, with all this Apple Arcade talk, there hasn't been much of, like, hey, your Apple TV is a game console.
That surprised me too.
Like,
surprised me a lot.
That hasn't happened. I also haven't had, like, my Apple TV is here. I haven't hooked it up for a while because we don't have persistent internet at home. I've just been watching everything on my iPhone and plugging it with a dock connector because I'm like, well, I have unlimited data. Why don't we just do that? So I haven't actually sat down with a bunch of these games in front of a TV and see if they look as good as my newer hardware iPhone 8.
That's one of the things that I'll be doing over. I have a lot of projects for the Christmas holiday.
Yes, playing video games and watching movies.
Yeah, is more strategically placing my Apple TVs around the house, and then kind of pairing them up with various controllers.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're going to look just as good. Where I think what would be super interesting,
it's lower resolution too.
To me, though, is if they can bring Fortnite and Roblox over, and maybe even Minecraft.
Why haven't we?
So it's up to the developer.
I feel like Minecraft has been on the Apple TV. I swear I've seen it on there.
I did not. If it is, I was not aware of that.
Maybe like a version was with an update.
Maybe
it went away.
Well, it might be the old Minecraft before.
Yeah, kind of the Minecraft Pocket
before
one.
Microsoft bought it.
Oh.
But so if they brought those 3 games over, I think they could give every other console a run for their money. Personally. But I mean, having those 3 titles, especially the Roblox. I don't know if you ever play Roblox.
Chilla, I am literally holding myself off from getting a Nintendo Switch because of Apple Arcade and Mario Kart on my phone.
Well, I know a lot of people that are the opposite.
Yeah.
So they have not enrolled in Apple Arcade because they are invested in certain titles on Switch.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even the new what's the Star Wars game coming out?
Jedi Order or something. Fall of Jedi Order.
Something. I mean, a lot of people are looking forward to that, and that's not even a multiplayer game. EA's doing that as a single player game. So I don't know. I think if you could bring even if you just brought Roblox to the Apple TV, there's so many games written in that system that, I mean, most kids would probably be pretty happy. Yeah,
really. I feel like you give, a kid an old iPad and Apple Arcade, like.
Well, they're bringing control. What surprised me too is they're bringing controller support to Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that could be a real replacement.
Yeah.
Why isn't that on my Apple TV? Right. So
I mean, you figure. I'm
but then
trying to
again,
remember,
if I'm sitting there with an iPad, I'm like, why do I need a TV? It's kind of like with the Switch. Why do I need a TV with that? With the new one that you can't connect to a TV?
Yeah, I think we need to come out with some. Have you ever seen those things that you kind of clip onto your phone or you clip onto the side of your iPad and it turns like it kind of mounts the joysticks and the buttons to the side of it? I think if they had a couple more of those types of options, definitely even on the verge of a Switch replacement.
Yeah, especially now with like everything in here, it seems has controller support. So,
well, I think the reason arcade is, I think Apple pushed the arcade developer community to say, to make this work on the TV, you're going to have to support controller. So, because there's no touch, there's not even a touch interface. So if you're doing that, you might as well just give the option for controller support on any other devices.
Yeah. I mean, I was playing. It was weird. I pulled up. What did I put up? I put up the Sonic Team Racing because it kind of threw me a little bit because I saw the Sonic Team Racing was listed on Steam, and so you can buy the game if you don't have Apple and Apple Arcade. But it's such a weird game because it feels like a mobile game even on the Mac. Not all of them do. I mean, all of them just seem like quirky games, and that's fine, But the Hot Lava game I want to play on the Mac and see how that feels, or on an Apple TV. So it feels great on a iPhone, iPad with a controller. So speaking of games, Niantic, there's another one by Whitlatch. They are including more businesses and adding a real world AR platform. First of all, you know how there's all the your
The Sprint,
your
AT&T,
location, Sprint, AT&T,
Starbucks.
it seems like that's all they've had for deals, right? Was Sprint? Well, is there AT&T now? There was Sprint and there was Starbucks.
But the AT&T no, there's in
the Pokestops were like at those stores.
Pokestops, but in the Harry Potter, the AT&T stores or something.
Okay, so they got a deal there, and that's like pretty high level companies to get involved in there. So they released they announced a Niantic Wayfarer. It's a program intended to make it easier to nominate portals, gyms, and Pokestops. So you can actually go in and say, hey, I want Sorgatron Media to be a Pokestop. Please do this, guys. Please, if you guys get a hand on this, let's do this. I mean, we do have a Pokestop right next door, of course, with the church, so I guess we don't really need one. Like, I can pull up and we're on a Pokestop. But they are also going to be, what was this? They're making more. They're adding a real world AR platform. So this looks like, so like they're showing an example of like your local coffee shop becomes one, and then like I'm a local coffee shop. I can now at Starbucks there's like always that Pokemon drink that you can get. I don't know if you can still do that.
I don't know if it's. It's definitely not on the menu anymore. It was
back in the day.
It may be one of those things you can still ask for.
It's the secret menu because it says it. I remember before it said ask about the something Pokemon drink. So that's part of it. I love it. Does not actually feel great. Thank you, John Carmen. But yeah, there's another beta program that's introduced. That'll qualify them to give them the ability to activate sponsored locations. Follow success of, like we said, the 7-Eleven, McDonald's, and AT&T. Any mom and pop shop can be included in this. That's really cool. Also, there's a Niantic real-world platform that they're putting out, and it allows players to build their own game board. Interesting.
How does that like you pick where the stops are?
I think it's just like you build another game around those stops. The real time. There's also the idea. This is just like stuff that's kind of on the board for Niantic that's in development here, according to AndroidCommunity.com. There's also the idea of an AR networking, so multiple players can interact with one another in different devices and with digital objects. That sounds a little bit like the Minecraft stuff we were talking about before, right?
It'd be kind of cool if you had a Star Wars one where it was like Smuggler's Run, and you had to like move things from one physical location to another without bumping into the Empire. Like you could pick sides. You're the smuggler. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could do like capture the flag type stuff. That would be pretty neat.
It could be fun. It could be a lot of fun. Also, Dave Podner, Tiny Shutter Podcast, Prof Pod on the Twitter. There's one from the Apple newsroom where there's an augmented reality app that helps veterans manage anxiety. That's cool. This is I had the name here. The Helium AR. Guided meditations, syncing through your Apple Watch. I mean, there's a lot of things doing this, but I'm sure this is very well geared to especially what veterans need. There's a lot of these kind of mindfulness apps, but I'm sure a lot of them don't appeal to every demographic, right? Mm-hmm. Like we keep talking about when we're talking about the mindfulness, we do a mindfulness podcast on Sorgatron Media, Fishing Without Bait, and we kind of talk about woo-woo therapy, woo-woo mindfulness and stuff, right? I say that's not something that necessarily your veteran, your Army veteran, is going to get into. So it looks like something that kind of connects with those people, those guys and girls out there. So, all right. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Willis. Again, if you guys have anything you guys want to contribute to the show, hit up the Awesome Cast Facebook group and we like to include it there and have some great conversations throughout the week. A little preview of what we might be talking about going into the show every week. Hey, I want to give a shout out. We do a lot of stuff here. I know Brian was really good about promoting the fact that pghmuseums.com was done in-house here with Sidekick Media Services, housed here in the Sorgatron Media multiplex. So go check out what's going on, from sporting events to music video production to conferences and everywhere in between. This team here at Sidekick Media Services, we have you covered. Sidekick to your superhero project. What next big thing can we help you guys with? We've been helping build things like PGH Museums for a good long time. Other business websites like our friends at Dark Forge Studios and Hand in the Bill Phil Music Festival website. That's not just websites, podcasts just like this that we do for everything from Innovation Works to SAE International. All over the place with our production. Some really good stuff, and really, really loving the project that we're working here, and we can help you guys out. Check out, I just updated the YouTube page with a little bit of content over at Sidekick Media Services as well, so go check out what we've been up to. Let's see, Adobe's, I feel like I talked about this last week. No, it just, my weeks are meshing together. Have you seen this Adobe's Project Awesome audio?
I've heard of it. I have not.
You've heard of this. I love. I forget who commented. They're like, it's Adobe, and that's the font they chose. I don't, because it's a plugin, and this is the preview stuff, right? This is the pie in the sky machine learning stuff. So this is something that goes into Audacity. And with a single click, you can awesome the audio. Like I got to saying, what if you could fix your janky podcast clips in seconds? And again, this is what I'm talking about. There's this Automizer Adobe Sensei awesome version 0.0.02, and you see, like, yeah, that's a kind of a weird font they use for that. But no, the idea is it will look through and do a one button try to fix everything, and they say the results are pretty decent. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. You have this big tool that you get it in, and you can get in with Adobe Audition. The Golden Girls font, says John Carmen, was used in this. Yeah, this big tool where you can get in and really tweak the audio. But what if there was just a one button fix? So it'll be interesting to see how that actually works in the wild once we all get something like this in the next year or so. Maybe. And this is like a research project. Again, there's a lot of these that kind of come out of Adobe too. Chilla, tell me about Netflix and your device.
So, excuse me.
Oop. Got to click on the thing.
You forgot to click on the thing.
Oof.
First thing or the second thing?
I need more coffee.
Netflix announced last week that I think it was last week, that they are cutting support for a number of older devices, including...
I'm worried about my mom's collection of Rokus.
So, yeah, including a bunch of Roku devices. If you go to the beginning of that article...
That looks like the Roku you gave me.
I didn't give you a Roku.
You didn't give me a Roku? Oh, no. I think that was Dan over the comic book pit. That's right.
Was it? Or was it...
I'm thinking. I don't know. Or no, maybe he gave me the newer one.
So...
Anyways.
And I'm not a Roku user, so like the Roku SD... HD XR, Roku HD, XD, and then they have a bunch of model numbers: the N1050, the N1101, the N1100, the 2000C. What I don't understand what these are in the Roku generation of things. In amongst those is also older Samsung smart TVs from 2010 and 2011.
That's the part that sucks.
And some Vizio smart TVs with the Vizio internet apps.
Wait a minute. I got one that just has a 2 on it. I got a Roku with a 2 on it. What does that mean?
I don't know. There has to be real tiny print on there with like some model
2720X?
2720X.
I don't know. It's the 2. It's a hockey puck with a 2 on it.
You're still supported.
Yeah.
The 2050X. And 2100X.
Take that, 2150.
Are still look like they're still supported. So when they announced this, they really didn't explain what was going on or why they were dropping support for the older devices.
Right.
Now, based on the fact that these devices are 8 and 9 years old, but still,
Yeah,
if you bought a nice TV back then,
that's the thing. And even when they started doing smart TVs, it's like, man, you're not going to want to do that, because if that thing's not going to get updated, man.
I don't know what is the average person's thought process around the longevity of like a smart TV.
Well, you think? Well, I'm thinking about like, hell, look at the TVs we have here. Like this one's from 2000.
But neither one of those are smart TVs.
They're not
you
smart
would plug
TVs.
a dongle into it.
I literally don't own a. The thing you plug into it is upgradable. The thing you plug into it is relatively cheap. Let's say a Chromecast. Let's say a Fire Stick, right? And maybe, hey, bought mom the thing, and now she can watch Hulu and Netflix because it's on her TV. And you got to think, if you bought that for mom, dad, grandpa, grandma, they're used to having the TV from the 80s still there, right? Like, that's the translation that I think. Like, there's going to be some parents and grandparents are going to be like, what's wrong with my TV? There's going to be a lot of us types saying, oh no, you're not supported anymore. This is a problem because mom can't get their Hallmark channel on Netflix or whatever, right? So
Netflix did speak out to a person at Gizmodo, and they said that the issue with these older devices is they run Windows Media DRM.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, my producer Misty's waving at us.
This is nice because it's just in time for Christmas.
Buy
your parent an update.
Right, buy your Oh,
get him a cheap $20 new Fire Stick.
Well, it's
especially Black Friday. I'm sure
yes.
every Amazon device is going to be X percent
nothing.
off.
Yeah.
But I thought it was interesting. The older devices were built to run Windows Media DRM, which is like from like Windows 95.
Wait. This is from back when. Remember, Netflix for the longest time in your browser ran on Silverlight. Mm-hmm. It was the last thing that. And Silverlight, for those who don't know, it was kind of like how back in the day we used to have to install Flash for all the video in inside browsers, like even YouTube, before like the iPhone said screw that noise. Basically, right? So this is like around that era. So that's why they're finally cutting support for it.
Yep, and then
they
in about 2010. This goes back. In about 2010, Netflix started to use Microsoft's Play Ready, and those devices are unable to support Play Ready. I guess the content that comes from the movie studios and other providers are in that Play Ready format.
Yeah.
It's easier to get that content from the movie studios. So from December 2nd, these older devices, which aren't able to upgrade to Play Ready, will be locked out.
So just in time because that's going to be the Monday after Thanksgiving. So if you're listening and reading and you're a techie kid, and you go to Thanksgiving and say, Mom, we gotta check your thing. Let me check the model on your TV. Let me check the model of your Roku, right? I know you've had it for a while. And then and then you go out on Black Friday the next day.
Well, and what surprised me, so I was thinking about this, right? Like if you look at most of the Amazon Fire TV devices, the Fire TV Stick 2nd Gen and Fire TV Stick 4K, along with the Fire TV Cube, will all support Netflix, Apple TV Plus, Disney Stream. To me, that's the way to go. Just get them a $30 streaming stick, and I'm sure there's going to be. I think most of the newer Fire TV devices include the Alexa remote. Oh, sorry. I don't know if she heard me.
Run and hide. I think she heard us.
Yeah. So to me, that's if you're looking for a cheap streaming option, there it is. Just pick up the Amazon, at least an Amazon Fire TV Stick Gen 2.
So can I feel like I keep finding stuff thanks to my Instagram and Facebook. Damn it, they know me. Even if they are maybe turning my camera on without me noticing. I saw that going around today. I keep seeing things from ads in there that are awesome things for me, and this one's Surrogate TV, and I don't know what the angle is on this. Like, I haven't really dove too much in, but I know I saw the video and it looked cool. So this appears to be a Twitch kind of setup. And what I'm viewing is people are playing a pinball machine live, and it's Batman 66, and it's streaming, and you are playing it remotely via the internet.
Like, I worry about the latency. I mean, pinball's a pretty reaction.
You know what? We are going to be able to play Assassin's Creed over the internet. I think they figured out pinball.
But
right?
they're showing you a live video.
That's true too. You're right. That is interesting.
So
I don't know much about this. I just know the game is playable on PC and Mac only. I'm on an iPad, so it's saying no. Yeah, okay, you can get my cookies. So I'll get more ads of this. So I'm using an unsupported browser. Please use Chrome on PC or Mac to play. So yeah, I haven't dived into this, but like I've been watching the video keeps popping up for me. I'm just like, that looks really interesting. And you see they have a high scores and everything, and I'm sure they're running some kind of ads or something like that. Look, they're selling pinball machines, of course.
Or are they just selling? Are they selling Amazon advertising space, and it just knows that it's a pinball?
There could
site?
be. I think that's the thing. Yes. I'm sorry.
Are you speaking?
Oh no! Is this like the claw machine in there's an app that's the claw machine in Japan, and if you get something out of the claw machine, they'll send you the thing. This was like Chachi or somebody was into this, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was like it's I don't know. Just look up claw machine app on your iPhone. And it's a Japanese website. It's a real claw machine. You play it. I think you like. It's one of those things like they give you a few, and after a while you just start buying credits, right? So that's the thing. It's kind of a.
And then you
freemium
gotta pay
game.
shipping and handling.
No, I don't think you have to pay the shipping and handling, but they will send you the thing. So it's like a physical claw machine you play remotely. Now that one you don't have to worry so much about the lag, do you? Because it's already. Because let's be honest, playing it in person at Denny's has enough lag on it. So it actually may help you in the long run.
I feel like the claw machine, though, I move the thing and then I walk around to the side of the machine and look to make sure I'm perfectly lined up. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But still, I mean, it's kind of another way to look at that. Oh, boy. Weird things on the internet. Let's see what other weird things on the internet. Anything you want to poke at here before we get out of here?
Go back up to the top real quick just for funsies.
Going for funsies?
Under my awesome thing of the week.
Okay. Oh, that thing we were talking about before.
Moby Games.
It's under Moby Games? So what are we looking at here?
So if there used to be this thing, and it was Nico the cat, and you would run it. And I found where they got it to run.
I remember
so
Nico.
if you go to the next, if you scroll down a little bit and go to the next button, so that's Nico chasing the pointer.
Wait, where
if you see the black,
there's a next button here.
There's a next button. So that's Nico chasing the mouse pointer.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's Nico bumping into the wall of the window. And then if you don't move your mouse, Nico falls asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you do move your mouse again, Nico wakes up. It was just like this little Nico the cat that would chase you around. He was cute.
Yes.
But I can't find anywhere where there's Java-based versions and there's like online DOS-box-based versions, but I can't find one that runs under Windows 10.
Oh man! But it's still online, right? Like in the browser, or you just want to be there in your Windows 10
I want it to be like
environment?
chasing my cursor around.
Yeah.
Because I think there was another version after this one. Because this is like version I don't know what. There was one where it didn't run in a window.
Mm-hmm.
Like it actually chased your cursor around.
Oh, that's right. Because it's just one that popped up there. Like maybe like a Windows XP version or something that was a little.
Yeah, and people have the source code online. So if you want to modify it, you can.
I haven't played Pokemon for a while. Have you?
I've kind of converted to Harry Potter.
Really? It couldn't get me, but also not a big interest in Harry Potter. So, they have updated things so you can play with your monster pal in AR.
Does he help you out?
There he is. He's just walking around. Look at him go. He's just walking around. He's hanging with people. He's just jaunting around. Is he going to jump in the water? No. Well, I love that he walks up to the railing and actually stops and goes around it.
Well, isn't that the point of AR?
And then you open the door and it goes through the door. And it's this little guy with a backpack. I don't know what he is. I presume it's some newer Pokemon generation.
Do you get
Pokemon.
anything for doing that?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just having fun watching the video. No. So the idea here is that it's called Buddy Adventure. Is designed to be real time. You and your friends would need to have the feature enabled and be in the same location for it to work. Niantic didn't say how many friends or buddies the feature will accommodate, but it did emphasize that this experience is really meant for small groups of people rather than large gatherings. So is this out yet? Niantic is going to add. So this is not officially out as of this article on Engadget yet. Jeez. Also, did you know Niantic's been around for like 9 years?
We figure.
And this is part of the level, the multitude of announcements that we got that other information from Niantic.
What was their
field trip on the Google Glass, man?
Yeah, but then they have, what was the Ingress,
which is now a hit anime show on Netflix. I don't know about a hit.
I mean, I was running Ingress on remember that old Canon, or no, it was a Samsung camera.
Really?
So I had a Samsung camera that ran Android. That had like a 40x.
Oh yeah.
Like physical zoom on it.
Yeah, I remember that crazy thing.
That's how, and it was.
I want to find that video.
It had the AT. You could put an AT&T SIM card in it.
Mm-hmm.
It was the only Android device I had back then that had cellular data. So I was playing Ingress on that.
So you're playing Ingress on a camera.
Yes.
Because it was like on the one side it looks like a phone with the screen, right?
Yeah.
But the other side it looks like a digital camera.
And I'll be honest with you, that's the one thing that I wish they would have kept up with, because the ability to have a nice, and we're not talking like DSLR with like removable lenses.
But it was a nice digital camera.
But it was a digital camera with like a 40x physical,
a little bit of a bigger chip in it, right?
Yeah. And it ran full on Android. Mm-hmm. So, and it had a cellular connection. So think about from a, hey, I want to take a video of something, or I want to take a picture of something, and then instantly have it on Instagram, Facebook, wherever you wanted to post it. All that content was just immediately there. And then with Google Photos, it could synchronize immediately.
Yeah.
And that's where it got to the point where actually my workflow was take a picture with that, let Google Photos sync it, and then grab it on my phone.
Google Photos stopped syncing for me.
Oh, are you full?
I don't think so. But it's like it changed things. It was like, yeah, we're only going to do a little bit now.
I got a notification that I was running out of space. And it was I had to go in. This is going to be sad. I've never deleted an email in Gmail ever.
Yeah, me neither.
Until about 3 weeks ago.
Really?
And that was one of the things that was chewing up a lot of my free space. They started to cap a lot of those services. Now, Google Photos, as long as you're not uploading the full photo size, it's supposed to be unlimited.
That's what I thought I was doing.
I don't know.
That's what I thought I was doing. Because, I think it's all I need. Right?
Yeah.
Full versions.
It's in the settings. You can see what your at least photos.
Yeah. Full versions are going up to iCloud. So why not let Google Photos take the backup is going to be the lower res version of that. Now I'm curious about looking at my settings as I'm doing here, right on the air. Limit cache size. No, that's not it. Backup and sync. I don't know. No, it says I still have 84 gigs of 2 terabytes left. And because I have a Google OneDrive and all that stuff, so I have even more space. So I don't know what the deal is. High quality, free unlimited storage. Yeah.
Yep, that's what I'm using.
Backup and sync checked. When to back up? Use cellular data? Yeah, okay. Yeah, and it just hasn't for the longest time.
If you swipe, if you go to your library and swipe down, does it kick off a sync?
Yeah, it seems to. But then I let it sit here. It feels like I need to keep it open in order to do it. Now it does say that I could free up space by deleting 13,000 items from this device, but I actually let iCloud deal with that because then it's going to delete it out of iCloud, isn't it? I don't know.
That's always a confusing.
It's like
thing
an
to
up in
me.
the air thing, so it's just like we're just going to leave it. We're just not going to deal with it, guys. We're just going to roll with this. Judge Chilla, I think it is time for us to wrap up here.
I need a nap.
You need a nap. I need a nap too. This cold and snow is just taking a lot out of us, guys. John Chichilla is at Chilla on the Twitters.
Chillatech.net. John Chilla on the Facebook. Chilla Photo on the Instagram.
Yeah.
And I think that rounds it out.
At Sorgatron on the Twitter. For me, we got a lot of great things going over on sorgatronmedia.com. New episodes from Thrifty Podcasts. Oh, I think one just popped up. I need to share it over there from our friends at Bardic Mystery Tour. We have Pittsburgh Current is actually going to have some old friends that were on Wrestling Mayhem Show. Barjitsu is going to be a part of that show this week, scheduled. And, of course, the latest episode of Fishing Without Bait with our good friend Brian Crawford. He was on here, of course, last week talking about pghmuseums.org. He's on there talking about kind of the inception of, River's Edge and things like that he's worked on over the years. So part one of our interview is posted today at fishingwithoutbait.com. Thank you, producer Missy, hanging out, waving at us. Well, she was waving at us before. She was. Not the other gestures. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in the chat room. Until next time, everybody, you have been our awesome audience. Have an awesome week. Did the video.
The spotlight, all the glamour and fame, misled by the photos, she chose to play the game.
So, guys, he's trying to start a show.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We don't do that here. It's fine.
But no, this is it wouldn't be right if you didn't interrupt me multiple times trying to kick off the show.
That's true.
That's how we roll.
We're not professional.
I mean, it's only been 14 years. Why would I ever do this clean?
I mean, I'm professional, but you know.
Oh, Tina's not watched WWE for a few weeks.
It's okay. That makes two of us.
She's
Tina.
a top fan. Or she's probably been for a while.
Of WWE.
No, of us apparently.
Oh well, as she should be. Because nobody's really a top fan of WWE.
Well,
I'm a top fan on Dolph Ziggler's Facebook page.
really?
Yeah, dude. Because I think I'm the only person that still comments on it.
I forgot he's still on board.
And you've been rewarded. All right, here we go. This is 690, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, nice.
690. Oh wow, that's a pull.
69, bro.
6090.
I'm making that joke.
Tina Keys, Mayhem, and Princess Diaries.
God
That's my
damn
Tuesday
it,
night.
Ronnie. You're already stealing my shit. We haven't even started the
That's
show
right.
yet.
Sorry. You can keep it.
Here we go. Hey guys, it is the Wrestling Mayhem Show, episode 690. Tuesdays we've been talking about professionalized wrestling. I'm sorry, 690. Yes.
69, bro.
Oh boy. Remember when we did have episode 69 and it was a very sexy Mayhem show and we just kind of like whispered and play porn music in the background? I think we did accidentally play porn on the show that we didn't have video
Weren't
yet.
there also like pink lighting?
There was no, but I don't think we did.
I thought there was pink lighting.
No, episode 69 was probably circa 2007.
Sorry, I'm not saying anyone saw it.
Oh, okay. It was a mood lighting in the studio.
I think it was just you and Lunchbox in a cramped room with pink lighting. And
The original studio was very roomy, actually. When I think about it, it was like a third the size of the current studio, but with just studio stuff. So, anyways, that's Mad Mike up in Beacon, New York, the only Mayhemmer with a future endeavored letter from the WWE, and I'm going to keep saying this a lot longer until his headphones are back on.
My cord got twisted.
It's all right. That's what she said.
Hey.
So who else has been watching nothing but Disney Plus all day?
Probably this guy, Ronnie Starks. He's still holding that Triple Crown Championship belt after Fight Society this last Friday night.
Yeah. Suck it, Kato, and what's his name?
Lucio.
Lucio DeVere.
Lucio. I don't know. I'm disagreeing with
spiky hair dude who's had the same makeup for 20 years. Yeah, suck it.
Oh, Tina, if there was a black light in the original studio, that place would look like a
No, you
Jackson
don't want a
Pollock.
black light in any of the studios that we've had. No, that's a bad idea.
Nope.
It would look like a...
I'd be licking the cushions.
That's Matt Light. Comedian extraordinaire is with us, making his first impression. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, this is my third time in studio.
Third
fourth
time in
total?
studio.
Yeah.
4 total.
That makes you an official co-host.
Because we said that, like, I think he was supposed to join us originally in the old studio, my basement, years ago, and I think we had you in remotely.
Yeah.
And here you are. Back
This is a lot more fun.
It's like you're twice this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
We make some, well, you got some big stuff coming up. You're opening for Mick Foley here in a couple weeks.
Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
Is it your first time with Mick?
Yeah, it's my first time. I was supposed to be my second time, but the first time never happened.
That's right. That's right.
It to me, it means a lot because so Hell in a Cell, right? Biggest event in his career, June 28th, biggest day in the world because that's my birthday. It was in Pittsburgh, and my dad promised he would take me, and he fucking didn't.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Wow, I thought this was going to be a really happy story.
Not even
I thought
done
we were
yet.
gonna start off very
It gets
nice.
worse. So my dad's like, "Oh, sorry, kid, we can't go to the, but we're gonna watch it pay-per-view." And I was like, "Sweet." So for years, I thought my dad worked at the cable company, but he sold those cheater boxes at flea markets. So we had the scramblers, and this piece of shit charges my friends $5 a piece to watch this pay-per-view. Comes up scrambled. I didn't see a single fucking match.
Oh no.
Nothing. So like the next day, I remember we were all out playing baseball and stuff. People were like, it was so crazy. Mankind died and his tooth fell out. And I was like, oh, cool. They're like, Matt, did you have fun? Did you go? And I was like, I don't want to talk to any of you guys ever again. So for me, like 21 years later, being able to open up for him, it's a wash now.
It's a wash.
Like, it's okay. Like it's not okay. It's still not okay. But
I need to show you. Maybe I have in the can. I'm still trying to work out. He officiated a wedding here locally for some friends of ours.
For Savage Benjamin.
Yeah, Benjamin and
Lady
Frost.
Frost.
Yeah, you know, from Blackcraft.
Yeah.
God, I almost said Black. I said
Blackcraft.
I said everything except Blackcraft. I almost said like a
Easy
metal.
killer. That is two different companies.
Hashtag rest in peace, Blackcraft Wrestling.
Absolutely.
Matt, you should do your opener on while you're standing on your cell phone because anytime someone works with Mick Foley in Pittsburgh, you have to start it on top of the cell.
I get it. I like it. Yeah. I only get 10 minutes. So I'm like the fucking Sunday Night Heat of the show. Like it's just like people don't care about me at all.
That's kind of a perfect analogy.
And honestly, I don't think the match was much longer than that if you take out all the stretchers and everything.
And should I come out to like, because you know, like I usually come out to Shawn Michaels or some sort of, but I feel like because I'm with a wrestler, I really want to come out to CM Punk's music. and then be like, oh my God. And then I come out like, nope. He's not coming here either.
It's all be fun because I mean you're probably going to see. Let's get back to this later in the show. Actually, I still got to do my intro. So, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Check out everything, interviews, and all the other great shows we do here. We just had Shane Taylor, the Ring of Honor World TV Champion, on Indie Mayhem Show, and our friends the Four Horsemen from Prospect Pro Wrestling, which ended in a bar fight this weekend. That was a lot of fun going on over there. Also, please email us at that email address. Good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com 412-206-WMS0. Tweet us at Mayhem Show. Hit us up on the Wrestling Mayhem Show Facebook page and group. And, of course, we're here live every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern on Facebook Live. We're also streaming on a lot of other platforms, but the main chat is happening right now on Facebook Live, Wrestling Mayhem Show, to join us over there. And if you catch us later on one of the other outlets and have some comments or just want to tell us what we got wrong this episode, tweet at Mayhem Show at hashtag WMS690. I was waiting for Mike on that one.
69.
Thank you. Patreon.com/wrestling.
I can only make that joke once. So.
Okay. All right. Patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show. Thank you to our supporters at the Family Show $1 level. Bo Diggity! Woo! Ed Burke, Bobby FG Town, Tina Keys, and Team Hammerfist at the Poppy Club. Poppy. Damn it.
Pocky Club.
Damn it, Mike. At the Pocky Club, Poppy Club. Still,
we should just call it Poppy Club at this point.
It should be at this point. You know what? It is.
Bukaki.
You know what? I'm changing this.
Because Sorg, Poppy has actually been on NXT.
Yeah, that qualifies. Nobody remembers the Pocky days of this show. Our friends Bradley Ruthers, Doc Remedy, Dave Potter, and Kyle Turner. Pizza Club $10 level, our buddy Ryan Clark at 13, and our manager at the $20 level, our friends at OccupyProWrestling.com. You can support the show too at Patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show.
Something just flicked me off.
Are you serious?
Yeah. He just walked by.
That happens.
We looked for like 2 seconds. He was like, and I was like, "What's up, bro?"
That's why I put a giant TV here, so we don't, so at least I'm not distracted, I guess.
That's awesome.
So, anyways, we're talking. So you've done shows. We talked about this before. You've opened for Honky Tonk. You've opened for RVD.
Yeah.
Is that different opening for like wrestling fans that like may or may not know you?
You gotta talk slower. I mean, like, realistically, I mean, it kind of is the truth, though, because, like, that was, like, the one thing that when I was starting to do stuff with, wrestling companies and stuff, they were telling me, like, when you cut promos, like, talk slower. And I didn't know that. But, yeah, no, it's a lot different because I don't think – and so, like, half the people that if they are there and they know who I am, they automatically assume I'm going to throw somebody through a table. You know what I mean?
You've become known for it, yeah.
Yeah, or do the stunner or do some sort of move. So when I don't do it, they're like, is he coming back? Is he going to do something like that? So that's kind of hard. But I think for the most part is they'll give you a little bit more because it's like wrestling is such a community that like as soon as I make one reference to let them know that like, hey, like I'm a mark just like you guys, then they're like, oh, he's cool. You know what I mean? But they'll sit there kind of like, why is he open up for Mick Foley? Who's this dickhead? And then I'll say something like, Roman Reigns sucks. And people are like, I like this guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because I've seen openers for Foley where like it doesn't seem like they've got a wrestling fan, but it's like, but they're trying.
Right.
Like too hard.
Yeah.
Too. So it's kind of nice that I don't know how many stops he's got somebody that's actually knows what's going on.
Yeah. Well, typically, I mean, this is what's really cool is that usually on his tours, like the last two he's done, especially last year, he doesn't let people open for him unless he knows them.
Yeah.
That was his 20th anniversary tour. And then this year, it was supposed to just be him. But the Improv reached out to me and they were like, you got to do the show. Like, we got to have you on. And I was like, yeah, of course. Like, I'd love to. And then they're like, well, we got to talk to Mick first. And as long as Mick approves it, then Mick said immediately, like, yeah, he's cool. We can do 10. And I was like, awesome. So, yeah. So I'm excited, man. I mean, it's like I always wanted to be a wrestler. And this is as close as I'm going to get to it,
You're in the curtain jerking match for the main eventer.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm jobbing for.
That's awesome. You're kind of around a bit of wrestling news. I want to talk about you just started your podcast.
Yeah.
Third episode I saw was up on iTunes, but the week before you had the guy that worked with Bray Wyatt on the mask for the villain, as well as those segments that the first, I think 8 of them that we saw, and we knew they were happening down at the Douglas School with the Tom Savini, George Romero wings down there. So you had a good conversation with him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Make sure you check it out. Jason Baker's super awesome, super nice guy, and so I didn't know half the stuff. Like I didn't know that like they were filming Bray stuff in Pittsburgh. I had no idea about it. He told me a little bit. It was funny because like I tried to get shit out of him and he was not like when I was trying to explain like, oh, I know where, Husky Harris is Huskers. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's just a friendly little pig boy that eats chocolate. I'm like, all right, asshole. Like, I was like, tell me what's going to happen now. Yeah. And like, I remember like when we were talking about, the Saudi Arabia thing is like before we went on air, he's like, man, I hope he fucking wins. And I was like, there's no way he's.
You were doing that the day before the show.
No,
right?
we did it we recorded 2 hours before his match.
Right.
So like we were like literally like we did it and then we left because I wanted to go watch the match.
Yeah.
And then he went to go do whatever because it was on Halloween.
Yeah.
But I didn't think he was gonna win.
Yeah.
I didn't understand what they were gonna do. You know what I mean? Because it was like, they can't DQ him again. But I just was like, and you can't bury him. So it was just a weird situation. But yeah, it's a great conversation with him. He does the mask for Slipknot, the one that everyone shit on that said it looked like a
milk jug.
A milk jug, which was so funny, dude. Because like Jason like laughs at it and stuff, and like he's super cool and so talented, man. It was cool. Like it's weird. I got more nervous around him than I do with wrestlers. Because to me, like what he's doing, like changes the whole gimmick. You know what I mean? If nobody likes that mask, Bray's a pussy. You know what I mean? Like that mask was perfect. So.
Yeah, it's definitely something that makes the character. And then,
the lantern.
Then the lantern. Oh, the part about the real hair.
Real hair. So, did you know the story? And you guys might know this listening, that Bray had the Fiend character for 4 years because.
Well, there was something where
out in the woods.
There was a story out in the woods that they had on the YouTube somebody serviced, and he basically described the character
who he is
as
now.
Like a ghost story.
Yeah, with the yellow eyes, with the hair. So
yeah.
When he was done with that ghost story, he knew that when he was going to reinvent himself, he was going to cut that hair and use it for him killing Bray, and which was mind blowing. That because that guy, as far as promos are concerned, I mean. He's really it now. Like it's him, and then everyone else is so far behind him, and it's just nice to see them giving him, You
Yeah,
know, the
yeah.
creativity. I think they pushed him way too quick.
And I think we still all kind of question mark that red light,
Yeah.
right? Like it's saw it in person. It's not fun,
Yeah.
right? I feel like it distracts from the match. It's
Yeah.
hard to watch on television. Red is like
it didn't work with Sin Cara when that light actually was brighter. And
Oh,
was,
the
was
blue.
able-
it was like a bright blue light, wasn't it?
I think it was gold at one point. Too.
Yeah. It's like what I don't understand the production thinking.
Well, I
around
just
something
don't
like
get
that.
it because the first match on his return, he didn't have it.
No.
SummerSlam, he just beat the shit out of Finn, and that was it.
What I think it is they don't like the way the mask looks for long periods of time under the house lights.
Like it's too.
Well, it's better than Worms. I mean, it's better than
Protected
worms
worms.
on the mat.
yeah. I mean,
Those worms were the worst.
I mean,
They killed him so bad that
I give him like credit for wanting to try something different with him, and who knows if that came from production or from like his idea from that. But I mean, it's a mix. Between,
I don't think that was his idea.
Wait, what you got over there in the corner? What's sneaking in there? Oh, look at that!
is that the boss?
The
The boss man.
You're damn right, it's the boss, Sasha Banks.
That's great.
I definitely took a picture of that.
He's taking pictures of the video.
Hold on, I'm doing the Sasha Banks dance.
I did.
What?
Had a dream, I made it.
That actually looks like
Wow,
it.
you've been doing that a lot, haven't you?
No,
Well,
actually, that was my first time.
That was a good hand movement there. That's some
Thank you.
puppeteer.
You're really
quality,
good with
actually.
your hand.
That's what I've been told. I've had a lot of
Specifically
practice.
your left one. I
Yeah.
don't know what's.
I am a southpaw.
Oh, okay.
Southpaw Regional Wrestling.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be a mix between his ideas and then writing team, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why he's champion.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Well, they had to do something.
Yeah, have him kill everyone. Like, just beat the shit out of everyone. Like, his character is larger than life.
Yeah.
When The Undertaker was the baddest dude ever, he didn't have the title. When he had the title, it was like, oh, cool. He's going to cut a promo. That's
Yeah,
not what The Undertaker does.
You have to remember when the Undertaker didn't have the title, they did something very crucial for him. They wrote stories.
Yeah.
We
Dude
we
just
don't
came.
do that anymore.
This dude literally just showed up. His first match was in August.
Mm-hmm.
Like unless JoJo
And 3 months later-
is pregnant with Bobby Lashley's baby, there's not going to be a story for Bray.
But like, does he need one? Like, to me, like, the reason why Bray was so cool is because it was so limited.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know when he was coming out unless you were at the show and you saw 10 people all of a sudden start working on the ring and the guy in the middle had his head down. But other than that, like, it was a surprise. And it just made it like, now what? You're going to have a baby face chase him? What they should have done, and I've said this from the fucking get-go, and it sounds stupid, but why not do it? You've done everything else. The Royal Rumble should have happened. There should have been like 8 or 9 guys in the ring. He comes out at 30, pitch black, everyone's out of the fucking ring, and he's in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. He doesn't have to wrestle. He wins. He's going to WrestleMania, and he wins the title there.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you have waited 3 more months for it? Because now what? Because guess what? By WrestleMania this time, we're over him.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, I see what you're getting at with it. But if you have Bray squash all the mid card and upper mid card faces, once he becomes champion, there's no one left for him to feud with.
I don't know, man. We got a pretty big, deep roster right now.
No, but I mean,
Right?
think about it. Like who on Raw?
He
Would you
killed
have
Finn
put Bray-
Balor in 3 minutes. Just manhandled him.
Yeah, but that's because and I think the only reason it was like that was because Finn was taking time off anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
I really think that had a lot to do with it.
Like I would have rathered, okay, Finn got killed. I'm like, oh, cool. He's gonna come back at Hell in a Cell as the demon, We'll do
Yeah.
a thing there. But then we just moved on to Seth.
Like right off the bat,
Yeah.
out of nowhere.
I think
he
think
should have
him
just
going-
killed each champion. He should have went his way up. He should have went on each show. He should have beat up the Intercontinental. He should have beat up what's the U.S. title. He should just start and say, I don't give a fuck about the belt. It's not about the belt. It's about revenge. It's about taking whatever he's taking, whatever this
But
character
that's the
is.
same Bray Wyatt story they did for years and years, and it didn't work.
It's
because
not that
he never-
it didn't work. They never gave a payoff. Because when it did work, he fights Orton in Orlando, and the whole crowd is like, why the fuck did Randy Orton just win? Like this whole build up, and then for what? Nothing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't just have him run roughshod through everyone.
Why not? Brock did.
Yeah, but Brock is different.
Why is he different?
And Brock did not run roughshod through anyone. Trust me.
You don't remember when he single-handedly ended John Cena's career?
Brock has had
He-
matches with about 7 people since 2012.
Right.
And
That's it.
Right.
No, but like legitimately, you can name on 2 hands the amount of people Brock
So
Lesnar
why
has
not
wrestled.
do the same with Bray?
Because then you can't run the same gimmick twice at the same time.
He's gone.
Who?
Brock?
Brock's not on the same show.
Yeah,
no, but he's still
but
on every pay.
You
Like,
can't
he's in the
like,
pay-per-view.
I don't
title
even like
scene.
having them both champion now.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't.
Now you have
I'm so over the MMA collaboration.
Oh, you didn't like
It's-
how there was like 3 legitimate sports stars
Sponsored,
on your
sponsored by
I
fucking.
hate when they say
sponsored by
legitimate sports
NyQuil.
stars.
what?
Sponsored by NyQuil.
Is he really?
I don't know. It puts me to sleep.
Oh,
The Tyson Fury. Then what's the dude's name? Cain
Cain
Velasquez.
Velasquez.
Cool, dude. Like you're gonna throw punches and put a guy in a fucking headlock. Awesome.
and again,
Nobody cares.
It's not for us. It's for bringing UFC people over, right?
I get that, but aren't they the same persons that
Yeah.
that will go to a bar and be like, "Wrestling's fake. Wrestling's
Did
fake."
you notice? Does anybody notice that NXT is calling itself Combat Sports?
No, I didn't.
commercials?
They've been doing that for years, though.
Have they?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because I'm noticing because it's all over USA or SmackDown Raw ads now, right?
Yeah.
It seemed like an interesting, like, when did we go from like sports entertainment to like the finest in combat sports or the entertainment show or something like
Yeah,
that?
but you won't see Raw and SmackDown calling themselves
No, they
that
don't.
because NXT focuses more on in-ring.
It's interesting that counter programming, right? So
I just punch and kick, bro.
okay, Zach Hunter. By the way, did you notice they were saying who needs to be on NWA Power, and I tagged Zach Hunter in that one?
Did you?
Yeah, because
Right.
I mean, he said he was perfect for it with his punches and his kicks. So we'll talk about maybe a little bit of that. You been watching Power by chance?
No, I
You
haven't.
watch
I
that?
haven't been watching anything.
It's kind of like you look at the stack of stuff. You're like, I don't even know where to go. With
Really?
that, right?
Good.
Yeah. It's good. It's good
Honestly,
stuff.
Yeah.
with Disney Plus dropping, I may just stop watching.
Yeah,
wrestling
yeah. I'm just like, I don't even know when's the next wrestling I'm going to watch because I got
seriously.
I got to watch me some Little Mermaid in
So
HD.
yeah, well, that's the question: is what was your first thing you watched on Disney Plus?
the
Iron Man.
The Mandalorian.
the intro to Darkwing Duck because that's all I could get to work.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, the first.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. I said not till the second segment, so let me get through an ad and then we can do this. Hey guys, there's a lot of wrestling. Don't you want more? Or if you're, or if you want to go support the next guys coming up because they can make it better from the top, from the bottom up. Our friends at IndieWrestling.us, IndieWrestling.network. A lot of friends to the show here. You can see Ronnie Starks on there,
Hey,
for
I'm there.
instance. When we have a lot of fun stuff that just posted over there. We just recorded last week refs with rigatoni. 3 referees, including 2-time Hall of Famer Sean Patrick, was a part of that. It was a lot of fun. I know somebody messaged me and said we have to order the Sorg Network now, and they've been watching the old Waffles with Women. We also have just posted on there. Our friends at Prospect Pro Wrestling just had a big chase for the Gold Show this past weekend that ended in a a locker room emptying fight and a bar fight. It was one of the craziest things I've been around in professional wrestling. Rise Wrestling with a Y coming up this week. A lot of great stuff going on there. Please go check it out. IndieWrestling.us, IndieWrestling.network. Go check out stuff. There's a free 7-day trial for new subscribers at the network, and you can dive into all that stuff from Prime Wrestling in Ohio back in the day, the Lucha Fiesta that was across the street here, had Ultima Dragon that Ronnie still his mind is blown at it. That he missed it. A lot of great stuff over there from a lot of our friends across the wrestling industry. Go check out IndieWrestling.network, IndieWrestling.us. All right, now you guys are allowed to talk about Disney
Sorg,
Plus.
So is the third part in that series going to be pierogies with Pierrot wrestlers?
Man, that's a with Puro wrestlers.
Yeah,
you're talking like lucha wrestlers.
Yeah.
I mean, I have
yes.
a lucha wrestler.
Well, yes, we'll get Super Coco Hot Coco.
Yeah,
and Yinza the Pittsburgh Luchador.
Oh my
and
God.
wait. Yinza, the Pittsburgh Luchador.
Oh, he's real, man.
Yeah,
I've not
Remember
heard
we had
I love him.
we had his best friend on the show talking about him.
Who's his best
a while
friend?
ago? His best friend Dave Fedor.
Oh yeah, I like Dave too.
Was
I like
on
those
that show?
guys.
What's that, Mike?
I might not have been on that.
You might not have been on that one. Well, we'll have to bring him back to have a conversation with you then.
Okay.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, it's good stuff. So we'll work that out. Let's see what we can do with that.
I was just talking to Dave actually today.
It's good stuff.
Does Yinza use a Steely Kinrana?
No, but
I
he
have a
should.
Yinza mask.
Really?
Yeah. Fun fact: it's not custom made. I went to Cancun, and our hotel zone, like the little area, sold me one for $15.
So it's like a Steelers lucha mask.
It's his mask. It's legit the exact same mask. It's legit the exact. Because I posted it, and
awesome.
his friend Dave responded. Goes, he did the Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if Yinza looks like he's 5'5" and diabetic, man, I might have tagged in for him.
There you go.
So we would be a sick tag team, right?
Yin's a tag team. That'd be great.
Right?
Oh, you can be called Yin's guys.
Oh, I like it.
Oh,
I like
I
it.
dig it. I
And your
dig it.
finisher can be the incline.
Oh my God. I
You
mean,
know the best thing is,
Oh,
I'm
it-
not even from Pittsburgh, and I'm making all these spot fucking on references.
Yeah, I love the guy from New York. He's like the most Pittsburgh decked out over there.
I wonder if we can throw on the pothole or something like that.
Oh yeah. No. We need a new move called the sinkhole now.
Yes,
I
that's
like
pretty cool.
Wasn't that Rikishi's move?
The sinkhole
sinkhole.
slam. The sinkhole slam. That's it.
Dude, you know what the weird... I'm sorry, there's a weird aside. So I've been digging into the analytics on our YouTube page, and like the majority, like when you look at playlists, like the biggest thing that people are watching are from a playlist called Stinkface.
Really?
But when I look at it, it's not like Rikishi matches, it's like lady matches.
Oh boy, that Sorg.
It's disturbing.
Sorg, how do we get off a
It
list?
gets really weird.
How
do we get off of a
Do you know
list?
there's pro wrestling porn?
Oh yeah.
I had
I'm
no
I
idea.
am aware of that.
I had no
Yes.
idea, and I was watching a regular, what I thought with fans in the audience.
Yeah.
And it was just an Asian like match, and all of a sudden, just pants off, and just and I was like, "What is going on?"
The weirdest wrestling thing I've ever seen in my life. I encountered this years ago. It's on YouTube.
Hold on.
You can find it. Hold on. No.
Hold my beer.
so-
We're gonna look for it.
And we brought this up on the show. I think we even showed it on the show.
Oh,
Is this around the time where we're reading fanfics?
Kinda. It's when I was covering Impact by writing about it.
Oh yeah.
So that'll give you a time frame. It's Lacey Von Erich POV wrestling.
Oh yeah.
It's like some fucking mark strapped a GoPro to his forehead and just had a match with Lacey Von Erich. when
Yeah.
she's wearing a very low cut top.
So this is like you're going into like the wrestling customs kind of area,
Yeah.
right? And yeah, that is a whole market.
By the way, POV porn is bad. I'm just gonna go out.
Just gonna
there and
take
say it.
hot takes.
Hot takes.
Hot
takes.
takes.
Show
It just-
690.
It's just really. Listen, it's just really bad.
Hot takes.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't have a follow up for that.
No, there's not because.
Let's talk about Disney Plus.
So Walt Disney's into some.
Oh shit.
Hot takes.
Well, I'm definitely on YouTube, and I can't find
Oh boy.
Lacey Von Erich POV.
Apartment wrestling is also interesting. If you look that up.
Oh boy. Disney Plus.
Anyway, Disney Plus.
This
Doesn't allow porn.
This has little to do with wrestling, except I found at least two movies with The Rock on it.
Yep.
So
Cinderella, the princess one, Princess Diary. What is it?
no,
the football.
game plan,
Yeah, that's it.
and Escape from Witch Mountain.
I never heard of it.
Yeah, there's a meme of him like looking over like to the back seat.
Okay.
That's from that. That's the highlight. I think.
Good meme.
Good meme.
good meme.
Good meme. Good meme.
Good.
Is it better than the Chaperone?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Anybody got a track on that?
Chaperone's a great movie.
Probably had a better budget. at
I
least. I
did
mean,
not see the Chaperone.
No.
I saw the cover, and I said no, thank you.
I just love me some Triple H. Like no beard, Triple H, long hair.
Oh.
You have you seen Blade Trinity?
No, is that good?
Wait,
You should watch.
Triple H in it?
Triple H is in it.
Triple H is
and
in
Ryan
it.
Reynolds.
Well, I know that. Oh god.
Triple H has a
I saw
full-on fight with
so
Deadpool.
I have a man crush on Ryan Reynolds, and I
Who
remember
doesn't?
dude
Who doesn't?
his training for that with his 12-pack abs.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Yeah, no, Triple H and Ryan Reynolds have a full-on shirtless fight. It's great.
Yeah.
You'll love it.
Yeah. It's
Awesome.
look for
And,
the,
and
look
it,
I would
Triple H was like the
POV
mud
watch that.
oh jeez.
POV Blade Trinity.
So I guess Disney Plus is appropriate because this is the thing that we're gonna watch instead of bad wrestling. Because there's too much
Oh,
bad.
God,
there's too,
yes.
I mean, there's,
So
or, and the
much.
good wrestling too because there's too much wrestling. And we need a break, and we're gonna sit in, like Tina and watch Gummy Bears. I didn't even think about Gummy Bears. I'm so pulling up Gummy Bears.
I can't watch.
I also have never watched Gargoyles.
Oh my God, dude.
I know. I'm planning to.
I started it like years ago on Netflix and never got through it before I went off.
I watched an episode tonight, and it was incredible.
Yes.
Chippendale does not hold up.
Hey,
Oh come on,
Rangers.
those guys
shut
give
your
it their all
fucking
every
mouth.
single
I
night.
know. I know.
They are fantastic.
What was that, Mike?
You shut your fucking
It
mouth.
was. I tried to watch. It was like the first episode. I'm just like, I don't know.
Sorg, it takes a little bit to get in their groove.
Yes, it does. I should have started like
Sometimes-
season.
Seasons.
Some
Listen, man.
crimes go slipping through the cracks.
Wow.
But those two gumshoes are picking up the slack,
Wow.
Sorg.
Wow. You also came home and watched that every day.
Yes.
Oh, I was talking
There's
about the
no
male
case too
strippers.
big.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no case too
Chippendales.
small. When you need help, just I forget who you call.
Chippendale.
Thank you.
Rescue
Thank you. There it
Rangers.
is.
And that
Look,
kid,
Look, Darkwing
Ronnie, I
Duck-
didn't really forget.
I know, but I had to
It was a
finish the
bit.
Hey, can
I
I
was-
say something?
Ronnie, I was doing a bit.
I'm sorry, I fucked your bit up.
yes, Matt.
I have another hot take.
Okay.
Disney Plus, ready? The Simpsons suck.
Now or then?
Sorg, kick him,
Always.
Across
kick
the
him the
bar.
fuck out, Sorg.
Always.
Sorg, kick him
I
the
think
fuck
it's
out.
I think it is the most overrated show ever.
Sorg,
Ooh.
Sorg,
I
Sorg,
hope you bomb in your thing.
Sorg, Sorg, can we
Ronnie's gonna
revoke-
buy a ticket just to boo you.
I am going to. Don't think
It's
I
just
won't.
not. It's there's nothing. It's whatever. It's
Sorg,
boring.
Can we revoke co-host status?
boring.
Can we revoke
It's
co-host status?
it's just been revoked.
Is it that good? What is so good about The Simpsons?
It's
It's
kind
a
of,
classic, man. You
The
can't.
So what?
save the dates for my wedding are me and my fiance as Simpsons characters.
Oh, I remember those days when you create your own Simpsons
That's
character.
how much I love the Simpsons.
Yeah, they suck.
No.
The
you
video
knew.
game. The video game was great.
wait. You talking about like the
Oh,
arcade
man.
game?
Yes,
Oh,
but it was
we're-
better.
It was a different time.
it was better when they called it the Ninja Turtles, but
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I can't deny that one.
Oh, fight. Oh,
Same
man.
game.
I'm not going to refute that they have not been as great. I mean, they changed the genre 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like I mean, Family Guy isn't that great now.
No,
No,
but
it's not.
South Park is still
Family Guy
amazing.
wasn't that
Really?
great when it
South
came
Park's
out.
going downhill.
South,
Park's
I
going
don't like the I don't like the Tegrity Farms. I'm over that, but no, South Park is so good, and I think the way I think when you watch how they create it, it makes you appreciate it 10 times more.
Yes.
It is just they literally
Yeah.
have 6 days
Yeah.
to
South
just
Park
come
is-
up with something.
South Park sometimes gets a little too preachy, though.
Yeah, but they always make what I like is they always turn the positive into the negative. They always make the bad guy the good guy.
Isn't it interesting because you have South
I don't
Park.
know. I think you should ask Scott Tournament about that.
You have South Park that comes up with a story in 6 days.
Yeah.
And animates it. You have wrestling that comes up. Let's say, you're making stories for Raw. You're on the Raw writing team.
Right.
You're coming up with a story every 6-7 days.
Sorg, be realistic. Let's say you're making up stories for NXT.
Okay. Well, I was
They
kind
look good stories on
of going on this line of things that have been around 20 to 30 years in programming that maybe aren't as good as when they were in their heyday, like Monday Night Raw.
That's okay. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. Raw's been around 1,381 episodes.
You will always know that number, won't you?
Yep.
Mm.
So,
It's like
so
it's
I'm
his
just-
job.
Mm-hmm. Something like that.
Ronnie?
So I'm just assuming that no one watched Rick and Morty on Sunday.
I did.
That's my boy.
I did.
What happened?
Rick and Morty.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
good. It was a good first episode back.
It was okay. It was okay.
I
It's
haven't.
only gonna get better.
That's another cult
Yeah.
thing I think is overrated.
How fucking dare you, sir? Get the fuck out of the studio.
I think
I love that nobody's here so they can tell you to get the fuck out of the
Right.
studio.
I think here's the
I'll be there in
thing.
20 minutes.
Sorg, cut
That
his mic.
show
Cut his mic.
is very like, well, you gotta be smart to like it. It's like, okay, relax.
Oh,
It's a
your baby
cartoon.
not smart enough to like Rick and Morty.
Like your comedy,
See
you gotta
what
be
I
smart
mean?
enough to like it.
See what I mean? There them go. There they go.
So wait, is that your problem with The Simpsons too?
No, that's just boring as shit. It's just boring. I mean, like when I was a kid, I liked it because I'd watch it with my dad.
Mhm.
But like as I got older, I'm like,
This hasn't aged well.
no,
No.
it doesn't.
that's what I'm afraid to look back at stuff on Disney Plus from like that I grew up on.
There's a lot, Sorg. If you liked a lot of The Simpsons growing up, a lot of it holds up really well.
Probably.
You know what?
Up to season 8 at least.
Yeah.
Do you know what cartoon still holds up very well? Rocko's Modern Life.
Oh, I no. I
No?
don't agree with that at all.
It's amazing.
I saw the movie they did on Netflix.
Oh,
Mm.
Well, no, well
was
that's different.
Fucking terrible.
The episodes were good. Fun fact: do you know who does Rocco's voice? Officer Garcia from Reno 911.
No way.
Yep.
I still like Rocco's Modern Life still bothers me that there was an episode where Rocco was a phone sex operator.
Yeah. Oh baby, oh baby,
baby,
oh
oh.
baby.
Rocco.
Dude, they ate at a restaurant called Choky Chicken.
Yeah.
Like it was like that was what's so great is like that Ren and Stimpy, SpongeBob, they all have sick, fucked up adult
Like
humor in it, and you don't realize it
And
until
you don't think The Simpsons doesn't?
yeah. But The Simpsons was kind of not for children.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
it was. Fun fact. My parents wouldn't let me watch Ren and Stimpy when I was a child. Because when the Don't Whiz on the Electric Fence episode happened, my mom watched it, and she's like, "You're never watching this again." So we're like, "Okay."
Don't whiz on
My-
the electric fence.
Wow. The only thing I was told I was not allowed to experience was the Double Dragon video game.
What? Why?
Sorg didn't want you beating up your brother over a girl.
No, my I didn't even know that was a story. All I wanted was the Tiger handheld version of it, and my mother was like, "I heard that kids fought each other in the playground because of Double Dragon,
Oh really?
like back in the NES days, and you're not allowed to play it." I'm just like, really? Do you see the video games I have? And this is like pre-Mortal Kombat and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I'm playing like Bad Dudes, which is basically the same thing every time I went to my weekly bowling league.
Dude, Mortal Kombat scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. I thought because the graphics were so good though, because they were literally photos of people, pretty much. You know what I mean? And the blood and the finish and the whole Dude, that I don't know. That shit scared the shit out of me.
So you had a Sega.
I had them all, bro.
Well, no, because if you had the Super Nintendo version, you had no blood.
Oh no, I had
Yeah, that was
Sega.
a
Yeah,
fun thing.
for that. Yeah.
Oh, you knocked the sweat out.
But
for
I
people.
played the game I played. Was it Killer Instinct? Was that on Super Nintendo?
That was 64.
64.
I think. Wait, no.
No, it was on
Super
No,
Super
yeah,
Nintendo.
it was Super Nintendo.
Yeah, that was a good game too.
Spinal.
You know what? You know what else was a good game? Earthworm Jim.
Oh, Girthworm Jim, that was so much fun.
Earthworm Jim. I
Yeah,
don't
dude.
know about you, man.
Are you guys playing the same game?
What? POV.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is
POV
POV game.
from Jim.
Is that this
On
one?
that note, oh my god.
By the way, the new Sonic looks great.
Toe Jam and Earl. Toe Jam and Earl.
Are we talking about the Battletoads?
Tina, I got the Hulu Disney Plus combo.
Jeez. Bringing it back around, we'll get back. We'll do a big question, but first I want to give a shout out to our friends Slice on Broadway, sliceonbroadway.com, supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizza, feeding our guests here in the studio. Did you get any when you came in? We got some over there left over.
No, I didn't. I was going to.
You should,
definitely
because
hit-
I haven't had a chance to eat like 5 pieces.
There you go, Ronnie. You're not competing with Ronnie on it or anything, so. They give it. We've been getting extra lately, and they're like, "Hey, this one's an odd shape. We're giving it for you like $1." I'm like, "Okay," and it's like shaped like a football. I'm like, "I thought you guys did that on purpose." You know, I mean, these are the guys that made like a Hello Kitty dough doll for Dutters at one time.
That's awesome.
You know, go check them out. If you're in the city, go check them out in their 4 locations: Beachview, Carnegie, East End, and PNC Park. Of course, we do have our unofficial campaign because we know there's people listening from Seattle and California and Kansas City right now as we speak, and everywhere else in between. If you got a Broadway in your town, take a picture of it, tweet it, PJ_Slice on the Twitter, and tell them you want to slice on your Broadway to help their global expansion. Help them with that scouting report.
So you said they're at PNC Park.
Yes.
Can you like go to a pirate game and eat it there?
Yes.
Or, Really?
Yep.
Are they left field? Are they? Where are they?
They're
at?
right.
yeah,
they're right by the bridge.
Yeah, right by the bridge.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
right
yeah,
when you
yeah,
can walk
yeah.
off the bridge. They're like
Was
the
it-
first or second
That
thing
used to
there.
be a different pizza shop, right?
Yeah,
Then?
yeah. Some
Yeah.
pizza of no
Some
name.
piece of
It's
shit
great.
pizza.
Yeah, some
You
piece
can
of
walk
shit
right
pizza.
in.
Piece of shit
Now
pizza.
there's some good slice on Broadway.
Yeah, awesome.
And you can Uber Eats that shit downtown.
You know what? I wasn't even gonna go to a pirate game all season next year. I'm gonna get season tickets now, just for that. I'm
Whoa.
gonna do it.
You don't need to. No, don't.
I
waste
mean,
your money.
I admire
I mean,
your
to be fair, it's
commitment.
pirate season
hey.
ticket. It-
Hey, that's
it
how you
costs
guys get
less than the
sponsors, guys. You gotta
I was
support
gonna
them.
say, pirate season tickets cost you less than a whole pie
Right.
from Slice on Broadway.
I for one think they should have turned that place into a Spirit Halloween store, but you know.
Wait, you mean the park, right? I mean,
Yeah, the park.
Yeah, in general.
That's Slice on Broadway. I like
No.
Slice on Broadway.
Oh, wait, it would be great if there was a Slice on Broadway in a Spirit Halloween store.
You don't do that.
spooky slices? Yeah.
There you go. Good, put that out. That's for free for you, Rico. Anyways, we'll be back after Dutters talks to you about some other stuff we do around here, and we'll be back with the big question.
Well, some people talk the talk, others walk the walk. So if you're right here and it's right now, you walk the walk. You live full impact mindfulness. And to live full impact mindfulness, you wear it proudly. You wear your colors. Fly the flag. I'm flying the flag of full impact mindfulness.
This was a challenge. It certainly was, but I knew that going into it, and I knew that it was gym, and I love gym, and I knew this was going to be fun, and I had to do it.
The tattoo that I'm having done right now is the Full Impact Mindfulness logo. It's about, I'm really not the type of person that is sitting on the satin pillows, surrounded by 10,000 candles with my eyes closed going all day. That's wonderful. That's a good thing. That can center yourself. I'm much more interested in pushing the envelope, stepping outside the comfort zone, and helping people fully participate in their lives. And every day to say, no, I had no regrets today. We often talk about buying the ticket. We often talk about people who live their life on wishes and hopes, waiting for something to happen, hoping that something will happen, wishing that something will happen, or sitting back and maybe perhaps feeling entitled and saying, I know it's coming. All I have to do is be patient and wait. Well, you can be patient and wait. Buy the ticket. You can't get on the ride unless you buy the ticket. And that's not necessarily a monetary cost. It's an investment of yourself.
What do you think your arms and body would have looked like if you discovered tattoos earlier in life?
I don't think I was prepared early in life to have enough confidence in myself. I compared myself to others and took others' perceptions of me as my own self-worth. That's what I did. But now I don't. And some people say, hey man, that's really cool. Other people look at me and just shake their head. And that's okay.
So there it is. So Jim, how you feeling?
I'm feeling like I'm spreading my wings and I could fly.
I don't have one yet, but you know.
I got one.
You guys we good?
Yeah, I got mine too.
Wait, are we live? Can people still hear us?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. Because I was gonna be like, tell me what he says, so that we don't say the same one.
No, don't worry about it.
It's okay.
It'll be
it's
fun.
first come, first serve.
Yeah, it's first come, first serve, and if you have the same one, you guys can collaborate to make it better.
Wait,
Or you come up with a new one.
what's the one? Moana?
Mulan?
No,
No, I don't
Water,
think
the
we
water
can.
one.
I don't think we can use that because it already has the rock.
Yeah, perfect. It's perfect. I'm good.
Live action version with The Rock.
They'll probably do it.
But here's the twist: the rock is Moana.
Oh, I like it.
Okay. All right. Pull a little Jane Silent Bob reboot action there, right, Mike?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right. We are back. It is the Wrestling Mayhem Show. Matt Light's still with us in the studio.
Yep.
Even though everybody else wants me to kick him out for his opinions on The Simpsons.
I'm not leaving.
Get in the hell out.
I don't know why he's like chained to the couch. I don't even know how he did that. Off camera there. He's not leaving.
Because Homer did in a Simpsons episode. That's why Sword.
Mad Mike is still with us.
Simpsons did it.
Mad as ever. Ronnie Starks.
Boo you off the stage, Matt Light.
Boo.
Booing you off the stage.
You won't do it. Buy a ticket.
I'll buy a ticket.
Thanks.
Man, that strategy's working. I told you we'd get the show over. Anyways, we got a big question, and since I can't get these guys to talk about anything except Disney Plus, we're gonna bring it together. We're gonna.
By the way, Sorg, show title: Disney Plus Wrestling.
There you go. That's the next one. When will Disney just buy WWE? Right? Oh, there's an idea. But the question
God, I would feel so much better about that. I would feel so much better about that.
You know, if anybody's a steward to the thing that you grew up with,
I would feel
why
so
not?
much better.
Why are you ready for Disney Plus WWE?
God, I would love it.
Yeah.
I would love it. Instead of female superstars, they'd be WWE princesses.
Oh man,
Charlotte would be a Disney princess.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I want
Just
this to
like
happen
Princess
even
Leia.
more.
Just like Princess Leia and Captain Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Absolutely.
that track? I don't know.
No, Captain Marvel not.
No.
but
Deadpool's also a Disney princess now.
that's true. That is factual.
Mm-hmm. Where was I doing? Oh, hey, the question I had.
Yeah.
Going with this. Because we kept talking about the chaperone, so that put the bug in my ear for WWE films, because that's been such a successful venture.
The Marine 12.
The Marine.
Marines 69.
Nice.
Getting there. What Disney remake would you like to see cast with a member of the WWE roster?
I'm taking it first.
Ronnie's
Hatching Finn.
What?
You ever Hatching Pete? The original Disney movie?
No.
Yeah. Look it up tonight.
No. Tell us about it.
Yeah.
That's the whole gimmick of this. You have to tell us.
All right, so it's a guy who wears a mascot costume, and it is a chicken, I think.
Oh, this is like, oh wow, it is a chicken. I just pulled it up, thanks to the magic of Disney Plus.
Yeah. So it'll be Finn Balor in a chicken costume, trying to rehatch his wrestling
Hold on,
career.
I might be able to pull this up here. There it is. There it is for you guys on video. It's an hour-and-a-half movie that they did in 2009. I presume probably straight to Disney Channel. Am I right?
It was. It's a very good movie too.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And that's with Finn Balor, and he's going to be in a chicken costume?
Yeah, he's gonna rehatch his wrestling career.
Rehatch his wrestling career.
Isn't that basically what his time in NXT is?
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. Matt, you said you had one?
Nope.
Nope. Wait, was that yours?
No, I had one, but then I was dumb and it was wrong. So I'm gonna pass, and I'm looking right now.
Okay, Mad Mike, what about you?
Okay, so the only thing that's popping in my brain, I don't know how this works. I want to do a live action Toy Story.
Okay.
The WWE superstars that will be in it
Mm-hmm.
are Zack Ryder and Kurt Hawkins. Not as Woody and Buzz. Not as them.
They're the kid, right?
As Sid and Andy.
Oh.
So is John Cena gonna be Buzz Lightyear? And
Oh yeah, we can literally have the entire roster voice every toy.
yeah.
We can have the entire roster voice every toy. I feel like John Cena doing his Lance Catamaran would be the perfect Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
This may not
And,
be. Go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking out loud.
Rob's helping you out. Max Moon can be Buzz.
No, not at all. No, Max Moon is getting nowhere near this project.
He's cut off.
But,
Go away, Conan.
I want Paul Heyman Potato Head.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I can
Yeah.
see that.
I don't have any of the other castings, but I want Ryder and Hawkins to be Sid and Andy.
Elias
And
can be
Hawkins
the
and
dinosaur.
Ryder would be the heel, obviously.
I'd watch it.
Yeah.
All right. I got a little distracted because I realized Boy Meets World is also on Disney Plus.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
you're in
discovered
trouble.
it. Yeah, that's
Speaking of wrestling, Boy Meets World.
there's a lot of wrestling on Boy Meets
There's
World.
a lot of Vader is in canon a character's father on that show.
That's right.
Because if it's Disney, Vader is somebody's father.
True.
Mine not quite as exciting, but I want to do Monsters Inc. but with the B team.
Wow.
Do they have to be current superstars?
No, you can play with it.
They have to be alive.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I got mine.
Oh my god! Oh,
Alright.
Rob just dropped a really good one in the
What's
chat.
that?
Cars, but with all the vehicles from the game WWE Crush Hour.
Yeah.
Oh, I like
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I wanna do-
entirely yes.
I want to do Pinocchio.
Okay.
Okay.
And Shawn Michaels is Pinocchio.
Ooh,
And the
okay.
stories about the Montreal Screwjob.
I like that.
No,
Yeah.
now wait. Do his eyes get more wonky the more lies?
The more he
tell?
lies, his eyes get crossed.
No.
even more.
I was gonna say the more his lies, the bigger Triple H's nose gets.
That's awesome. Yeah,
I feel like they did that bit somewhere.
Probably.
Oh jeez.
Oh boy.
I
Oh, man,
I will say if my favorite thing about that time in wrestling is just reading the signs. They're so offensive.
Oh yeah.
It is so funny. The things that even what DX would say to the Heart Foundation and Nation of Domination, it was terrible.
I mean, Xbox
Like-
did blackface at one point.
Dude,
they
it
all
is.
were in blackface.
They said no, but they did even worse. Like I'm not going to talk about, but
We talk about like you can look back Tuesday Night Titans and the stuff they did in the 80s even. Like,
Oh,
it was
yeah.
just the general
well, Vince would say he's like, "Hey, racism, exists in real life.
yeah.
So we want to make it realistic." They had I shouldn't say it. I'm not going to say it.
No, say it.
No,
No,
don't.
you have to.
I'm not going to
No.
say
Don't
it.
say it.
Nope, not going to say it.
Don't say
All
it.
right.
You just if you want to watch DX when they feud with Nation of Domination
Yeah.
with Shawn Michaels though, they are terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Like legit would be thrown off of TV immediately.
And it's a time where the powers that be thought it was fine.
Good idea.
Right. Well, which
Pushing
is-
the envelope, but fine.
Right.
You
It'll
know,
be fine.
you know, but you know, in the wrong, but you know, in their eyes, you know.
Right.
So and it just doesn't hold up, and it is interesting because I think. Are there disclaimers on some of those shows on the network now that do
Yeah, there are.
kind of go
Are there?
that way?
Well, they have like pretty much all the Attitude Era stuff is rated TV 14,
Right. Well, it's some of it
and
should
you
be
can
NA.
and you can do parental controls. On
Yeah.
They won't censor the signs though. Shawn
No,
Michaels got it the worst.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah.
because he was a flamboyant
Well, even
wrestler.
the pro, yeah, the
He'd
pro,
come out.
I think Goldust got it worse than Shawn.
not on signs.
No,
No,
but-
because he was never that.
Goldust played into it, right? So
Right.
that would lessen.
So
the,
they
Like,
were
that
like-
was, that was part of Goldust's angle sometimes.
yeah.
Yeah, but people were like, "Yo, that's his thing. Like he's supposed to be."
Well, you had Bret Hart doing promos alluding to Shawn Michaels' sexuality in the mid
Oh
90s.
yeah, and then
That's
it was
not going to go.
and
well.
then it was HBK equals, and then
Yeah,
another,
yeah.
and it was.
yeah.
That's the other. That's the other thing. Tina's pulling out a good point.
I mean, it's
Back
not
then-
offensive. It's just
Also, back then they didn't have stockholders to.
Well, that was
answer
his big
to.
thing. And
Yeah.
if you ever watch Vince's interviews, what the hell is that guy's name from TSN? He interviewed him twice. They're so good.
Is that one where he walked off of, or I'm thinking the HBO one?
No, that's
probably.
the HBO one.
Yeah.
That's when that was with. Was that Costas?
Bob Costas.
He
yeah.
got pissed off at him about. Because I think they went after the XFL too at that time too, and he's like, "Oh, son of a bitch," you know, and all that.
Alex Carr is out there in Cali. He's saying Tangled starring Mandy Rose.
Only if
Throwing
you have
back.
Otis as Flynn Rider.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
I screwed up, and this is why I needed time, because I was gonna do the Lion King.
Yeah.
And I thought it'd be really cool if like it was Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas as like, because Bo Leave was like Mufasa, and Bray would have been like Scar. But I was like, well, who the hell would Simba be? And that's why. Because at first I was like,
Daniel Bryan.
okay, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, just
Because
play with it.
because I screwed up at first because I was thinking that Simba and Scar were brothers, and I was gonna be like, well, IRS is gonna play, but it wasn't. And that's why I was like, no, I need more time. I'm an idiot.
Everything that light touches owes you taxes.
Everybody has a price.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom. What about that shadowy place over there? That's Velocity. We do not talk about Velocity.
That's great.
Tina is saying in the chat room, Montez Ford is Frozone.
From Incredibles, yeah.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Oh, God, we could cast a whole Incredibles lineup.
Simba would be Ramblin' Rabbit. There you go.
God. Oh, boy. I don't even know. Simba is Rambling Rabbit.
Yeah, well, you know, it's kind of the
Yeah.
child character. I don't know. But hey, Bo Dallas. You ever see Bo Dallas? Speaking of the Marine, like Bo Dallas in the Marine was actually pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, he was like he was like the number one bad guy
Yeah.
in that one and played it up really good. That's the thing that
What's he doing now?
B team.
Are they still a thing?
They're still B team. They got beat up a couple weeks ago by somebody.
They were also at Halloween Panic.
Will they ever do it? No, I
not
think
with
they
them.
missed it.
No, I at least not there. You know, those are guys. I mean, I feel like those are guys that, you know, we talking about AEW, like guys that like can leave and bet on themselves. Like, I think they'd do okay if they did that.
I think one of them would.
You think one of them would? You think of Bo?
Yeah. No.
You think an Axel?
Yes.
I think Curtis Axel too. For
Because
sure.
he could literally just do his dad's gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
He should be Mr. Girthfict.
Po Buddy's Nerfict.
You know.
Jeez. Let's see, John. Oh,
I wouldn't cast John Cena as Gaston, Tina. I would not. I think if anyone's Gaston, it's Randy Orton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Why is he always red?
Who?
Randy Orton.
Red?
He's red all the time.
That tan action?
Yeah, it's so
or-
bad. Yeah, he just looks terrible. Tan.
Yeah.
Well, it's because he's a snake, so he slithers around backstage.
That's what it is.
He gets a lot of rug burn.
Yeah.
He takes that literally. All right, guys. I don't know what else to talk about because I think we're all kind of addled
Ricochet
by-
is the Rocketeer.
Ricochet is the Rocketeer. Damn it! I need to watch Rocketeer again.
So
That's
can
on the
we
list.
Oh, I
recast
got
New
one.
Year's Eve?
I got one. A Goofy movie,
Yes.
My favorite movie.
but the only character I give a shit about is the singer at the end,
Power. Okay.
Velveteen Dream.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't care about the rest of
There
the
was a
movie.
moment- There was a moment where I'm in Cleveland for premiere, and Celeste Taylor and R.C. Dupree are both wearing that singer's shirt from the Goofy movie.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. Going off your Velveteen as power line, Max, Goofy, and PJ is the New Day.
Oh yeah.
It's the New Day.
So which one's the dipshit? Goofy, like who's that one?
Big E.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
Big E is
Yeah.
PJ. Big E is PJ. Woods is Max, and Kofi is Pauly Shore.
A little
No,
bit
I
of
think
smoke.
Xavier has to be
Hey.
Pauly Shore, right? 'Cause
No,
he's-
Xavier's got to be the lead.
Yeah.
yeah,
Xavier's got to be the lead
yeah.
because he's the nerdiest one.
A leaning tower of
Could see that.
cheeks.
That was a good movie, man. I watched it like.
Plus, it
10
also
times.
matches their height.
I also tried to make Campbell's soup out of a fucking cigarette thing. I tried to heat up
Doesn't work.
when I was a kid. I remember sitting there in my in my dad's truck, and my dad just looked over and was
Like
like,
off of a lighter?
"Yeah,
Yeah,
You know
that's
how
what
he
they
has
did
the
in the
lighter
movie.
and he put the soup."
Hi, Dad.
Because
Soup.
he's like trying to like save bonding time with him. He's like, oh, soup. And I remember I did it, and it was the complete different experience than like the dad trying to bond. I tried to do it, and my dad just looked over and was like,
The fuck are you doing?
what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's
And
like,
I
I'm
was,
just trying to make some hot dad soup.
and I was like, this was in a movie. He goes, well, you're not watching it again. That was it.
My favorite part in that movie is when they go to Lester's Possum Park,
Oh, yeah.
and then
Chuck E. Cheese.
the guy's like, "Who's your favorite possum?" He's like, "Don't touch me." So he hugs him, he slaps him upside the face, he's like, "Beat it, doofus."
I had a crush on that, the chick that Max liked.
I think we all did.
With the
Oh,
little,
yeah, we
the
all did.
little freckle
Roxanne?
she had.
Yeah.
Roxanne.
Roxanne,
And that's a
yeah.
hot ass 90s name, too.
Yeah.
Roxanne.
Yeah.
Roxanne.
It's a
You
hot
You don't have to
name.
turn on the red light.
Yeah.
She was like, that would be Eva Marie, is who Roxanne would be.
Oh no.
No?
You have to, no, you have to give her someone with chops.
Yeah.
Who would it be?
Oh man, that's tough.
Alexa Bliss.
Nah, because Alexa's a bitch.
It has
She
to
was
be a
so-
brunette.
She was super friendly.
Has to be a brunette too. I think. Casey Catanzaro.
Wow. No, I see that. I actually see that.
I'm thinking of brunettes. There are not many.
Hair up, square up. What's her name? Sonya Deville.
Sonya Deville.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
By
Vera.
the way, if we did Mandy Rose as Rapunzel in Tangled, Sonya Deville would be Mother Gothel.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And it comes around.
I think I'm gonna watch Tangled tonight.
I'm crippled by choices. Is the problem?
Sword.
Newsies. I'm watching Newsies.
Sword,
when we
did
get
you
off
watch Frozen yet?
No, I think I'll probably.
Don't
Oh.
do that.
Wait,
Sword.
don't
No,
do that.
Sword,
Everybody
what?
said do it.
Sword, watch Frozen and picture it as Charlotte and Becky.
All right, I want to watch
Which
something.
which Disney character could cut the best WWE promo?
Ooh, all right, that's the real big question.
The
Yes.
genie.
That's the
no,
real
no, no,
big
no, no, no,
question.
no, no. I got the answer for you. It's the genie from Aladdin.
I don't know about that.
He's a little too much.
A little too much.
I think he's a little too much.
You know
Okay.
who could cut a good promo? Lumiere.
Ooh.
The candlestick from Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a solid choice.
Okay. All right.
That's a solid choice.
I think the most badass tag team would be Timon and Pumbaa. Puma or whatever their names are. They would be really fun
Yeah.
talking shit. You know, like the Steiner brothers, they'd be like,
You mean this guy right here?
yep. I don't know why you have that.
How do you just have that in arm's reach?
I'm on my bed, dude.
Who would?
More importantly, why is that on your fucking bed?
I'm a penguin too, because I'm a man child. You son of a bitch. That's why. Go fuck
You,
yourself.
you
that
didn't
way.
see him with the Ghostbusters toys last week.
No.
No, he found a stash.
To be fair, I used to have the plush Abu Aladdin doll, and I would take it to school with me until like second grade.
I had the dinosaur from Land Before Time and took it everywhere.
Yeah, we're fucking losers.
Bigfoot.
All of us. Like it is.
It's a Tuesday night and we're doing a wrestling podcast. Let's be honest.
I'm still trying to think who if I had to pick one Disney character to cut a WWE promo, who I would pick. That's a really hard question, right? Because I'm trying to think of like a Disney princess that could really like just cut a badass like Becky Lynch style promo.
Oh, I would take Maleficent, whatever. What is it? Yeah.
Okay.
What's the girl from Brave? She
Oh,
would do a good
Merida?
promo. Yeah, she
I
would do a
actually
promo.
haven't seen Brave, so
It's a good movie.
It's a good one.
that may be on me that I haven't seen. Fuck it, I'm gonna say Aladdin. Aladdin is like the perfect WWE babyface because he's kind of a dick, but you know he's got a good heart.
But he'll never get over.
Yeah, he'll never get over.
Goofy would be Sid Justice. Just
He'd break his ankle
just
coming off the top
screwing
rope.
shit up. Dude, the
We're
funniest
live, pal.
he has done so many stupid things. But my favorite is when he destroys the barber shop with a steel chair. Did you ever see that? He gets pissed off at the barber shop.
This is on the movie or?
No, this is Psycho Sid.
Oh, I thought you were still talking about Goofy.
No, and he takes a steel chair and hits the window or no the mirror, and he hits a can of what's it called
Of
Spray.
Barber Cream.
barber
right?
cream, and it just blows up in his fucking face. He's such an idiot, man. Like
Oh, I just realized something. Hercules and Phil are Heyman and Lesnar.
Are you talking about the?
The animated.
Yeah. Are you talking
Phil-
about the
Phil
the
Heyman.
half bowl?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, that dude. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely Heyman.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Bless my soul. Brock was on a roll.
Brock
Okay.
Lesnar.
Hey, Sorg. AEW had pay per view this week.
Yes, they did.
it was so good. Man, let me tell you, the thing that they did, fuck. I loved it.
Well, I know.
I haven't been able to watch it.
I haven't been able to watch it either. Like time and I feel
I'm not paying $50.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like I'll
Is
find
that
out-
how much it was?
I think it was like
Yeah.
$50,
Yeah.
40 or $50.
I'm good.
It's
Sometimes you just gotta find a way to watch it for free. Sorry.
Hey,
everybody.
we don't
we
not
don't
condone that here on
condone
this show.
No one condone that.
Support your wrestling.
Yes,
That's right.
Support your
sorry,
wrestling.
Support your wrestling by not watching it illegally.
I mean,
we wait.
Sorry, guys.
do it the right way, man. I mean, I'll find out what happens.
I agree
Wednesday,
100%
right?
on that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As let's see, everybody here in some way has been involved in a wrestling product.
Hey, I'm not. I would totally do it, but like I said, the last time I tried that, my dad had a cheater box and it didn't fucking work.
There you go.
why
That's your
saying-
cautionary tale.
Yes.
It's Hell in the Cell,
Yes,
right?
yes.
I love those cheater boxes.
Oh, they were so cool.
And then when they would expire, it would just be on the Weather Channel. Did that ever happen to you?
No, I always 1 o'clock. I had Spice. Remember Spice Channel?
Oh, yeah.
I do.
That's
I
what I
remember
had.
Spice.
That was pretty cool.
I had an uncle that had the big dish, and they always had the pay-per-views there, but I never I was never invited over to watch. That was weird.
Yeah.
I was like, what's up with that?
That was rude.
Yeah, I'm just like, wait a minute. But I think I watched the Mike Tyson comeback.
Oh,
yeah.
June 28th, once again, Mike Tyson bit Evander Holyfield's ear.
No, not that one. The one where he beat up the white guy.
Hey, now. No.
They made a movie about it.
Francois Botha?
I don't know. No.
Oh, wait, this is a real fight?
Yeah,
Boxing
no,
match?
that was he came back.
That was him.
and-
That was his return.
Was
or
that him?
Kevin something.
I thought it was like Kevin something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Kevin
he's like,
Sullivan?
Yeah. No. Yes, Kevin Sullivan. Jeez. All
I don't know
right.
where that came from. I'm sorry.
Does anybody else every time what's his face Perfect 10 comes out and Blanchard comes out, I keep thinking that's Kevin Sullivan. until they
I
say
mean,
something.
Who, Tessa?
No. Her dad
Oh,
comes out with
yeah.
I forget his name now. Sean
Spears.
Sean Spears. Thank you. And and it's like, why is Kevin Sullivan here? And they're like, oh, it's Tully Blanchard. I'm like, oh shit. Okay,
Yeah.
that's me. But anyways, hey guys, what did you learn from wrestling this week?
What did you learn from Disney Plus?
I think we learned a lot from Disney Plus.
I've learned that I'll have no free time now that I have Disney Plus.
I learned that I will never be bored.
Yeah, dude.
Like, like legitimately, if I ever tweet that I don't have anything to watch,
Mhm.
You're
someone
lying
come
to
here-
yourself.
Someone come here, slap me in the fucking face.
Yeah, I'm just crippled by decisions. Like that's really.
I learned that Rusev. No.
Sorry, I just think everything with him right now.
Is put in the worst position possible,
Shit.
and
I think
he's
that's Lana.
and he is making the best out of it that he could possibly do. Like this, it is such a death sentence idea, and I think he's fucking crushing it for as shitty as it is, for as much as everyone on the internet's like it's stupid, because it's terrible, it's horrible. But
Corey Graves is running it down on the official WWE podcast.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like, what the hell are we thinking? He's saying the thing that we're all saying of
Well, he's saying some of the things that we're all thinking.
Yeah, he's saying like
some of them. He's not saying all.
It's a relationship written by somebody who's never been in a relationship before.
And I also think here's another thing that I've learned is that I think that Seth Rollins is our modern day Bret Hart.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Which explains why I don't like him very much.
I'm a huge Seth Rollins fan. He has, I think, the same mindset that Brett does with the business. And like he says, it sucks after Hell in a Cell that, we worked our ass off. And I get that, I'm not going to be the first babyface booed or the last. Yada, yada. But it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, you beat Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
This whole year was about you.
Yeah.
The year prior was about you.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
If Bret Hart had Twitter in 1995, he'd be saying the same exact thing.
They're the exact. It's the exact same, and it's really making me dislike
but see,
everything about him. And I hate the power couple bullshit too.
But the problem is, we need a Shawn Michaels.
He's such a good
That's the
chicken
thing. We
shit
don't have-
heel.
we don't have
That's
a
why it's
Shawn Michaels.
bothering me. Seth Rollins is such a good chicken shit heel.
Yeah.
When he had the security with him, he was awesome with the gloves, with the gold pant. Like he was awesome. And this burn it down. Fuck off. Like I can't get behind it. I get he's the best wrestler, and a baby face gets to do more moves off the top ropes. Fantastic.
He wants to be the light flippy wrestler. Yeah.
But who there's no. Like you just said, there's no Shawn Michaels.
There's no one for him to bounce off of.
There's no 1997 Shawn Michaels, and it's so needed right now.
There's not even they even tried to do the thing with the Fiend to be his Undertaker, but because the Fiend is so new, the Fiend can't sell anything.
We're still establishing them. Like the Fiend. The Fiend should be taking out nobodies on superstars as an equivalent, for the next 3 months.
See, I don't understand. And that's what I'm saying. I don't understand that. What is his identity in the ring? He can take punishment and he laughs at it. Give me your best shot. It's not enough. I don't understand. I don't understand. Is he playing mind games? I don't understand it.
I don't even know how we realistically have someone beat the Fiend.
At that point, we'll find a way, because Braun Strowman was able to flip fucking ambulances and come back from the dead, and now
Braun Strowman got knocked out by one punch from Tyson Fury.
That's what I'm saying. And
from a heavyweight boxer at least.
Yeah,
So,
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, Big Show got up from a punch from Floyd Mayweather. All right,
who was a welterweight boxer.
Yeah, but he had brass knuckles on.
Yeah,
that's what. I hate when they bring in so-called legitimate athletes because it completely discredits the person they're in the ring with.
Yep.
Unless the only time that it wasn't that case was with Becky Lynch. That was it. When they were like, oh, Ronda wants out. Okay, well, fuck you. It's really it seems like it's up to that performer's decisions. Like Brock, he's like, yeah, sure, I'll stick around. I'll every 6 weeks. What do you need? Okay, cool. Yep. I mean, he has the dream job. Brock Lesnar. Like, hey, you're gonna just fucking piss everyone off, beat somebody's ass, and you don't have to say a word. There's no meet and greets because nobody likes you. Nobody wants to talk to you.
You're not hanging with sick kids.
Yeah. Like, oh, he would.
Well,
I think if he F5'd a kid, I would buy his shirt in a heartbeat.
Hey, they're letting kids pin the owner of the company in AEW. They might as well have 5 kids left and right at WWE, right?
I'm just waiting for Brock Lesnar to fight Nicholas at WrestleMania next year.
We're like, hey, you're a champion.
That made me so mad. Do you know why that made me mad? Because still somehow my failing 30-year-old fat body gets mad that kid got a chance and I didn't. Like, I wasn't mad because like there was a kid with him, but I was like, why didn't he fucking pick me from the audience? I was there. I could have done it. I could have done it.
If it makes you feel better, that was a referee's son.
No, that makes me feel worse because he's entitled and he's privileged. He wasn't just a random kid. He wasn't a random kid. He wasn't a Make-A-Wish kid. He didn't earn this.
I thought it was like
was it Little Nature's kid?
When Matt Carlins and I were, when Matt Jen and I were there for that event live, we legitimately thought that was a Make-A-Wish kid and thought that was his wish. And I'm like, oh, that is fucking cool.
So
they're doing that. That's amazing.
Can I tell?
Then I found out it was fucking John Cohn's kid, and I'm like, well, that's just fucking stupid now.
Do you guys want to hear my closing joke that I'm going to tell Mick Foley?
Okay.
Sure.
Exclusive.
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. Fuck it. So it's a true story. I had cancer a few years ago, and when I got diagnosed with cancer, my doctor told me, you have to call somebody, and like you call your family or whatever, whoever you need to call, let them know what's going on. And the first person I decided to call was Make-A-Wish. This is a true story. I was like, I'm calling Make-A-Wish. I earned it. I'm cashing in my money in the bank. This is my time. So I call Make-A-Wish, and they're like, hi, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, hey, I'm qualified for your program. And like, what do you mean? I'm like, your rewards program. I want it. And they're like, oh, you have cancer? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, all right, well, what do you want? And I was like, true story. I said, I know that the Royal Rumble was coming to Pittsburgh. And they were like, don't say another word. We'll get you tickets, and you might meet John Cena. And then I said, first of all, I already have tickets. Second of all, fuck John Cena. And she's like, I'm sorry, what? Well, what would you like? Without a beat, I said, I want The Undertaker to choke slam me through the Spanish announcing table. She goes, can you please hold? And I'm like, yeah, probably not for long. So listen, now I'm on hold. 3 minutes ago, I was told I have cancer. I'm about to die. And I just powerballed this into being the best thing that could have ever. I was so happy I had cancer because I was like, I'm on hold for a reason. Like it's going to happen, right? She comes back and goes, hey, I forgot to ask you something. How old are you? And I pushed mute. I was like, fuck. Come back. I'm like, I'm 23, 24, whatever I was. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. Then we can't do that for you. And I said, well, why not? She goes, because Make-A-Wish cutoff is at 18 years old. And being a comedian, I had a quick response back. And I was like, so wait a minute. That's the only reason why? You're telling me that if I was a 5-year-old with leukemia, you were going to let the Undertaker,
even if you were 18,
the undead guy, throw my brittle bones through a fucking table while Kane lit my ass on fire. That was going to happen if I was 6. She goes, I don't know what to fucking tell you. We'll send you a Getco gift card, and hung up on me. I got $150 in Getco gift cards.
Shit.
I mean, okay.
Wait, in what gift cards?
Getco, a gas station.
It's our local like grocery store gas station kind of thing.
Yeah.
Really? Not even. They couldn't even give you Amazon.
It's like
Nothing.
it's like a poor man's Sheets.
Yeah.
They could have at least given you sheets.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a real burn there.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they're like, we know you like sheets, but here's Getco because
Yeah.
you're shitty.
Wawa.
So,
They
yeah,
could be-
Wawa.
No, if they would have given me Wawa, I just would have told my doctor to pull the fucking plug.
I'm like, it's
Wawa
everywhere.
is terrible. Wawa is so bad.
Dude, people swear by Wawa.
Yeah,
Yeah, people from Philadelphia who don't know
We
any
went
better.
there.
Nobody cares about
My
people from
my
Philadelphia.
girlfriend and I went to Wawa after vacation to Ocean City, New Jersey, because we're super white trash. We went to Wawa on the way home, and I was like, "Well, I always see these signs at Flyers games. Wawa's better than Sheets." I'm like, "We gotta try it,
It's a fucking lie.
dude."
It's not great.
It is terrible.
I mean,
like
Would you?
it is so fucking. It is so bad.
It's fine.
Would
when
you
you're-
It
say-
is.
It's-
It is
it's
not as
drunk
bad as
food.
The Simpsons, but it is really bad.
Oh,
Would you say?
yeah, fucking no. God,
I thought we had it clean out.
Nope.
No, it's about to get worse.
I
all
would
right?
rather eat Wawa than eat at Quickie Mart. Is all I'm saying.
Oh.
No,
wow.
would you say?
No, I
that,
agree with you on that because Apu does not keep those hot dogs.
No,
well
no.
stocked.
Although the quick,
Isn't he kicked off?
The only
Didn't
thing
they
I
write him
want
off?
from the
I think they
Quickie
had
Mart is an
It's
all syrup
ridiculous.
super squishy. That's the only thing I want.
No,
Ronnie.
Matt, I gotta ask you a serious question.
Yes.
Would you say Wawa almost gave you cancer again?
No, because there were no benefits out of it. There were no perks of it. I didn't get to meet anybody. I didn't get new material. It was bad.
Oh boy.
Cancer, I lost 50 pounds. Wawa, I almost lost my left foot to diabetes from this shit. It
I
was
don't mean to laugh. I'm sorry.
disgusting.
I like her.
I'm just glad that Wawa will never sponsor this show.
well,
We're getting a phone call tomorrow from Wawa. Hey, heard you guys were talking about us yesterday.
I don't know. Sheets may send us some boom boom sauce.
Hey, I'm all about Sheets, man. By the way, Sheets, bring back your deep fried pickles, assholes. They were amazing.
They got their
Okay.
sheets of pizza that no one likes, but they won't bring those back.
Make sure I clip all this and tag Sheets, and we'll see what happens.
We should.
I'll blow their shit up.
Sorg, I learned one more thing from wrestling.
Are we still doing that segment?
Sure. Rusev wanted to bang in the tank.
I caught that too. That was the only redeeming part of that promo.
That was the only redeeming part. And then Rusev's like, "Of course I want to have sex in the tank. It's a tank."
From the chat room, they learned some things too. Let's see. Dave learned that Charlotte is just the Big Show flipping between heel and face.
Yep.
Tina learned that damn Rusev looks good in a suit. Also, she called out that was Mike Tyson and Peter McNeely in his comeback fight in '95. That's the only one that I'd ever seen live for some reason. I don't know why that's the one.
Oh, I thought you meant after getting beat up after.
No, it was coming back from prison.
Oh,
That thing.
that was a work.
Also, a rollback. Rob Brown, cameraman Rob wants a blank check with IRS.
I'll make one for
That
you.
makes sense.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That makes
Although,
sense.
who would IRS be in that scenario? Because that movie is about a child.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember enough of that.
Yeah,
that
the
movie.
blank check came when some mobster asshole hit a kid.
On a bicycle to replace the bike, right?
And then he ended up buying this house with a slide in it.
The kid would have to be the
On a
Miz.
bicycle.
Yeah.
He gave the kid a blank check to and he was like, "Tell your parents what to do with this." And he like fed it into a printer that was somehow able to print out like
Oh yeah, the technology they
$1
had.
yeah, he was able to print out like $1 million or something.
That 1992 technology.
And then the kid started hitting on the bank employee who was like a 24-year-old woman.
And she was all about it too. She's like,
she,
yeah.
she was a little bit about it, and it got very awkward. Even as a child, I'm like,
It was
something is not right here.
It was a different time, which it also wasn't right in.
That's it. I'm watching Blank Check when we get off of here.
Jeez.
POV.
Ronnie,
Yeah,
Ronnie,
POV.
Matt Light.
Ronnie, did you watch Rookie of the Year yet?
Not
Best
yet.
Best movie ever.
Okay.
No, it is
Matt
one
Light
of the
can
best
stay.
ones.
No, I really love that movie. I love the fact that Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla both strike the fuck out.
We had the rookie of the year here on the couch.
Henry Rowengartner,
Yeah.
Ian
Henry
Thomas Nichols,
Rosenberger.
like the actual guy
Yeah, he was here when WizardCon
promoting
was
his
in.
band. That
No, he was promoting his appearance at WizardCon on Pittsburgh Current.
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so that's what
I forgot
started
Wizard
this.
World was a thing.
What Thomas Ian Nicholas? Is that it?
Yes.
Yes.
That's it.
Nailed it.
Yeah,
He got both names right.
yeah. Big fan of his. Big fan of his. More in the American Pie though. That was a good.
You know,
movie, too.
that was a fun thing because I brought it up on the show. I'm like, oh, yeah, we're going to have the guy from American Pie. I said his name, didn't get to American Pie, and he said Henry Baumgartner, and Mad Mike like recited the like most of the movie.
Rosenberger. Yeah,
Yes,
dude, it's a great
yes.
movie.
Run amucker.
Matt,
There's a
like,
lot of different names he has.
He's trying to kick me off, guys.
thank you
Bruce
so
Martyr.
much. Thank you so much for. I want to make sure you get the plugins before I forget.
Yes.
Where can people see you online and
I just
person.
got at Matt Light finally on Twitter.
I saw that. I thought I was tagging the wrong one.
No, it was a big battle. There was
Wow.
Matt Crawford is a master gardener from Conneaut, Ohio. Used his account for one tweet back in 2009. I've been contacting this dickhead for 10 straight years. Finally, I looked him up on Facebook and told him I'd send him $50 if he would just delete his account.
Wow.
And he gave me his password and I changed his account name to MattLight11111, something like that. And I never sent him $50. So thank you,
Definitely.
Matt Crawford. On Instagram, I am Matt Light Comedy. Matt X Light on you. Just search Matt Light anywhere.
Yeah.
If it's not the New England Patriots former left tackle, it's probably me.
Look very different. Look very different.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm apparently already following you on Twitter.
Oh, sweet, dude. I'll follow you back, bro.
Oh, thanks, man.
What's yours?
At Starks Wrestling.
Is that where is there an X at the end of that?
It's an S.
S.
Starks. Yeah.
Starks.
Wrestling.
Yes.
This is an inventive way for Ronnie
Ronnie
to get his.
Starks. Oh, I am following you back.
Yeah, boy.
You'll see a lot of toys and safety images.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that good?
Yes.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
No,
my
it's
shit's crazy.
It's good.
Sweet.
Trust me. So we got Ronnie's plugs out of the way now.
Oh, yeah, we're good.
Ronnie, where are you popping up? Are you going to be at the next Rise show? I didn't know if you're in on that one.
Are you the benefit show or?
I don't know.
I'll be at. Well, I don't know if they announced it yet, but Uprise is going to be on. I think December 8th. My bad. Fuck. Sorry.
Because I don't think it's out yet.
Oh well, surprise, motherfuckers.
Hashtag blame Ronnie.
So I'm fired, man. No, this Saturday I'm gonna be at Real Action Pro Wrestling in Youngstown, Ohio. And then I think that's it for the month. Actually, I don't think I have anything going on. That's it.
Amazing.
Come see Mick Foley.
I will come to your show.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, if you really want to see a really great show, you should skip Mick Foley's show and see me headline the Pittsburgh Improv on New Year's Eve. It's even better.
Do both. Just do both.
No, people are broke that time of the year. Mick,
It's one or the other, bro. I can't do.
fuck Mick. He's got enough money. Come see me. You know, and then I will buy that Shawn Michaels stand-in from you if I make enough money. Because every time I walk in here, I'm like, I wonder if he'll notice.
Just put it on your shoulder and walk out the door. It'll be
I
fine.
should. Oh, I want that so bad. They had one at this place called Paper City on McKnight Road years ago, like 20 years ago. It was in the stand-in. I was about to buy it. My mom was going to take me. We walked in and it was gone. I looked at this for like months and months and months. I'm like, I want it. My dad's like, why the fuck do you want that? What are you just gonna look at it? I was like, I'm gonna wrestle it. My dad's like, yeah, you're not getting it. And finally, when I went to see how much of a disappointment my dad is, I finally go to get this thing, and it's not there. I just want it.
God, man.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mad Mike 483 on the tweets.
DisneyPlus.com/Poppy.
Is it on there?
Probably not. But all right, DisneyPlus.com.
I'm tempted, though.
Just search for 90s Spider-Man.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh, and by the way, I was listening to 90s Spider-Man while I was at work. Mark Hamill is the voice of the fucking Hobgoblin.
Goddamn right he is.
Wow.
Did not know that, and it's basically his Joker voice.
Who is it?
Mark Hamill.
Yeah, that's why that's why in Jay and Silent Bob, his character is what is it? Cockknocker. Yeah, because it's a mockery of that dude. Yeah, he's Cockknocker for that reason.
Guys, thank you so much for being with us in this kind of different Mayhem show. We'll be back with the Disney Mayhem show next week. Mayhem out.
Goodbye, everyone.
Come dance with me till the night is through. Come on, let me show you what I can do. Come dance with me, baby, till the night is through. Come on, let me show you what I can do. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see you walk into the room, a drink in your hand, the smell of sweet perfume. And as you walk by, I wanna stand up and cry. Come dance with me. I watch the guys try and make their move, one by one, thinking that they're smooth. Then I catch your glance, I think there might be a chance. Come dance with me. Come dance with me. Come dance with me. Until the night is through. Come dance with me. Come dance with me. And see what I can do. As close draws near, I make my way. You reach out, and I hear you say, what are you waiting for? Come take me out on the floor and dance with me. Come dance with me. Come dance with me. Until the night is through. Until the night is through. Come dance with me. Come dance with me. Let's see what we can do. I see you walk into the room, a drink in your hand, the smell of sweet perfume. And as you walk by, I wanna stand up and cry. Come dance with me. And as you walk by, I wanna stand up and cry. Come dance with me.
Welcome to Teaching Sorg Slang. Bay. Bay is a Danish word for poop, also used by people on the internet who thinks it means baby, sweetie, etc. Bay, I love you so much. Brian, my bay, and I just made a bay. 10 words related to bay. Babe, baby, boo, girlfriend, boyfriend, love, hot, beautiful, lover, sex. Bay.
We feel like we have these resolutions and they're just spinning around and they never get anywhere. They just float around, just spin around and never leave. Never any action behind them. Nothing ever gets done.
Yes. All right. This is Sheena, and this on guitar is Steve, and we are about to play Mercy, one of our originals. All my foes are on the run, and all my friends are out for blood, and all my sins are off the shelf. And all my plans have smoked themselves, and all these things that I held dear have burned so fast, have burned for years, and you say mercy. Oh, I got none. You say conviction, but I got more than one. A bulletproof, yeah, I bet you are. But I've seen worse than you get just as far. Lord only knows what I got planned. The light it burns, the dark I can't stand, and I get so tired of being blamed for all the wrong done in my name, and all these things that I held dear have burned so fast, have burned for years, and you say mercy. Oh, I got none. You say conviction, but I got more than one. A bulletproof, yeah, I bet you are. But I've seen worse than you get just as far, and you say mercy. Oh, I got none. You say conviction, but I got more than one. Bulletproof, yeah, I bet you are. But I've seen worse
7 Sundays, 14 afternoons, 15 roses, 1 bottle of perfume, walks at sunset, confessions by the moon. But it's over now, we fell in love too soon. Magic moments captured on a roll, always with me, though they can't fill the hole. I hear the melody of a familiar tune. I look around but no one's in the room, and it's over now, we fell in love too soon. I wanted someone I couldn't resist. You wanted someone that didn't exist. We should have waited till we were grown, and now we're stranded on an island of our a familiar tune. I look around but no one's in the room, and it's over now, we fell in love too soon. But it's over now, we fell in love too soon. But it's over now, we fell in love too soon.
Brian, I understand that November 9th has some significance.
Yeah, it's a big day. It is the launch of pghmuseums.org. It's the most comprehensive directory of museums, galleries, historic places, a media site as well. It's all being released on the 9th. We're having a party to celebrate at Threadbare Cider and Mead. $25 a ticket will get you live music, live paintings, access to explore the Carnegie Museum of Natural History's mini museum. It will also be hosted by Professor Buzzkill, international history podcaster, and you'll get a $20 PGH membership card to get discounts at over a dozen museums throughout southwestern Pennsylvania, and appetizers as well. Two drinks included, just $25.
That sounds great. And as always, we offer opportunities for personal growth. Be there, be square. This is Fishing Without Bait signing off.
Grilled chicken, making sure I'm eating my vegetables, a little rice as well. But if we're playing a morning game, I make sure I always eat my breakfast because that's the most important meal of the day.
We see them in wheelchairs or in canes or crutches, and we're there, and we go, hey, thank you for serving, thank you for giving your time.
You take a tragedy that could have destroyed a family, could have destroyed a community, and you build something fantastic from it that's going to help countless kids.
So you want me to just jazzy jeff them out here one by one or what?
So today, for the first time ever, I'm gonna take a walk through there and see all this radical, bodacious stuff. To me, this might be the holy grail of awesome movie props. Do I have to choose one?
I'm gonna immediately get fired however I answer.
That's a trick question.
Absolutely Comic Sans.
It was dark and dirty and full of trash, but when we started to wade through it and separate what was there and kind of meticulously bag, cigarette packs and membership cards and police reports, it really sort of hit me that this wasn't just a random array of materials. This was a history, and there really could be a lot more to it.
My name is Joanne Spence, and this is Yoga on the Square. What I like to do is break it down into 4 simple words, and it's self-care and self-awareness. And when we become more aware of ourselves, then we are able to be comfortable in our bodies.
Been very helpful. Every time we do these, you summon me up here. And today, the Green Room Snacks is absolutely fantastic. I don't even know what these is, but they look delicious. They ain't.
I shared it.
Isn't it wonderful that Mike just keeps getting exposed to new learning experiences, Missy?
Can you give me, before we start talking, let me just share it to PGH Museums.
All right, we're a little lavish.
Oh.
Hi there.
Hi. Do I have time to share that or no? Okay.
We're loose on this,
We're free form, Brian.
We're pretty loose on this setup. This is fine. This is fine. There's Jim. Say hello to the people out there. We're streaming in multiple places today.
Hello, people out there, and we're people here, perhaps. As Mr. Rogers says, it's so nice we're going to have this time together.
Indeed. All right. You all shirt up over there?
Give me 1 second. I'm just really fast typer.
I guess you are. Nimble fingers.
Okay, now I'm good.
Everybody's good to go. All right, Jim.
Okay.
Going in 3, 2.
Welcome. Whether you got here on purpose or by accident, everyone has to be somewhere. And today, in this moment, you're on the Fishing Without Bait podcast, a lifetime without definitive expectations, where we help people create themselves rather than define themselves, a rather free-form type of podcast where we help people explode into their lives and experience it, to be in the moment. What we're looking for is people who have the honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness to try. A few little particles of each, and you're well on your way. There are no membership fees, and if you're welcome nowhere else, you're certainly welcome here. And as our custom, we like to present an eclectic roster of guests, and today we're joined by our friend, Mr. Brian Crawford.
Hello.
Mr. Brian, so if you were going to give a reference for yourself, if you were writing one, and I said, gee, I'm looking for a Brian Crawford, and you applied for the job, what would be some of the bona fides that you have? What would you say about yourself?
I would say that you don't have to worry about work. I work all the time. I don't stop working. I don't really sleep. So it'll get done. The job will get done. You know that. You know the job will get done because I rarely, I get through these days. I work overnight for my day job, and then I have big projects I do on the side and things like that. And between the two of them, there are days where I'm going 2 hours without, of just 2 hours of sleep, or sometimes I go on large binges where I'll be awake for 30 plus hours, sleepless binge, and it's not great, but I'll get it done. Something needs done, I'll get it done.
Well, sometime we can explore the consequences of sleep deprivation.
Oh, I've got stories.
However, what you're saying, perhaps you've heard this saying that if you want to get something done, ask a busy person to do it.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I'm guilty of that too. I like to bring people in on my projects as well, and I've got some of with my new project, PGH Museums, that's launching on the 9th of November, I've brought in some of the busiest people in Pittsburgh to help me organize it, which is great because things are getting done, but it's really, really frustrating. It's other times because try planning a meeting with all of these people with their intense schedules and try getting them all to come together at one place. We've done it a couple times, which is impressive, but it's very rare. It's hard to do.
So quite often on this show, we ask people to take different perspectives, and the perspective that they're taking of a situation may not be exactly one that's helpful or beneficial to them. So when you're trying to get all of these things together, someone listening to this podcast maybe has so many things that they have to do, and they can either look at that with a sense of frustration or a sense of adventure.
Yeah, I think it can become frustrating if you don't take time to enjoy things and take time for yourself as well. But it can also be an adrenaline rush when you're just in the middle of it and everything's happening. I think of the Millville Music Festival year 2 when I did all of these artist interviews for the River's Edge Network. I did the Millville Music Fest show called the Millville Music Minute, and then I was doing interviews on other people's platforms to talk about the music festival. And it was every day I had a million things, plus I was working. It was a busy time of year at work, and I think I averaged 2 hours of sleep every day for a month. But it was crazy. It was almost like a thrill. You were going from place to place, and then afterwards you were just like dead. but yeah, I don't know. I think being busy helps me in a lot of ways, especially working overnight. Having a busy schedule helps you just remember what day it is. A lot of times people, when they work such weird hours, they lose track of the day and the time, and they don't really do anything else. I shouldn't say that. There's some people I work with who do a lot, but there are other people who do nothing. And I think they use the hours as an excuse because you are tired all the time, and you just have to get out there and force yourself to do it. You're never fully rested because even when you do get a good sleep, the human body isn't designed to sleep during the day and stay awake at night.
No, it is we're not hardwired for that, and we often discuss sleep hygiene on this show. However, tell us who some of your heroes are. Who are some people that you admire, Brian?
I mean, there's people in my family, I guess.
Name one of them. Name their first name.
My grandfather.
Your grandfather, okay. So how many hours a day does your grandfather have?
None. He's dead.
Uh-huh.
But
So someone you admire, how many hours a day did he have?
I imagine a lot. So
How many hours does everyone have?
Oh, 24 hours in a day.
24 hours. So sometimes we say, I don't get anything done. Or you look at somebody that you admire, but however, they have the same number of hours in a day that you do. And we often have to wonder, well, they have the same amount of time that I do in a day. The reason that they get so much done is, what I'm hearing from you. I love your passion. I love your participation in life, your excitement, and that's kind of the thing that we hope to transmit we hope to transmit to the individuals who perhaps are listening to this show. Sometimes we think that we get into situations or we look at people and say, yeah, that's easy for you to say. You have this, you have that. Well, I didn't get this all at once. It didn't hatch. I didn't grow this on a farm. Okay, so what we talk about on this show sometimes is a Japanese concept of ikigai. Iki meaning life, gai meaning purpose. Okay, so what it sounds like to me, you're just so interested in most everything.
Well, I'm interested in certain things, but when I'm interested in it, I really dive head first. There's a lot of things I'm not interested in, and I just don't do it at all. I don't force myself to do anything I don't want to do.
You're a curious type of individual, so could you maybe lay the groundwork and the foundation of how you and I became acquainted?
Yeah, so we became acquainted through Sorgatron Media, and you have your podcast, Fishing Without Bait, and I had started the River's Edge radio network, and there was, for some time, you were being rebroadcasted on that station as well. So we had met through one of the networking events that Michael Sorg put on? Is that correct?
Well, Mike Sorg, as everyone knows on this show, is our good friend, co-host, and producer of this program, who operates Sorgatron Media, who distributes this and other production throughout the Ethernet, as it's called. And however we met. So we've often found the River's Edge and its evolution quite fascinating. Could you say a little bit about that? Most people will say, well, I have this idea. How do I make it bloom? How do I bring it into fruition?
Yeah, so that is something you mentioned about people who think like, oh, it's easy. And you hear a lot of that, especially when you're doing online radio. People would tell me all the time, oh, I thought about doing online radio. And I thought, oh, okay. And it is easy to start a stream, and you can pay for the licensing if you want. However, most people aren't going to do that because they don't know that they have to, I'm guessing. But anybody can go and put their credit card information and throw some songs up into a stream, but nobody's going to listen to it. That's where the work comes in, is you have to really work all the time to promote what you're doing and push it, and that's what people don't really understand. And I know you were interested in how that started. So I'm very, it's weird. With little decisions in life, I will agonize. Like if I wanted to decide whether I was going out for, I don't know, Italian or Mexican, what I want to eat, like I'll sit there for hours and just like kill myself. Oh my gosh, what do I want? Do I want pasta, or do I want a taco? And I'll waste so much time worrying about that. But when it comes to like major life decisions, like I'm going to go back to school, I'll just wake up one day and be like, you know what, I'm going to go back to school, and then I do it. There's very little thought involved. I mean, I'm sure there's some thought over time where I'm thinking, oh, I'd like to do this or that, but I just jump right into it. And the River's Edge was a situation like that, where I was doing college radio out of WCAL, and I was sick one day, and I did get better as it went on, but at the time I was doing talk radio. It was a 3-hour program, and after I'd been doing talk radio for years, I could roll out a program very quickly if something was going on. But back then, it took a lot of planning for me to do a 3-hour program, because maybe I wasn't as confident because I was new, and I wanted to make sure it was done right. I never like to go and perform and feel underprepared and put out a bad product.
I like that term, confident. How do people develop confidence? So could you, yes, please continue.
So preparation is a good way to develop confidence, and that's what I did at WCAL, and I'm happy to say every one of my shows, even my very first broadcast there, and I stress there was one time I did an online thing before I went to WCAL that was a disaster because I wasn't prepared, and I didn't realize what kind of preparation it took. So my very first broadcast at WCAL was fantastic because I was prepared, and all of my shows there were pretty decent, I thought. But I put a lot of prep work into those shows because I wasn't as experienced as I was when I did it at the River's Edge. So I had requested to cancel my show one week because I was sick all week. I hadn't had the time to prepare, and I had gotten the proper approval. Well, then the station manager found out, and she always had an issue with me. So she said she sent one of her underlings, who's actually a nice guy, but he was under her spell at the time, and he was giving me a hard time, and they wanted to suspend me because I had called off for that. Meanwhile, people would call off all the time for a million things. So I said, well, you know what, if you're going to suspend me, I'm not coming back the rest of the semester. And they said, well, if you're not coming back, don't come back at all. So I said, fine. So I spent a few months, about maybe 3 to 4 months, building a website and putting the steps in place to launch a podcast. And we would broadcast in a closet. That's the part that you always find funny.
Oh,
Jonas.
I thought that was great.
We podcasted. We would do this broadcast. It was a 2-hour-long broadcast every week. And I would bring people up into this closet in an attic at my house. There's no heating, no air conditioning. It's in this small little closet that's maybe no longer than the edge of the couch we're sitting on to the maybe just an inch or two beyond this wall behind us. It was a very small room. We would be up there in 90-degree heat, all this equipment running around me. My guests, because they couldn't fit in the studio with me, they had to sit on a futon that was outside of the closet holding a wireless microphone to communicate with me. And that's how we got our start. It was the only room in the house that had decent acoustics because it was an old house with really tall ceilings, and it just was not really appropriate. None of the rooms were appropriate for audio engineering. So we would do it in this closet, and we kept working at it. I ended up meeting my business partner, Sarah Kramer, who is running the River's Edge right now with her another business partner. And her and I decided to launch the 24-hour radio network, and we spent several months getting bands to sign up. That was before we discovered Adobe Sign, so we were literally driving all across Pittsburgh to get musicians to give their autograph to give us permission to stream their music. So we went through it, the legal channels to make sure that we were all official and operating correctly. But I had musicians up in that closet. I had everything, and and it's still going on now. The River's Edge sponsors the Millville Music Festival, and it's all local original music.
So what you're talking about is most people just generally see the final polished product, okay? But they don't understand all the growing pains, all the birth. But what you're talking about is having an idea, and many people have ideas, okay? But most of them don't, as they say, grow legs and come to fruition. I remember when we first started this program, we did it. Now we're sitting here in the studios of Sorgatron Media. However, when we started this show, we were in a basement with sheets so no one would see the washer and dryer that was behind us, okay?
I was in that basement.
Yes, you. So everything starts out in a place, and I'm going to paraphrase this, and please excuse me, I can't find the author at the moment, but it's luck is when success meets preparation. Okay, so those two type of things, and what we talk about as often is synergy on this show. When 1 + 1 = 3, when you get together with someone, and the product is greater than the parts.
Yeah, I also think it has to do with being willing to ride it out in the tough times as well too. A lot of people will start a podcast, or they'll start a blog, or they'll do anything on their own, and if they don't see immediate success, then they'll run from it because they just, I don't know if they're bored, or they just don't take it seriously, or they just think that everything comes easily. Maybe they do think that you could just throw something out there and people will just come to it, when really that's not how it is. It's tireless work. I mentioned that original broadcast I did with online radio. One of the things that I did wrong is I prepared for myself to take phone calls. Well, no one knew about my show, so no one called. So I had this huge block of time laid out to respond and communicate with my audience, and it was an audience that didn't exist. So I had learned then
great
that you have to prepare to receive no audience feedback, and if you get it, great. And if you have to dump something that you planned, that's great, but you have to prepare for the worst, and then when the best happens,
I
that's...
like that thought.
Yeah.
So what we often suggest to people is, and everyone knows I'm from the 12-step world, if we don't know what to do, we have a real good hunch that you know what not to do. Okay, so and that's why failure is not a horrible situation. Well, and we've talked about this on the show before. However, it bears repeating. Even in the past, there were investigative reporters who were trying to dig up dirt on people, maybe get a quote from them, a headline, and this investigative reporter went to Menlo Park and met with Thomas Edison one time and wanted to talk to Edison about his development of the light bulb. And however, he started the interview off with, well, Mr. Edison, tell me how it feels to have failed over 1,000 times. When Edison was, and his associates, many of them, were making different types of combinations to make the filament last longer, glow brighter. And Edison knew what this person was trying to do, and he says, I've never failed. I found 1,000 things that did not work. So you found many things that did not work.
Sure, yeah, always, and you do learn, and then you learn what does work. You always have to be, especially if you're doing something on your own, you always have to be watching what other people are doing. That's one thing I've often learned, is I learn a lot from watching other people and seeing what they're doing. One thing I've done with the museum project is anytime I make a social media post, first off, I just share a picture or a video, and then I'll just put the information in the text, which seems to do better on Facebook. Versus like sharing, and even if you share an event that's created on Facebook, for some reason that doesn't do as well as if you just share a picture.
So how did you deal with all the naysayers in your life that would say to you, Brian, this will never work, why are you wasting your time, on and on and on? How did you deal? I'm sure you dealt with naysayers.
Yeah, and you deal with that all the time, and one of the things I say is I can't do anything else. My job's not that fulfilling. I just do it to pay the bills, and I have to do something that is something I enjoy. And what's more interesting and what's more fulfilling to you as a person, so even if it does fail, for example, even if I don't think the museum project will fail, but even if it does, what's better, going out and exploring places and taking fascinating video and creating things that other people will enjoy, or sitting at home watching someone else's product on TV for 5 hours a night? I feel like that's kind of a waste of life versus going out and living in the world and creating the content. To me is a lot more.
Well, it just seems like there's always individuals out there who will critique your efforts and give you multiple reasons why it doesn't work and why it's going to fail. How did you deal with those?
I just tell them they're wrong. I mean, I don't really argue with them. I mean, I guess I do argue with them because I tell them they're wrong, but I don't really. I never really cared what anyone else thought in that regard. If I want to do it, I've always been that way. If I want to do something, I just do it.
Okay.
And even with simple things like trips, I had my sister wanted to go to. I was going to Cleveland, and she was going to go with me. And I guess like it's a situation, some sort of driving situation. She didn't have a vehicle or whatever, but she tried to change the plans on me the last minute, and I said, see ya. And I went to Cleveland by myself. If I want to do something, I just do it. I had a friend who was going to Toronto with me, and he found out like 2 days before that his passport expired. And I said, well, have fun in North Huntington. I'm going to Canada. I just do it. And I know that's like completely different than the museum project, but that's just how I'm wired. If I want to do something, I'll just do it. It doesn't really matter what anyone says. It won't really deter me. If I want to do it, I do it, and fail or succeed. That's just how it goes.
So what you're doing is you're building your own life. Okay. So quite often what we help people understand and maybe figure out on this show is that rather than think of ways that it can fail, we help people refocus and say, okay, let's think of ways that it can succeed.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to look at anything. I always try to be positive, mindful of the negatives, but I try to focus on the positives, especially with other people. Now everybody dwells on things. I'll dwell on negatives if I go out and do, well, there's a video of Bushy Run. It turns out it turned out pretty interesting, and it was really popular. I went to Bushy Run. They had their battle reenactment they do every year. It's over 250 years since the initial battle of Bushy Run, which, to give a little history lesson, because there's a lot of bad history being taught in our schools, unfortunately, on our local history, Bushy Run was not part of the 7 Years' War. It was part of Pontiac's War, which took place as a result of the 7 Years' War. But anyways, it's out in Harrison City, and it was a really important battle that broke the siege at Fort Pitt. And I went there, and I was supposed to live stream it, and it was just like one disaster after another. We get there, I tested the live stream equipment before we had left. It was working. I get there, it decided not to work. And then what else happened? Then the computer was dying, and I was angry for days. And, it will always be. So, like, I do have, everybody has their things where they'll dwell on negatives, but it did turn into this little video of clips. And it wasn't shot the way I would have shot it if I had planned to shoot clips, but it was really successful. I mean, people have shared this video all over the world. People in Europe, it's like this community of reenactors have been sharing this. It's been shared in France a bunch of times, which makes sense. Not that it was part of the French and Indian War, as I just said, but it was a direct result of that war. So people have an interest in it over in Europe and France and stuff like that. Obviously, in Britain, there's an interest because it was the British Redcoats that were mostly Scottish were in Henry Bouquet's regiment at Bushy Run.
So you mentioned that you were upset for days.
Yes.
So what we try to help people understand here is that emotions, feelings, they're like puffs of smoke. They blow away in the wind. However, if you add your thoughts to them, it gives them great staying power, and it'll stretch them out into infinity. So what we ask people to do is say, when they label and identify, describe how they feel, and add some immediacy to that. Yes, I feel this way at present, in this moment. And again, you dealt with adversity. And sometimes I think in this world, Brian, we're kind of taught that we shouldn't deal with any hardships. We shouldn't expect any discomfort. I would suspect you dealt with much in your life.
Yeah, always, because especially when you want everything I always want to appear as a professional, even though I guess technically I'm an amateur because I'm not getting paid for what I'm doing, but I always want to be treated with the respect of a professional. So when things don't go wrong, it's embarrassing, and I get really angry about that. Now, I mean, it's from an outsider's perspective, it's reasonable to think that somebody who's working overnight and is just kind of like coming there on no sleep with like equipment that they just purchased on their own to make mistakes. But for me, that's an excuse. So I get really upset when things don't go the right way. But I don't think that that's a bad thing. Everyone acts like, you should just don't worry, things happen. It's like, no, things don't happen. You messed up. You could have done something to prevent this disaster, and you should be upset. You should be angry. And then, but not that you should be defeated, but you could use that anger to make sure it doesn't happen again. Okay, you're angry. What can I do next time to make sure it doesn't go that way? But it doesn't mean that you should let yourself off the hook. You shouldn't maybe hold yourself captive as long as I do, because I'll be angry at myself for quite a while over something that somebody else would just brush off. But I do think that you do deserve to be a little upset with yourself, because
of course,
you're never going to improve otherwise.
Well,
if you're just...
we always want to help people understand that they need to take responsibility for their actions. Okay, and in the 12-step world, we say that our problems are of our own making. However, what we're talking about is saying, rather than beat ourselves up, we can be angry, and that's good. Angry has a lot of energy, and we can either turn that angry inward, or we can turn that anger and that energy into determination. Well, I screwed up. How can I not screw up next time?
Yeah.
It's okay to beat yourself up a little bit. So the River's Edge morphed into this type of atmosphere with many local music, promoted a lot of really good people, and you had quite a few podcasts on there, quite a few people, quite a few individuals, personalities.
Well, actually, this museum project, PGH Museums, was a result of one of those podcasts. I actually was not a huge museum goer. I was really always interested. I always loved when I would go to a museum, but my family just didn't go to museums when we were kids that often. It just wasn't my parents' thing. And I'm not complaining. I went to the beach a lot, and I really love the beach. So it's not a complaint against them, but it is something that I didn't experience as much when I was younger. But my friend Randy, who is one of the organizers of PGH Museums, he was a museum enthusiast, and he had been to so many museums in the area. And he and I started going to museums, and as my time became more and more limited, it was harder to schedule that. So we decided to start a podcast to make sure it was a priority. And it was called The Culture Cruise, and it was a museum that we recorded while we were driving. And we would drive to the museum and talk about where we were going, and then on our way back, we would talk about our experiences at that museum. And the humor came in because I'm a pretty aggressive driver, and when I'm not driving, Randy's a lot more passive than I am, so I would start yelling at Randy for not being aggressive. And now, typically, I'm not that bad of a backseat driver, but it is more entertaining it's not entertaining on the podcast if I don't say something. So whatever's would go on in the back of my mind on a typical day was on the tip of my tongue during the podcast, but eventually it never got the promotion it deserved, so it wasn't that well listened to because I was too busy doing other things. And then Randy's schedule got complicated, so when I decided to take some more time back for myself and kind of go in a different direction personally and come up with some new content options and opportunities, we decided to explore bringing that podcast back. And here, with all of the work we've done, the podcast is the thing that's dragging now, because we're going to release it next fall, because we just have so much going on with the whole project, which throughout the interview I would like to discuss at some point.
So while you were at the river's edge, the seed was planted for perhaps this type of venture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And as with most things, in the fullness of time, perhaps we move on with our lives. And the seed was planted to have this type of museum effort. So tell us about the fruition of that. How did this thing bloom?
Yeah, so it started with us deciding to bring back the Culture Cruise podcast. And one thing that we wanted to do with the Culture Cruise was we were going to go to big museums, but also we really wanted to go to these smaller museums that no one has ever heard of. One I always mention is, because it's a museum that I really love, that I think is fascinating, is the Baronhof Museum in Aspinwall, which no one's ever heard of. It's a museum of musical instruments in this big mansion that has secret passages all throughout the house, and a pool room, and a cave and a boardroom you can only access through secret passages. It's a really neat building. No one's ever heard of it. It's one of the coolest places in the region.
And the name of that place again is?
The Baronhof. It stands for Bavarian House. And it's just a really cool place. So we were thinking, how do we market this podcast? How do we get people to listen to it? And one thing that I've always heard over the years is there a list of museums in Pittsburgh? And the short answer is no, there's not. So we decided, why don't we create that list? And then why don't we create a community that will listen to our podcast? So instead of creating a podcast, throwing it out into the internet and saying, please listen, and going through all of the really boring ways to promote a podcast. I mean, promoting a podcast isn't really that fun, going through the standard ways. Do you enjoy learning the hashtags and going out and trying? I mean, it's kind of, it all seems kind of...
It can be a chore.
Yeah, it's really not, but building a directory that people can use and creating a culture of museum enthusiasts, that's fun. That's something that's fun to do. So we've come up with a directory on the website, and so the website is 3 parts. There's the directory, there is the blog, and then there is the membership program, well, the blog and the media in general. So the directory is, we've basically gone through our volunteers and we've researched as many historic places, museums, and galleries that we can find throughout southwestern Pennsylvania. And right now we have a directory of more than 400 listings in the region.
So you went to this Baronhof, and I'm glad you turned us on to that, and I hope everyone out there within the vicinity of Pittsburgh could perhaps visit that. Quite often we say, hey, this is a really neat place. Someone should really write about this. Well, you're that someone.
I am, yeah. So we are going to be doing all sorts of content with this. So that's where the media side goes in. So we've got the directory, and it also has an interactive map, which is cool. So you can actually see where these places are on a map. But then we have the blog, and the blog, everything will come to the blog. And we'll have all different types of media on there. So we'll have actual blog posts that are original, but then we'll also be posting the press releases from all of these different museums. So any museum that decides to add us to their press listing, we'll actually post their press releases right on the website, so it'll be a one-stop location where people could see all of this information.
So you had an idea, okay? And how did you do this step by step? How did that happen? People have a goal, but generally they want to get from the idea to the top of the pyramid. Okay?
Yeah.
So what we try to help people to do is say, okay, there's steps that we need to take. What were some of the steps that you took?
The first thing I did is I hired Joseph Gardonis to build my logo, because I feel like no one will take you seriously without a good logo. That's something I've always believed. I just feel it sets. I'm a big believer in branding and imaging, and I feel like if you don't have that down, you're not going to get anywhere. If you're sending someone a press release and you've got some logo that you designed yourself in Microsoft Paint, it's not going to impress anybody. So, and they're not going to take you seriously. So that was the first thing I did. And the second thing I thought to myself, I said, you know what, like, what kind of what good is a superhero without a sidekick? Right? So I thought, who can I get to build my website? I thought, well, who better than Sidekick Media Services? And they really were the sidekick to my superhero project in building the website for pghmuseums.org. So they've done all of the work with that. Missy.
Sidekick. Could you say a little bit more about Sidekick?
Yeah, Sidekick Media Services. They do everything from live streaming, video, podcasting production. They do web design, social media outreach. They do a fantastic job. So, and they're affiliated with Sorgatron Media, which is where we are at right now.
For those of you out there, this is a shameless plug.
It is, yes. So, but seriously, I did hire them. That was the second thing I did, was hire them and get the ball rolling with that. And then I, kept reaching out to different people and bringing in volunteers who were interested in this project. And I was really, really happy one day when I had this message that came across my screen. And it was somebody who said, I'd really like to help with this museum project. I love what you're doing. And my name's Amanda Narcisi, and I run one of the biggest, best blogs in Pittsburgh. So that was awesome to get someone with her kind of qualifications and skills involved in the project. And we just have some really, really great people working on this project. And I think it'll show whenever we launch. Everything was, we wanted to send an image, like I said, branding. So with the website, I kind of let Missy run with it because I trust her judgment with Sidekick Media Services, but I kind of gave some direction where I was like, I wanted to I gave her the impossible task of saying, I want it to look really, really modern, but also old-fashioned. So she it looks really modern, but it uses certain color schemes and font text that it looks modern and fresh, but it also has this feel to it that you can tell it's for museums and things like that.
So you had an idea. You took some action and effort, and understand that this needed a face. It needed something to represent it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that, and that was another thing I did, is I grabbed all of the same social media handles, because I think everything, consistency and branding, to me, that matters almost as much as the content, because your content can be fantastic, but if your website looks like it was designed by, in GeoCities back in the 90s, then no one's going to stick around to read the content or watch the videos.
That's one of the reasons that logos are so important, because it has to, the message that you have, I'm sure, has depth and weight, but we need to get somebody into the message. And the first thing that something that grabs your attention.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I love the logo that Joe Gardonis put together. It is inspired by the Carnegie Museum of Natural History, but it is not specifically that building. But that building screams museum. And somebody said, oh, but museums are so diverse. Do you really want it to represent that type of like older style museum? And I said, yes, because that's what people think of when they think museum. They're going to come in to see that, and then they're going to learn about all these other museums in the region.
So you had the idea, you put some action and effort, and you had an individual with some knowledge create a logo for you. Where'd you go from there?
Oh, that's when I went to Sidekick, and then I got the team together, and the first thing we did was we just started hammering out the directory, because even though the content is what I'm really interested in and what I love doing, so we're going to do artist interviews and documentaries. We're going to come up with mini documentaries we'll release and things like that. But that's all dessert. You know, you go out to eat, the first thing you do is you get your meal, and then you come, you know, maybe the meal's really good, but you love the dessert. Like Grant Bar in Millville, they're known for their pies. Everybody goes and they eat the meal, but then they have the pie, and they keep coming back for that pie.
Okay.
And that's how I view this project. The directory.
So the directory is like a menu, Brian.
It is.
You look and see what you have. How did you go about formulating a directory?
A lot of searching. So we researched online mostly, and we would search various different ways to try to populate as much of the directory as possible. There are certain lists that do exist with historic places in particular. There are a lot on the internet. You can find the listings for the National Historic Register, so that was one of the big things that we grabbed, but they're all for individual counties, so we're the only place where it's all easily accessible in one location for southwestern Pennsylvania.
Okay, so we have an idea. We put some action and effort in it. We got a logo, which would be the face of the organization. Then we created a menu, a directory in places where you wanted people to be aware of. And then where do we go?
Then it came to promotion. So we actually, one of the goals that I did, which is kind of backwards from maybe what I've done in the past, but I think it made sense for this project, is we really just pushed social media, and we would I love going and taking pictures of old buildings. So, and that is all part of PGH Museums, even though it's not a museum you're walking into. I love my friend Louise of the Pittsburgh History and Landmarks Foundation. She always says that our museum is the city of Pittsburgh, and the beautiful buildings that are sometimes as interesting as, or sometimes even more interesting than stuff inside the buildings. And I agreed with her with that, and so we would go around to take pictures of these buildings and post it on social media and get people interested. And we actually built a like base, a fan base of over 1,000 likes on Facebook before we launched. So basically, we were setting ourselves up so when we do launch on the 9th, we already had a group of people interested. So we built an audience.
So you did some groundwork.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Going out and taking these pictures, and there's so many different type of platforms for social media. What did you find most effective, Brian?
Well, for me, it's Facebook, but that's because I understand how to do Facebook. I really, to be quite honest, I'm getting better at Instagram. Twitter, I'm still not good at. So I mostly focused on Facebook because that's where I knew I could get results. And Facebook makes it nice and easy because there are all of these groups on Facebook that are just people who love the city of Pittsburgh. So when you post old buildings in these groups, these people just love it. And you know, I love the fact that they are enjoying the content. It's more fun to release stuff when people are into it and enjoying it than releasing it out into the internet and
so
people not hearing it.
We're putting images out there that people would pique their interest, let's say. Okay. And once a person's interest is piqued, perhaps, and as you well know, when people's interest is piqued, that's the time for them to connect with the particular site. As most people, their interest would be piqued, then 15 minutes later, their interest is piqued by something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that is true. People, it's hard to keep them engaged. That's why I periodically I try not to go too overboard with posting. Of course, right now I am because we have the launch party coming up. But I try not to go too overboard because I don't want to scare people away. But I would try to post every little bit and invite them to the page and kind of go that route.
So tell us about some of the places in the directory. Is it what would qualify as a museum? What would qualify a facility, a place to be in the directory?
It's pretty widespread. So public art spaces would be included. Historic places, even like bridges. There are a lot of historic bridges, especially down in Washington County. There's a lot of covered bridges down there. All of those bridges are on the directory that we were able to find. Actually, down in Washington, really interesting point is the first crematory in the United States was in Washington, Pennsylvania, just a little bit down the road. So anything like that, all the way from there to modern museums like Wood Street Galleries, for example. There's always a lot of modern exhibits, a lot of new exhibits coming in through there. Studios like Ton Pottery. Ton Pottery is a gallery, a studio, and a retail center. They're involved. They're actually an affiliate. They were the first affiliate of PGH Museums. So they're involved. Just really, it's very widespread. We wanted to be as comprehensive as possible. We didn't want to be as too exclusionary, because a lot of people, if they're into art and they like going to a gallery, then why wouldn't they enjoy going to a public art display as well?
Sure.
Or if they're into history and they love going to see the mummies and the dinosaurs at the Carnegie, why wouldn't they? Or they love going to the Heinz History Center and seeing their stuff. Why wouldn't they necessarily be interested in going to seeing a house in Irwin, for example? I'm trying to think if there's two houses in Irwin, but one of the houses in Irwin was part of the Underground Railroad. Why wouldn't they enjoy, even though they can't go into that building because it's a private residence, they might enjoy just driving by and experiencing or enjoying the history.
People always take the perception, the assumption that, you've heard of this, the grass is always greener on the other side of the hill. So they think in order to get something interesting, we're going to have to travel. Where what you're saying is, and you're pointing out that there's many hidden treasures right in front of your face.
Oh, so many. Yeah, this actually happened years ago, back when I was at Cal U, the first time around, when I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. And I was ready to leave Cal, and I realized that I hadn't been to most of the buildings on campus. So my friends and I just started exploring the buildings on campus, and we would go through areas which maybe we weren't even allowed to walk through, but if there wasn't a sign that expressly said "Do not enter," we went there. We went backstage into some of the theaters. We walked around, went into the old buildings, Old Main, really explored every inch of that campus. And then we took the show on the road, and we started driving to college campuses all across southwestern Pennsylvania, and nobody questioned us because we looked like students. We were young enough, so we would just go through these campuses and explore all of these buildings. We went up to Indiana, St. Vincent, all over, all these different campuses. And then from that point on, I decided that I'm just going to live life like a tourist and just do everything.
Could you say that statement again?
Live life like a tourist.
Ah.
Yeah, and just enjoy everything. And I do go and travel, but I also am always doing stuff here. People are always like, oh, you're always doing something. You're always doing something. And I'm like, I get depressed if I sit at home and don't do anything. I got to get up and enjoy and live in the world.
Live life like a tourist.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to stick with me.
It's something I've tried to live by ever since that day, and I have seen so much, and I've done so much, and I haven't really traveled that much. This is the first year of my life that I've really, I've traveled on vacations before, but this is the first time where I've traveled a lot in one year. I went to Cleveland, I went up to Toronto, went to Fort Erie, which is also up in Canada. Went out just to Johnstown, but I saw some really cool stuff there. I hadn't really been downtown there a lot. Gettysburg. Tampa, Mexico. I've been all over this year.
I guess you have.
But yeah, all this year. But before that, I haven't really gone anywhere except for a vacation here or there, and it was like the standard go to the beach vacation. So, but in between all of that time before this year, I've still done a ton of stuff just here in the region.
Could you let us know where the Pittsburgh Museums sits right now? Where is it at right now in its completion? Tell us about it.
Sure. The website it's the framework is all there. It's just updating the press releases, making it all of those into the listing, finishing up the map and the directory and some things like that. So that's going to be happening in the next week before we launch. Just editing all of that stuff.
Just an edit for the final podcast for context. This will start launching the Tuesday after your launch.
Oh, okay.
So you can talk the context for when it posts.
Oh, okay. Cool.
We're live now, but the official will go back.
I see.
So perhaps we can make a little.
As long as you just put as of this recording.
Perhaps we can make one of those little things like you and I do, and we can just put it out on Twitter or whatever that about this event.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, you can say the same thing. Just say
Yeah.
as of this recording, we're at
Yeah, so as of this recording, we're finishing the final touches on the website, so that'll all be up and available for your audience whenever this podcast comes out. But we have that. I'll use the past tense. We were working on the membership program, just getting the cards together, which actually I have a Jim Ellermeyer PGH Museums member card, which expires December 31st, 2020. So that'll get you a discount at several museums. At the date of this recording, we have currently 13 museums that you can get a discount at, museums or galleries. And that list will continue to grow as time goes on.
Thank you. That's very kind. I'll certainly take advantage of that. So, what do you say? I know that I don't know what type of an audience you're looking out for, like-minded people. I don't know if you'd consider this a niche type of thing. However, what do you say to people that say, "Oh, museums, oh, that sounds stuffy"?
Well, they've never been to many museums, I will say. There's so many different types of museums and so many varieties. At one point, unfortunately, it's on a hiatus now. I don't know. They're still doing some road shows, but we had a museum of like cartoons and things like that. We have one museum this is an interesting one. We have a museum that is called oh gosh, why is the name slipping my mind? It's a manor, Trundle Manor, which is out in Swissville. These people live in this place. It's their home. You go into this place, and it's a museum of just like crazy oddities, and they live there, like I said. But they have taxidermied animals. They have human fetuses in bottles, and weird like equipment, medical equipment from back in the Stone Ages of medicine. Yeah, it's really, really cool. It's one of the most interesting museums I've ever been to. It's just these people's personal collection. They have a tumor that's floating in a jar that's also a music box.
Okay.
So, like, is that something you would think that you would see in a museum? No, exactly. So it's just really, you have to explore and find museums that fit your interest.
So when people think of museums, what, in your mind, what do you think a person on the street would think? What are they going to see at a museum?
Probably, depending on the museum, they're going to expect to see.
Just what are they? When they think museum, what would I see there?
They're probably thinking an art gallery.
Yes, that's what I thought. Paintings and statues.
Yeah.
Okay. However, has anyone out there considered a pinball museum?
Which
pinball
we do
machines,
have one.
old electronic.
Pinball Perfection, which is right up on in the North Hills. Right in Pittsburgh, they have hundreds of pinball machines right there that you can play. They also have the Replay FX. I know they have a spot that's out in the west part of town, out near Carnegie, but I don't know if they're open all year round. I know Pinball Perfection is. They're open. You can walk in there any time of the year and explore the museum.
So for people who perhaps may not have an interest in paintings, that type of art, perhaps they would certainly have an interest in old pinball machines.
Exactly.
Or old electronics or fishing gear. The Museum of Fishing.
We have a
so many
smallpox
things.
museum because the smallpox vaccine was created here in Pittsburgh. So that exists on the University of Pittsburgh's campus.
So what we ask is for people to avoid having contempt prior to investigation. Often on this show, Brian, what we ask people to do is have a beginner's mind and not an expert's mind. Not an expert's mind that we have blinders on that we only see in one direction.
I think that's really, really a strong argument in today's world, especially. I don't want to get political because it's not a political show, but we're entering an age where people are very tribalistic and they're not willing to. They're looking at things from an expert's mind, and they've already made up their decision. They're not willing to learn things, and I think that's very true about museums as well. And I'm not saying that it's either side of the coin, but that's true about museums for sure. People will have certain
certain view. So quite often, what we make this comparison is, we ask people often if they've ever seen or been to a thoroughbred horse race. And we say, yes, well, they're magnificent animals. They can do one thing and they can do it well. However, what they have is they have blinders on. Okay. So often I ask people, I'll say, okay, well, they can do one thing and do it well. However, they're not willing to explore other possibilities. And then I asked them, I said, have you ever been around a 3 or 4 year old child and have them take them somewhere? They're full of wonder and joy. and they have much curiosity. And that's what we call a beginner's mind. So what we're going to ask people out there to do when you hear the term museum, we'd like you to have a beginner's mind and explore possibilities rather than certainties.
And that's one of our objectives too with this project is we're trying to, so with the media, with the website, it's a very modern looking website, it's easy to use, and we're coming up with high quality video for the interviews and those mini documentaries I told you about, and we're going to have a podcast, all very modern things, right, to talk about a lot of, not that all of the museums are old, some of them are newer. Baronhof actually isn't that old. It looks old when you get there, but it's actually relatively young compared to a lot of the stuff in Pittsburgh. But museums have this older mindset, so if we're presenting it in a fresh and modern way, our hope is that people will then see it through that beginner's mind, because they're saying, oh, this is really interesting and neat, and then they'll learn about these places because it's reaching them in a modern, fresh way.
So for our listeners out there saying, hey, this is really neat, how do I reach the site?
pghmuseums.org.
pghmuseums.org. Okay. And the Instagram is?
At PGH Museums.
At PGH Museums. And is on the website, is there a way for people to contact the site?
There will be once we launch on the 9th.
Okay.
So once we launch on the 9th, you can actually add your own museum on the website. So we have put a lot of time into developing this directory, and I know that we have not gotten all of the museums, galleries, and historic places in southwestern Pennsylvania. So we want people to really become part of our community and take ownership of PGH museums themselves. So if they know of a museum that they love that we don't have, they can request that we add it to the directory and help us in building the website. So it's your website as well. It's yours to find the information, but it's also your community website to help grow and.
Well, our platform will certainly provide a link, and perhaps we can have some links to some videos, some documentaries, perhaps that people may find interesting that would highlight your show. There's a saying, you've heard the phrase that you can lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink.
Yeah.
However, in the 12-step world, we say, however, you can make them thirsty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
So the idea is through this website, perhaps we can make people thirsty to explore what you're offering.
I love it. Yeah, I love it. I think that would be great.
Okay. And as always, any comments, any questions can be directed to the producer of this program, Mr. Mike at Sorgatron Media, and there's a link on the show. And as always, at the end of every podcast, we offer a free prescription, fruits, nuts, and vegetables. Unplug your television and take up fishing. And for a truly mindful experience, we suggest that you fish without bait. Do a kindness for yourself, do a kindness for another. Forgive yourself, forgive another. Till all are free, none are free. Namaste.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody tuned in for the live stream, and keep an eye on this for the coming weeks coming up in the future. We'll see you then.
Okay. I used to ask people to use the digital timers on their phones. However, I found that artificial. I found that very artificial. So what I've done is thinking about what's more natural. What's more natural, and what's more natural than sand? So what we've done is we've ordered a bunch of hourglasses. And what we do is maybe you can get them in 15-minute increments, 30-minute increments, 45-minute increments, hour increments. So the idea is to actually have something real and look at, and you can actually see something happening. This is in real time. This is real things. This is not artificial. Okay? So, and this can actually run without electricity. Actually, it even runs without the internet. How about that? Did you think anything ran without the internet anymore, Mike?
Wasn't sure if there was anything left.
Uh-huh.
Everything from our toasters to our clocks.
So here's the challenge I'd like to put everyone out today. Whatever your focus is, whatever the time that you can pay attention to something, our challenge is that you get one of these real time devices, and that would be an hourglass.
And we'll just start? Okay, let's try it. I mean, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't fly. Okay. You count me in. Hi, my name's Janelle Burdell, a.k.a. Udu Girl, and this is an Udu drum. And I'm going to share with you the special qualities in a piece that I've written called Intro to Udu, the story of Udu. Let me start again. No problem. Hi, my name's Janelle Burdell, a.k.a. Udu Girl, and this is the Udu drum, and I'm about to perform an improvised piece that I like to call The Story of Udu. There we go. The Udu is from Nigeria, and traditionally it's played by women. We imagine the women sat around at the end of the day like we're doing and shared stories, food, laughter, and their problems. Folklore has it that someone dropped one and a second hole was formed, which gives it a kind of pitch change. This pitch change deems its name the voices of ancestors, because it's believed the only sound to cross over. The Udu. Something like that?
I've got that fire inside of me. I feel the river washing over me. And when you move, I move. When you breathe, I breathe. And everything you do screams, I love you. You did one thing, change everything. And you make me come alive. You keep calling me up, up, up. could only ever be found in you. I wanna be lost in you. So I could only ever be found in you. I wanna be lost in you. So I could only ever be found in you. I wanna be lost in you. So I could only ever be in you. You make me come alive. You keep calling me up, up, up to see with your eyes. And I've got that fire inside. I'm gonna light the world up, up, up till things come alive.
We are, if you are anywhere else, I know we're streaming on several platforms, and I'll try to pull a couple of them up here. But if you are looking to ask us questions, that is on the Facebook page, IndieWrestling.us Facebook page. And I'll be keeping an eye out that and try to roll some comments in here as we go. Twitch, not Twitter. I'll try to pull up the Twitch as well. So there it is. Show's good. All right, let's do it.
Let's make it happen.
Hey guys, it's the Indie Mayhem Show. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter here on this sunny afternoon in Peachview, if you're joining us on video. Here for the Indie Mayhem Show is the show where we talk about people in and around, I can't just qualify independent professional wrestling, but we got somebody that I know from independent professional wrestling today. But actually, what he's doing may be the most independent thing, and we'll get into that as well. But first, please check out everything at WrestlingMayhemShow.com, IndieWrestling.us, where you can find past episodes of this and many other podcasts, and also a lot of content with a lot of the people we talked to, including our guest today. Actually, a lot of history around these parts in the vault, if you will. But with us, he is, and I think this is a first that we've had a major company champion in the studio with us while they've been champion. Shane Taylor is here in studio. Shane, how's it going?
It's going great, man, but I need a better introduction than that, my guy. I am the Ring of Honor World Television Champion. You have to say the whole thing. It's like a Tribe Called Quest. The whole thing has to come before it, a.k.a. Shane T. Boy, the baddest champion you've ever seen, boy. It's good to be here.
I'm not up on all the monikers. I'm sorry.
Listen, man, you got to stay ready. You have to stay.
This has become. I've looked. We've literally had you in like. This is the fourth year in a row we've had you in. Yeah. We've had like a yearly catch up with you.
I'm a mainstay. I like it.
From even before you were in Ring of Honor.
Recurring character.
A recurring character on the show. We've been saying a lot on the show. If you know the lore of this show.
Exactly.
But yeah, so it's been an amazing year. You're of course the ROH Ring of Honor TV champion as of this recording. World TV champion.
Right.
I noticed that.
You can't forget it.
I'm just like did they like I'm hearing your announcer saying world champion when they're talking about wait, did he forget to say TV? Did I miss that? But is TV world champion?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's been forgotten a lot, or not as emphasized, I suppose, in the past.
Well, and that's everything that I'm trying to do is bring the recognition of that back.
Mm-hmm.
The identity and the heart and the passion of ROH has always been, prefaced on their championships and the meaning of them, the prestige of them. And every day that I hold this championship, I am trying to rekindle that and respark that. I want people when they come to a Ring of Honor show, when they watch me out there performing, when they see Shane Taylor Promotions, I want them to know, regardless of who else is on the card, regardless of any other match on the show, that when they watch my match, that's going to be the fight of the night. That's going to be the biggest knockdown, drag out, to steal a phrase, slobber knocker sort of match that they're going to see that night. And I take great pride in that. And I've been doing that all year. There haven't been more people on any roster putting out match of the year candidates like I have been doing. So I fully want to bring back that feel like when you saw Danielson and Joe, or Joe and McGinnis, or Joe Punk, any of those matches. I want that same feeling. I want that same lore when it comes to when I have this championship and when I come out.
That's always been the difference with Ring of Honor. Like, no matter how big, whatever stage Ring of Honor has been at, it's always been a big fight feel when you go to these events, especially when there is it seems like when there's a championship match, even a television championship match, world championship match over the years, like it's a different level, than the rest of the card, and even other companies, it seems, on their world title scene. So,
and the crazy thing about that, and I think it's because it's so hard to win a championship in Ring of Honor, especially a singles one. And there's not many guys that can win them multiple times.
It's shocking when you see a title change. It's the last place where it's literally shocking to see that.
Right. What I mean? So you have things like, you'll have guys, who are 8-time this and this champions, 9-time this and this champion. There's only been, I think, 3 people that have ever won the ring, maybe 4 that have ever won the Ring of Honor World Television Championship twice. Kenny King, Silas Young, Jay Lethal. Those are the first 3 off the top of my head. Maybe Roddy Strong. I'm not 100% sure. But so, I mean, and there's even less than that have won the World Championship twice. So, everything you do with that first run, everything you do and the legacy that you make with that first run could be it, which is why they're so important, which is why, I want to do so much with this championship, and to make this championship the one that people go, okay, I understand that they're fighting for the world title, but that guy is about to have the biggest fight on the show.
Definitely. So it is interesting because, looking at Shane Taylor Promotions, and everything you've been doing in the last 6 months to a year, it feels like it has always felt like show scene here, and I know you had a great match in April that I know I missed because of traveling. We're just talking about traveling before the show.
You said we're gonna.
I think I was in California.
That's all right.
If I want to go anywhere and miss it, but it's like I had been saying, like, I go sit down and try to catch up a little bit on Ring of Honor, and where's Shane Taylor? Has been the thing for the longest time.
Yeah.
And I go see a show here in Pittsburgh with Shane Taylor, and I remember, I think the only Ring of Honor show I've actually seen you on, you did some run-in with your former faction,
right?
Like a year ago or something.
Right.
And I was just like, I finally get to see him. Oh, that's it.
Exactly.
So, and now to see you like kind of really rocket on the card and a part of like all the shows this weekend, and it seems to be in significant roles. I mean, it's really been a 180 since having you on here just even a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, like that was the whole point. I've been in Ring of Honor for 3 years, and like I've told people that have asked me, I feel like this is my first real year there. Because this is not, me on an 8-man or 10-man tag, and not to get me wrong, and not, for people to not understand where I'm coming from. Anytime you're in a major company, when you're on the card, when you're on the show, it's a blessing. Yeah, like, okay, we get it. You work your ass off to get to this point, and even being here or being signed is a great thing. I get that, but I'm not the type of person to just be happy with being somewhere. I've never done that. It's not who I am. If I'm going to do something, I am striving to be the best at it. I am striving to be the greatest that has ever done it. Like, that's just what my mindset is. So, and if you look at companies as teams, I've always been a starter. I've always been a varsity guy. I've never been a bench player. I've never been a role player. In order for me to do what I need to do and be who I need to be in the game. I can't help you on the sideline. And for 2.5 years, that's exactly what it felt like, where it felt like I was on the sideline. Seeing my guys go to battle and I can't help them. You know what I mean? And that messes with you mentally. Like guys like me, people like me, we don't do well in those environments. You start getting angry, you start getting, and I'm the worst person you want to go against with a chip on my shoulder. Like, you know what I mean? Ask Ray Rowe, ask Keith Lee. Like, they know me, so they know once I get in a certain frame of mind, it's like, all right, we can't do anything with this guy right now. Just wait for him to calm down. You know what I mean? But now over the past 6 months, that I've had this championship, that I've started Shane Taylor Promotions, I now get to have that platform. And it's something that I had to create myself, because it wasn't going to be handed to me. So, and now that I have it, I've done nothing but produce. I've done nothing but show why for 2.5 years I've been saying, I'm the best kept secret you have. And I've gone out and proven that every single time that I'm in the ring.
It is. And so, and again, us watching us, again, knowing you from Renegade Wrestling Alliance, IWC, or other places through the indies that we've seen you at. We're talking on Wheels here, earlier, they pop in the chat room. And it's always like, oh, wait till they get to that thing. We thought that with Ray Rowe, we've thought that with now Elias, and look at those guys just blow up.
Right.
And
so happy for them
and that's
too.
where you're at too. Which is, on a side note, it's also really cool to see. Like, I talked about you on social media a little bit, but like seeing you and Eric,
Right.
it's always weird to me. Eric with a K.
Yeah.
You're always Ray Rowe to me.
Always. Always. Just
like Elias is always Logan Chulo to us
Right.
around here,
Chulo?
Yes, Chulo. We used to yell at the, but you guys are still like, kind of patting each other on the back there. I got each other's backs, regardless of where you're at. And that's really cool to see.
Of course.
So, Shane Taylor Promotions. We talked about it a little bit pre-show because I wanted to get an idea of the scope of this thing. Because I see what you're putting out there, and you've never wanted to mince words on anything.
Never, boy.
That's why it's always interesting to give you a live mic here on the internet.
Oh man. But I'm smarter now at 33 than I would in a situation at like 23.
Well, I did clear a couple topics with you, so we'll see where this goes.
Right.
So
let's have some fun, boy.
But before that, I want to talk about the Shane Taylor Promotions. Like, how big is this? Like, I always see, everybody eats. I'm seeing you guys, the talent scouting at other promotions and everything like that. It's not just you. You're obviously the front man for this thing.
Right.
Name's in the title, guys.
So, yeah, man.
Talk to me about the scale and what you're doing beyond just being, the best Ring of Honor World Television Champion.
What Shane Taylor Promotions and what my goals and what my visions are to be able to take my brand and help not only change careers in professional wrestling, but help change lives. There's so many people that, especially in today's era of social media, it seems like just do the craziest thing or say the most outlandish thing to get noticed and create some buzz, yada, yada, yada. But for me, especially being an African American male in this sport, there's a lot of times and a lot of people that go unnoticed, so for me, one match I think changed the entire course of my ROH career, and that was the match in Philadelphia with Jeff Cobb last year.
Yes.
And if I don't have that match, who knows where we're at this year? Who knows? I may not be sitting here with this World Television Championship. So many things can stem off of having one great match. And so for me, it's all about creating opportunity. So if I have the chance and I can build this platform to help the next person, whether they be from Cleveland or Pittsburgh or wherever, to go, hey, I have this opportunity to go to this country. I would love to be able to have them represent the brand, sponsor them, have them, sponsor that travel to get them to where they have to go, let them perform, let them have those experiences that can, ultimately change their career. I want to be able to have a whole team of people from every background, who are not only great at what they do in ring, but are pillars of the community outside of it. That doesn't mean you have to be, perfect people. Nobody's perfect. I'm no exception. But in today's day and age, with so many things going on, with so many issues, I need people that are socially aware, culturally aware, who can not only, showcase themselves in a positive light, but showcase the brand in a positive light, and we can help each other change the game going forward. We can help each other, change the entire scope of how, especially as African American performers, we're perceived not only in this sport, but in media and all around the world.
Absolutely. And And it's something that is it seems like we didn't plan this. We talked about this like
Of
what,
course.
3 weeks ago getting
Yeah.
you on here, but there's a lot of that in the news this week.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Right.
Starting with, I believe it was Sunday, Jordan Miles had a comment about some issues with some merchandise in WWE.
Right.
And I think I've seen some things on social media from you and everything like that. Like, when you see something like that come down from, the biggest company in the land for everything like that. I mean, what are your thoughts when you see that coming across your Twitter feed on Sunday and into Monday and through the week? I guess it's still developing.
Right, it's still going. I'm the kind of person that likes to sort of get a lot of details about things before I say anything.
Yes.
Which is why I put out the blanket statement first, just saying, like, regardless of whatever, there's not that many of us, and when I say us, I'm talking about African American performers at the top of what we do. For us to have guys there, and for us to try to move forward and create more opportunities and more doors for others, the last thing we need is to be cutting each other down. You know what I mean?
Right.
Regardless of the situation, that can't happen in order for us to try to move forward. But on to the topic of the shirt, and I think everybody at this point, is of the same agreement that it's an insensitive shirt. It definitely shouldn't have been produced. It shouldn't have been. The idea shouldn't have been there. So that much.
It should. At the very least, should not have made it onto a website.
It shouldn't have.
For sale.
It shouldn't have. And from what I've gathered, they said they didn't sell any.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They changed it the whole nine. But I had a statement that I'll put out officially, but I think this speaks to a bigger problem in society, much more. I mean, in wrestling, yes, but in society as well, because when you're in this sport, you're trying to market to everybody. The problem is you can't market to everybody if you don't have everybody represented on your marketing team, right? You have to have people, a wide array of people that know cultures, that know these things, that know the history of these things, to prevent situations like this from happening. Because I guarantee if there was someone on that team, what have you, and no one knows the heart of the guy that, or whoever that designed the shirt. So I can't sit here and go, oh, well, he should have known. He could have just been like, hey, well, he's smiling. Let's just make a smiling shirt because he's smiling.
Yeah. And it could be the guy doesn't know what or
right,
girl doesn't know what he doesn't know.
Exactly. And to me, I can't get mad at anyone for not knowing what they don't know.
Yeah.
It's when you do know and you do it anyway.
Right.
Now we have a problem, right?
Right.
So no one knows their heart but them, right? But if there was someone on that team that was knowledgeable in these things and goes, yeah, that looks like this, that's going to be a problem, let's not put that out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You could have saved yourself a lot of trouble, a lot of, all the backlash, everything that's going on. But in society, it's an even larger problem as well when you deal with, especially things with race and cultural things, because in society, as an African American male, we are showcased in a way that makes you think one of two things. Either we are the super aggressive uber thug, that's going to rob you and, steal all your women and we're coming for your daughters and all of that, and you play into that fear. Or it's the complete opposite, and it's the Carlton Bankses of the world, and we're just so nice and fun loving, and we're gonna dance and there's no 99% of black culture are neither of those things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can tell it's somebody, again, a less diverse top of the company that thinks this is, you be, your culture, which means this to us,
right? Because
and
it's the conditioning.
Yeah,
you're conditioned to think that way.
Yeah.
When I think, or if I were to say, doctor, lawyer, you know what I mean? The first image in someone's head isn't someone that looks like me. You know what I mean? But if I were to say, rapper, pimp, right away, like that, and that's that's what guys like myself and other people are trying so hard to change, because especially in wrestling, we can have depth of character. We can have guys that can overcome all odds and be the hero. We can have the soldiers. We can have the doctors. We can have the lawyers. We can have all of that. One of the biggest issues is that it's not presented as being cool or presented as the norm, when in fact it is. You know what I mean? The biggest rate of college graduate right now in the U.S. are black women, right? So it's like we're educated. There's so much more to our culture than what is shown to you. And in today's ever-changing PC world, and in today's world of, people wanting things fast, sometimes the easiest thing for people to do, if you're trying to come up with a character to sell T-shirts or a character that's going to catch on, is to feed into those conditions and go, okay, well, this is what people know, so let's go with this, as opposed to creating a character with depth that may take longer. It may take people longer to grasp, but that's the point. It's opening up minds. It's opening up hearts to new thoughts, new ways of looking at things, new perspectives, and I did a promo on this in October. October. Where were we at? I forget, but I did the promo in ring on the pay-per-view, going 12 years ago, this is what I was told. If I wanted to make cash in this business, I had to be one of two things.
Yeah.
Both those options suck. Because I'm neither of those things. Yes, I've done things in the streets for survival. I've been there. I've lived that life. I know, I've got family who's done it, friends. I've seen the bad and the worst when it comes to that. But that's not how I'm going to be defined. And I'm not the other one either, because in my world, in today's society with social media is a little different, because, we've been conditioned to say whatever we want with no fear of consequence, right? You can just say whatever you want. Some dude in BFE, Indiana, can run his mouth to me on Twitter or Instagram and Facebook and be ha ha ha. But if I were to see you in Cleveland, I'd slap you in the mouth for that. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the world I live in. That's the world I come from. So it's a dangerous thing to play with when you're talking about these things, because I'm not that docile house cat. I'm not going to sit there and smile. It's not what I do. You disrespect me, we have a problem. If you talk to me like you got sense, then we can talk like men. And for me, it's far more important to talk about who I want to be and who I'm trying to be, as opposed to who I was. That limits the idea that you can grow as a person, that you can change in your life. There's a great quote from Ali, and I'm gonna paraphrase it, that says, if you think the same way you did at 50 that you did at 30, then you wasted 20 years. You know what I mean? But in today's era, you lock people into a time in their life and act like they can't grow, act like they can't learn. They act like they can't change as people. Okay, you can make mistakes and say dumb things when you're in your 20s, and then in your 30s go, damn, that was stupid. But now people got screenshots and receipts, and they, oh no, what you said, so you must feel like that was 15 years ago, homie.
Yeah, we got 15 years to pull things up, and it's kicking people off movies and who knows what else, right?
Like it's changing careers, and it's like, what world do we live in where everyone doesn't have something that they regret saying or that they regret doing? I mean, I'm sure if we turn the cameras off, there's a laundry list of for both of us. Like, oh, I definitely changed that. I wouldn't have said that. Wouldn't have said that. I wouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? But that's part of life, man. Is living, learning, and growing from those mistakes. I don't know any perfect people.
Yet still owning those mistakes
and owning them, exactly. Like, okay, this is I did that. I said that. You know what I mean? I've learned since then. You know what I mean? And you can do your best to be like, hey, I'm not really an apology guy, because I feel like anything that I've said, especially when it comes to the topics that I talk about, I feel like I'm knowledgeable in, and I said them with intent. The intent may not be what you thought it was, or what you perceive it to be, but I know what I said, and how it was meant. But yeah, man, there's more to us, and there's more to this culture than what's shown and what's profited from, because and it's just trying to bring that respect and notoriety and balance to this whole thing, because black culture is very popular. Movies, or not, excuse me, music, clothes, party scenes, what you drink, what you eat, those things can create whole industries, right? But it seems like the respect and the admiration and the benefits from that profitability don't always come to the people that provide it. You know what I mean? So, and I think personally changing how people perceive who we are is a key part of that.
It seems like the news is all over the place this weekend. Your name got brought up. We were talking about it a little bit before the show too. Joey Mercury, most know from backstage and I guess several companies at this point, including on screen at WWE years ago. Mentioned you. I have the article up from 411 Mania. I think they're paraphrasing his comments here, but he apparently claims that Shane Taylor will not be re-signed and will be out of the company at the beginning of the year. And I understand this is news to you.
Well, I mean, my thing is like, this is part of a kind of a rant against Ring of Honor on his exit, apparently. Right. So again, you framing the situation. Take everything with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? But this is why I created Shane Taylor Promotions in the first place, and why I've said from the gate, why would I beg for food at somebody else's table?
Mm-hmm.
Why would I not just have my own table, have my own house? And with the partnership that I signed with them, if they decide not to renew that for another year, then cool. That's I will take my partnership elsewhere.
You have something you're building that you can take wherever you need.
Exactly. This is bigger than me. So for me, this is, I know what I've done. I know who I am. I know what I produce, and I know that that's a talent that that people want and that people need. They just have to figure out if that's something that they want to have. You know what I mean? But it's you take everything with a grain of salt. He could be lying. He could be telling the truth. They could be lying. They could be telling the truth.
It could be a comment taken out of context.
It could be exactly. You know what I mean? My thing is, I'm going to do what's best for me and my family, regardless of what it is. But that's why I preach on entrepreneurship, owning your own name, being your own person, so that you can't be dragged down by something like this. Whatever they decide to do is whatever they decide to do. I, with my company, will do what's in my best interest.
It's definitely an age. I mean, entrepreneurship has been the cool thing for about 20 years now, it seems, and I like to see that coming into wrestling and seeing. We've seen several groups to interesting successes betting on themselves, right? This day and age, and that seems to be this is your turn.
Exactly.
To do that, and it sounds like you're jumping right on that.
Exactly, and I mean, and this is something that, once again, I look to not only take to another company if that's the case, but to take worldwide. There's people all over the world, who feel the way that I do, who want to make a change and have the guts enough to stand up and do so. A lot of people, don't speak out about a lot of these issues, whether it be, things like the shirt or police brutality or things like that, because they're worried about, the effect that it's going to have on their check. And as long as people can control you that way, nothing's going to change.
Yeah.
Right. You have to be able to, by example, even if that means, some people don't get theirs, like look at, the guy that created free agency. He never got a big payday, but now look at what happened because of him. now you've got people to be able to go, oh wow, I can do this, or go here. You changed you changed sports forever.
Mhm.
I mean, just based off what you did, and that kind of legacy, is what I'm all about. So much of what I do now it's past social media stuff. You know what I mean? It's past being, popular in this fake world. You know what I mean? Like I am chasing greatness that, that Muhammad Ali had, Tommy Smith and John Carlos, Arthur Ashe, Jackie Robinson, Roberto Clemente, legacy that goes far beyond what anybody can quantify or what style of wrestling that you like. You know what I mean? This is just me trying to write my name in history. I want history to remember who I am. And this is how I'm going to do it.
It was an interesting comment. Again, I think it's just popped up on your social media today, or at least on my feed. You were talking about, there's no difference between what you see and real me. And that's interesting as we talk to younger wrestlers and say, well, who are you here? Who are you here?
Right.
But, and I know, knowing you for, she's probably known you for nearly 10 years now.
Right.
Like talking to you, this is
Same
I'm
guy.
literally seeing the guy that I've talked to for 10 years
Right.
on my screen, on my social media feed for Ring of Honor, carrying that belt around.
Exactly. And that's all I can ever be. You have so many people, and I've seen it, man. And I don't operate in that fake world, man. I can't do it. You'll have people that put on a great smile, and they'll laugh and joke and shake hands and kiss babies and do all this stuff. And as soon as that person leaves, oh, man, screw that guy. Oh, I hate this town. These people suck. It's like, how can you like if I had an issue with you, you're gonna know we have an issue, and that's just what it's going to be. Look, man, and until we solve the issue, that's what it's going to be.
Trust
right?
me, we've had issues.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just
why are you in my way?
Right. You know what I mean? Move, my guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah. I just and so many people establish these fake personalities and these fake lives for themselves. It's like, that's not you. You don't really live like that. You don't really talk like that. You don't do those things, right? Everything that I do and everything that you see of me online is who I am in real life. I talk about these things. I go to these events. I go to schools and talk to kids. I am involved with these things in my community. I do all these things. I am the very same guy that you see on the screen. If you wanted to fight, and I said, all right, I'm gonna knock you out. I'm gonna put you to sleep. That's what I do. That's all I've done my entire life. And so now that's how I provide for my family. So yes, it may be a harder person for people to recognize and understand from a wrestling standpoint, but this is what I mean by saying depth of character. I am every bit of a guy that you can hate, but at the same time, if you come from where I come from, you're gonna love me because you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm going through because you went through it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I can be a husband and a father, and I can be a best friend, and I can be a guy that's gonna knock your teeth out and not lose any sleep about it. I can be all those things. I can whoop your ass on the street or in the boardroom. It makes me no difference. You know what I mean? That's who I am. And presenting that in professional wrestling, it seems like when it comes to us, like, oh, well, just keep it simple. No, simple is not what I want. You can have other people who have depth of character and have, things that they can go here with it or go here or go here. And there's no reason why I can't do the same. All it takes is for people to stop being lazy.
So again, you're here. You're in Pittsburgh. This is a bit of beat from Cleveland, but a lot of your growing career really happened here in
East
Pittsburgh.
Side, Cleveland. What's going on, people? What's going on, people?
So this really is where a lot of your growth happened. Like I mentioned, RWA, IWC here in the area. You're down at Stage AE, and what is it like to kind of come back and be in front of that audience that maybe know your history?
Right. I mean, it's always really cool to come back and people appreciate the work that you've done and they're supportive and they make their voices heard when I come out. And that always feels good to know that, the years that you put into this matter to people, because at the end of the day, when all the lights go out and, and the crowds are gone, all you're left with is how you made people feel.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And for me, I want, whether they cheered or booed, loved me or hated me, I want them to go, regardless of all that, damn, he was excellent at what he did. You know what I mean? And that's all I want, man. It's just for people to go, when I saw him, I saw what this sport could be at its best.
Excellent. So you are, I believe, if my math, Bandito. So to paraphrase my usual question,
right?
What is the best and worst thing about being the Ring of Honor World Television Champion?
The worst thing about being Ring of Honor World Television Champion is people assume that whoever the Ring of Honor World Champion is, with that being Roosh now, that somehow they're above me, and they're not.
Roosh seemed to come out of nowhere too.
Yeah, and that's a credit to who he is.
Mhm.
It's a credit to his team. It's a credit to their game plan, and it's a phenomenal game plan. He's earned every bit of success as mi hermano. But that's why, from my mentality, I had such a difficult time being on the sideline for 2.5 years.
Mhm.
Because in my head, if you want to make someone a star, you can. You're just choosing not to. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it goes, and I understand there's limited spots. Guys are here, guys leave, more opportunities arise. I get it. But it seems like when you really want to do something, you find a way. You see what I'm saying? So I really wanted to be out in the forefront, so I found a way. You know what I mean? And that's always sort of been the thing, is that the Ring of Honor World Champion is up here. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. The baddest man in Ring of Honor is not holding the Ring of Honor World Championship. The baddest man in Ring of Honor is the Ring of Honor World Television Champion, whether you like it or you don't. But the best thing about being champion is the look on my daughter's faces when I come home, to see the pride in their eyes, to see the fact that, my daughter knows how much this means to me, but she's starting to understand it a bit. And, the first thing that she did when I came home from the UK was I brought my bag in. The title was in my bag. She's like, "Daddy, do you still have that? Do you still have the belt?" And I was like, "Yes, I still got it." She's like, "Yeah." She just loses her mind. So for me, being able to show them not only what a real man is, but what a real champion looks like, to be able to show them by my example how to carry yourself, how to live your life, how to stick to your guns and live by your morals and live by your beliefs and stand by them no matter what. That's the best. And having this platform to be able to show that to not only kids around the world but other people around the world. That's the best part of it. That's the best part of this, because I get to tell my message and use my platform to its utmost, which is what you're supposed to do when you have platforms like this. So to be able to get so many messages from people around the world saying that, we're proud of you, or thank you for finally being someone to try to help change this, or thank you for for saying the things that you do. Enough people don't say it. To me, that's what this is all about.
Excellent. If I can end you on a fun note here. Again, it seems like all the interesting wrestling news is happening this week.
It's absolutely insane, man. It's such a crazy time to be a wrestling fan.
Absolutely. You're like, it's going to settle down. All the new shows came out. We're going to settle in this a month in. It's like, no. So some of your colleagues are having travel issues today.
I heard. Does anybody know what's going on with that?
Well, as of this recording, I don't know. We're only hours from SmackDown this evening.
I heard they're stuck, right?
Yeah, they're stuck. They said maybe 12 wrestlers have gotten back. So from Saudi Arabia, plus everybody that didn't even go.
Wow.
But I thought it'd be kind of fun to ask you. You just got back from the UK.
Yes.
Obviously, you've been traveling all over with Ring of Honor.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have any travel mishaps, stories that you can share with us in the spirit of in just spirit of camaraderie with our friends that are stuck in the Middle East?
Wow, none from this past trip. Everything went fairly smooth. This past trip. I remember when I did my solo tour in the UK for like 6 weeks last year. And I was on my way to Norwich, and the people at the station had no idea where Norwich was. So like I'm stuck in this train I'm stuck in this train spot, missing train after train, trying to figure out where to go, and like what connections and what stops. And I've never done this, you know what I mean? So it took me like an extra probably like 12 hours, 13 hours to get to where I wanted to go. Someone finally knew where that place was. And shout out to the Knights, Roy, and his dad, his mom Soraya, Ricky Knight Jr., the whole crew in Norwich for putting up with me for those few weeks while I was in the UK and giving me places to stay. It's good stuff.
Awesome. Finally, Wheels is saying he's Wheels is a belts nut. Like,
what?
You know that Wheels like just is a championship belt, just crazy. He collects them, right?
Yeah.
And I'm getting the sun right in your camera. So
right.
It's getting interesting right now. You got the really sunny shot right now. Mm-hmm. But he said, tell Shane I'll take him on his championship for the Ring of Honor heavyweight championship that he has.
You don't want that. You don't want those problems, Will. You don't want them problems, boy. Yeah, I mean, with the run that I'm on, I made no secret about what I want to do, and that is break Jay Lethal's single reign championship defense record. I think when you look at the history of Ring of Honor and the things that he's done, he's undoubtedly the benchmark of success. You know what I mean? Especially being an African American male, I feel like no matter what you do, those comparisons will be there to Jay Lethal. And so for me, if I want to surpass him, if I want to get to a point to where that conversation then switches from him to me, then this is what I have to do. Not only do I want to break that championship defense record, but then I want to go on and be only the second African American male ever to win the Ring of Honor World Championship. So that, of course, depending on what happens the next 2 months.
We'll see how's it going. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if the Joey Mercury proclamation comes true.
Man, it's so crazy. And I know I probably already have a bunch of texts and calls from people trying to see what's going on, but
absolutely.
I mean, like I said, I control things in my power. What's not in my control, I will. You know what I mean? So
excellent. So thank you so much for joining us again. You're going to be at here in Pittsburgh, if you guys are catching us day of here on this Friday that we're recording for ROH Experience, which sounds like it's likening me back to the old Taboo Tuesday days. There's some fan voting going on. It's of course going to be live on Honor Club, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And then you're going to be out this Sunday in Columbus as well.
That's right. The Ohio Kid coming back. Go Bucks too. By the way, they are killing it this year. Yeah, we will be in Columbus, where it will be myself and a partner that I have picked out. I will not tell you who it is right now. Against Villain Enterprises, Marty Skrull and Brody King. I'm anxious for that match, and I'm excited because anytime I've been in the ring with Marty, it's been fun. And the one time that I was in the ring with Brody, I walked out with the Ring of Honor World Television Championship. So
there it goes.
We will see what happens in Columbus.
Excellent. Go check it out. Go check out the show. Say hi to Shane and any of the other shows or anywhere else you may be checking it out. Follow him on social media, because it gets very interesting. Thank you so much. And everybody, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, please support indie wrestling. Please support independent promotions. And just please support wrestling in general. All right, thanks, guys. Sorry.
Hello there, James here, James Buckley, and I'm just wanted to do a song for my friends out there and everyone who's watching. It's a song that was written by a big influence of mine back in the day, and I am very moved by this song, as well as the whole world actually is moved by this tune. It's one of those songs that kind of everybody loves. So that's why I chose to do this song. And it's written by John Lennon, who had a gift that he shared with the world. So if we all have a gift, shouldn't we share it? Imagine. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. No religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Hope someday you'll join us in the world we'll live as one. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Hope someday you'll join us in the world we'll live as one. Live as one. imagine the world could be a better place, and you could be part of that.
All right. I am Sheena. Here on guitar is Steve, and we're going to be playing an original song called The Well. Oh, my old lovers are drifting away. All these wounds have long since healed. Those faces all have blurred. This time I learned my lesson. This time I heed the call. You won't catch me sleeping. You won't catch me at all. Where did you come from? With your eyes made out of ice, skin that's cool to the touch, your lips melt into vice. I thought I knew the answer. I thought I'd get away. It's too soon to be certain. Too late to be afraid. Every day I take a stone and try to fill that well. But every time I do, I know I can't erase your spell. Every day I take a stone, I try to make amends. But this curse you put on me is a hell that never ends. Everyone's connection, it changes with the tide. And every sunrise in autumn isn't home and no demise. Mine may not be special or unique enough to tell. I still recall those feelings. I still drank from that well.
Giving Pittsburgh a better alternative. Giving Pittsburgh.
Good morning, everyone. Good rainy morning from the beautifully rainy and cold Beachview Business District for the Pittsburgh Current podcast, live from Sorgatron Media here on Broadway Avenue. We are live. We're in the middle. I think this was our first live show, but we got everything's under control now. We're moving along. Thank you for joining us this morning. We have a great guest this morning, Brian Crawford of PGH Museums, a new subscription-based media website, media company. And we'll be talking about that, of course, but let's talk about a few announcements. First, coming up December 13th, live at the Roxy Theater, it's Jim Kren's Very Yinzer Christmas. Jim has been working on this show hard for the last couple of months, honing. And he's going to be playing with the Bill Henry Band, which, for those of you who know the Bill Henry Band, they're a great live show. You should definitely get your tickets. You can go to our website, pittsburghcurrent.com, to get all of the details on Jim Kren's Yinzer Christmas. And the tickets are $30 on December 5th from at Max's Allegheny Tavern on the north side. Pittsburgh Current is also hosting a Repeal Day party at the Speakeasy in the basement of Max's Allegheny. So it'll be fun. It'll be Repeal Day themed. Some of us will be wearing some sort of costumes. We're going to have entertainment, food, drinks, everything you want, as well as there may be, some happenings. We don't know. It's Repeal Day, so... we're going back. We're going to actually make the booze in a bathtub in our office. So that's good. I'm just kidding. It'll be real store-bought alcohol, folks. I'm kind of rambling today, so let's get a little focused. Brian Crawford is my guest today, and a lot of you may know Brian Crawford. He's very well known throughout the Pittsburgh media scene, the podcasting. That's actually how Brian and I met. When we started the Pittsburgh Current, before we started the Pittsburgh Current, Brian, I think you had me on your show, and I really appreciated that. Brian, when I was sort of jobless, homeless, and hanging out, Brian said, "Hey, why don't you come on and let's talk about your situation?" And so I don't know if I've ever said it in person, but I really appreciate, Brian, that you helped me out with that. And honestly, that helped get the word out a lot. And then from there, we were able to, kind of start the Pittsburgh Current. So
yeah, I loved having you on. It was a lot of fun.
And that's also why, because a lot of times in media, there's this idea that it's very sort of, I have my lane, you have your lane, etc. But I think the more media that we have, the better things are. And so that's why I didn't hesitate on having Brian come on today to talk about his new website, pghmuseums.org. Very much does, we're going to kind of be covering some of the same things, but in my mind, you can't have too much coverage. And so, Brian, talk to me a little bit about PGH Museums. Where'd the idea come from? And
yeah, so it started off with a podcast.
Right.
Actually, it was a podcast called The Culture Cruise that I did with my friend Randy, who started this project with me. And the Culture Cruise was a fun podcast where we would get in a car and we would drive to a museum, record the podcast while we're driving, and then drive back from the museum and talk about what we experienced.
Yeah.
And I was too busy. Randy was too busy. It never got the love it deserved. So I decided to branch out and revitalize that podcast. It's something I really, really enjoyed doing. So we decided to do it as a standalone. And something we had always heard over the years constantly from people is that people would ask, where is there a list of museums in Pittsburgh? And I said, well, there really isn't.
Right.
And the best you're going to find is a top 10 list, and usually those top 10 lists are the same over and over. I don't know if it's just groupthink or if somebody's just inspired by something someone else wrote or whatever, but it's literally the same museums, and sometimes it's not even museums that make the list, and there's other museums that are great that no one's ever heard of that don't make that list. So we decided, why don't we be the people to create that directory?
Right.
So we built this whole site where we're going to have the media, we're going to have the directory, and we're going to have a membership program. And the directory itself, I'm happy to say, is there's more than 400 museums, galleries, and historic places in southwestern Pennsylvania.
Wow.
And that's just what we got to start. I know we're going to be getting a lot more as the site develops and as it grows and as people start seeing the site. So that's really exciting. It's great. And there are so many interesting things that I'm learning about this history, about the history of this area. One in particular, which struck me as I was reading through. First off, I found all of these like old bars from the 1800s and 1700s that are still bars today.
Wow.
So as someone who likes to go to the pub, I'm looking forward to that. But also, I was tasked in finding places in Washington County. Each of our team members took a different county at the beginning.
Oh.
And in Washington County, I found out that the first crematory in the United States was in Washington County.
Really?
Right here in southwestern Pennsylvania. That was something that blew my mind because I am someone who prides myself in knowing the local history pretty well, and that came out of the blue. I had no idea.
Yeah, as a city that that loves to bury their political secrets, and it makes sense that we would be the trendsetters in
burning them instead.
in disposal. So I have a sneak peek at Brian's website, which will be your website will be going live when, Brian? PGHmuseums.org.
This Saturday.
This
So
Saturday.
we're going to celebrate with a launch party.
Yes, launch party, which we will definitely talk about this Saturday. I will guarantee you that when this comes live, people are going to be able to go here and look, and they're going to see something that they didn't know existed. Has to be, because Boswell Area Historic Society, like I said, just kind of randomly clicking, and even something closer to home. So Bowman Homestead, I don't. So you guys really did your research. How did you go about finding these locations? Did people submit, or did you just was it driving around? Was it web research? Was it a combination?
It was mostly web research. So we did a lot of web research. We searched different keywords in different areas, and we also added in the National Historic Register for every county.
Yes.
So that was a big deal because even that alone, it's not easy to find that information. It's weird. The easiest way to find it, to be honest, is Wikipedia. It's easier to find it there than it is to find it on the actual website for the National Historic Registers. But even so, it's only county by county. No matter where you find it, it's only county by county. And these counties are also connected. People drive amongst these counties all the time.
Right.
So it made sense to put them all in one spot. So we did a lot of web research and personal knowledge and things like that. So what we're going to do, because we do want to open it up to the public, on the website there will be a spot where people can request a museum or gallery to be added to the website, because the area where we're really short in, and maybe you guys can help me with this, Brian at pghmuseums.org, we're short on galleries. They're much harder to find than the museums and historic sites. So that's an area where we definitely, it's an opportunity for us to improve there. But it's going to be a growing project, and we want people to feel like they're part of this project, and this is their community project, so we encourage you to get involved and submit a museum. Now, it's not like Wikipedia where you submit the museum and it all of a sudden appears and it's our job to check and take it down. The information will get to us in our team, and then we'll assess if it's a real museum.
Yeah,
or
you guys will vet
gallery.
everything that comes in.
Yeah.
So what determines a museum? So I look here just through random clicking. Obviously when it has museum in the foundation, or Beaver Area Heritage Foundation, obviously. But for example, just one that I happened to click was Carnegie Free Library of Beaver Falls. So what was the criteria for inclusion?
So it's a historic place. So historic places also are included.
Got
So
you.
if it's a historic building, anything that kind of has its roots in our history in one area or another is added to our listings. Because people who love history, for example, we added all these covered bridges, and someone said, "Oh, do you really want to add all these covered bridges?" And I said, well, yeah, because somebody who's a covered bridge enthusiast is going to want to drive around and see all of these covered bridges.
Exactly.
So it's pretty comprehensive, and that's our goal, is we want to be the most comprehensive listing that's out there.
And what are some of your favorite sort of either something you didn't know about or something that you're sure that other people don't know about. What are some of your favorite spots on here, some of the lesser known? Because as you said earlier, like when people talk about museums, when they talk about, hey, what museums are, you're going to come up with, the Carnegie suite of museums. You're going to come up with, the Science Center, the Children's Museum, things like that. And you're going to come up with Wood Street galleries and the galleries that are in the downtown cultural district. So, what are some of the things that you found that are really sort of like the reason you're doing this site? You're like, this is really like a diamond in the rough or a great site that people should know about.
Yeah. So first of all, I do want to say one of our goals is, you mentioned the Carnegies and
Yes.
the Heinz History Centers and stuff like that. And they all have great funding, which is wonderful. I'm glad that they're supported, but so many museums are even run by volunteers. So this site is our goal is to try to put everybody on the same playing levels in terms of opportunities. Obviously, the Carnegie is still going to get a lot of traffic through us because they are sending us press releases. Yeah. But our goal is to put everybody on the same level and give everybody the opportunity and give web presence to a lot of places that have websites that are a little dated maybe because they don't have the web developers and resources. So looking through these museums, one that really surprised me, I don't know if you've ever been to historic Hannistown. It's out in...
I don't think so.
So it's out right outside of Greensburg, and it was actually the county seat for Westmoreland County when Pittsburgh was part of Westmoreland County. And that area, that town was... Well, first off, they have a really cool place. That was the guy who was the mayor. It was his home. It was also the courthouse, and it was the tavern. So you could go get a drink on your way to court. I mean, it just makes sense. But the entire place was burned down by Native Americans, and there was basically a fight between a bunch of different municipalities as to who would be the new county seat for Westmoreland County. Pittsburgh was one of those municipalities that was trying to become the county seat. The city that won was a new city, a new town that was called Newtown. And Newtown is what is now Greensburg. But if you look at that area, you have West Newtown, which is West Newton. We call it West Newton.
Oh, right, yeah.
So that's where that history all ties into place. It's a really cool site. But what's really interesting about that spot and what people don't think about, because a lot of people who are into that era of time, that like pre-Revolutionary War era, and French and Indian War, like the Pittsburgh's older history, people think of Hannistown for that reason, but there's actually a gallery at historic Hannistown because it's also the Historical Society's home for Westmoreland County. And in that gallery, it's actually photography of Westmoreland County. There's a photographer society in Westmoreland County, and it's all local photography of just beautiful nature and towns and things like that all throughout Westmoreland County. I had no idea that existed. I knew Hannistown existed.
Right.
I went there. I took a week's vacation. I just traveled to a bunch of different museums, and that was a big shock. I know there's some ones here that I'm really looking forward to exploring that I have not been to in the past. One of them on here that joined, or an affiliate of ours actually, it's the Punxsutawney. Let me see if I can find it right here. I want to say it right. Punxsutawney Weather Discovery Center, which is really cool. Like I didn't know that existed.
Yeah,
so
no, me either.
I'm gonna head down there. Photo Antiquities, they keep asking me to come down. I'm like, after this party, I will be there, so we're going to go and check that out.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of really cool places that I haven't been to, and that's what's so great about this is it's developing a list for myself as well.
And what's the, I mean, obviously we're here in Western Pennsylvania, Southwest Pennsylvania. Do you plan on kind of keeping it Western Pennsylvania focused, or do you see it potentially kind of growing up into something else, maybe even regionally with, with Ohio and West Virginia, or even maybe farther east? Or
so my thoughts, and it all depends on how well we do with our membership program, because I'd have to hire like someone part-time at least just to do the boring work, the data entry and stuff like that. It's easy to get volunteers to create fun videos and podcasts and blog. It's harder to get people to commit to data entry.
Right.
So what I'd like to do is, if we do well with our membership, I'd like to first move upwards to Erie and then stretch across the state. And I think what would be cool in the future, and this is, again, it's all dependent. We're happy with whatever we can do, but if we are able to do this, it would be cool if we had the entire Commonwealth split it up into 3 sections. So you would have a one page, you would see Pennsylvania, you'd click the part of the state you wanted, and then from there you could get more information. That way I just think it'd be a little more digestible. It'd be a little too overwhelming to have all of Pennsylvania. If you think about it, our history in this area is so rich. In some ways, we we started a world war that in many ways shaped the entire world order, leading all the way into World War II.
Right.
And you think about that, Philadelphia's older than us. So if we had that kind of an impact
Sure.
on the world, imagine what kind of history is
Right.
across the,
Of course,
the state
yeah.
as well. So I think it would just be a little overwhelming for all on one website, but I think to break it up that way, and sure, I mean, the sky's the limit. It just all depends. I want to start small. And the reason why is even at the beginning we had some push. Oh, go north, go to Crawford County. Your name's
Mhm.
Crawford. I'm like, I have nothing against Crawford County. We can add them to the list, but I'm not going to make it there
Right,
personally. And right now, I need to be able to get to places that I can reach.
Right.
That way, we can make sure that whenever they're affiliated with us, if they decide to affiliate with us, we can give them justice as
Mhm.
well. And we also want to make sure that we're on point and our content is solid. So that way we gain people's interest, and that way we'll get people excited about the brand. So then we can move into Crawford
Right.
County and move across state, move north and east.
So talk a little bit about your subscription model, and
Mhm.
then also talk a little bit about you mentioned a couple of times about affiliate members. So talk
Yeah.
a little about those two things.
Sure. So the subscription, first I'll say most of the website's free. Most everything will be free. The blog will primarily be free unless there's like something really cool that comes out that we want to reserve
Sure.
for our members. The interviews with artists and historians, most of those will be free. The podcast coming next fall will be free. What's going to be behind the paywall are these mini documentaries that we create. We've got all sorts of interesting ideas on what we would want to do with those, where we'll take people behind the scenes. One idea that I have, and I'm going to pitch it to them. So this may not happen. We'll see. I haven't made the pitch yet, but one
Yeah.
idea I have is I would love to go to Phipps Conservatory during one of their change-outs when they change
Yeah.
seasons, and actually go into the production greenhouse and show people things that they're just not able to see
Right.
with a ticket to Phipps. And that's
Sure.
kind of the stuff that we want to do in these mini documentaries. And that's why those are going to be reserved for our members, because our members are the real hardcore museum enthusiasts versus somebody who, is interested in checking out a museum, which is a big part of our website as well. So really what you'll get is a card just like this one here for Charlie Deach that we have for you.
Thank
And
you.
with this card, you will get a discount at right now it is 13. It'll be 14 museums in the region to start off, and that'll continue to grow
Yeah.
as more museums sign on with us, and it's a reoccurring discount that you can get. And all that a museum is required to sign up with us is to offer that discount. So they offer a discount to our members, and then in return, they'll be listed on our members page. They'll be, if you look at the top of the website, you'll see that featured
Yeah.
content section. Their articles will go there in addition to any original content that we put out. And then also in our podcasts and videos and even in the blogs, we'll be throwing in little promos for those museums to try to drive traffic to them. We didn't want to charge the museums. It's typically $20 a card. The first way to get a card is the $25 fee for the party, and you'll get a lot more than the membership card in that.
Right.
With the party. Then after that, we're probably going to have a sale for Christmas, and then typically the price of the card is only $20 a year. And for the museums, it's free. All they have to do is offer the discount. And the reason why is, again, we don't want any barrier to entry for these museums. We want the museum that's run by a team of volunteers. We want a museum that's run by a team of volunteers to have the same opportunity as a museum that has a full paid staff.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that our website maintains that, because no one else is going to do it, because there's really no reason for any individual museum to put something like this together. So we want to make sure that we stay pure to
Right.
that goal, which is why we started the podcast out long ago, and
Yeah.
that's why we're doing this website now.
What's the so who do you have developing this content with? Is it mainly a one-man show right now, one-person show right now? Is it?
No, there's 4 people who were involved in the videos, whether they be interviews or the documentaries, and then we have a couple people working on blog posts as well. And basically, we're just the interviews will come out every other week, and they're going to be shot on location, so we'll be in the gallery or in the studio with the artist. And we basically are going to have a spreadsheet up, and whoever is able to make it that particular Saturday morning when we record it, they'll just write their name down and we'll go. But yeah, it's all volunteers. We're all just going to do what we can. And one of the things that we have, one of the great things about this site, and one of the things that I did early on, is I sent out this summer an email to every museum that I could find an email address for, and I said, add us to your media list. So we'll be posting their press releases as long as it's not something that we need to rewrite, then we'll rewrite it. But we'll
Right.
pretty much be posting the press releases on our blog as well, in addition to content. So since we're all volunteers and we all have a full-time job, some of us have more than one full-time job, then we don't have to worry necessarily about content always being posted, because we're going to be fed content. Because really our job isn't to become a newspaper like what you guys are. Our job is to just be a resource to find information about these museums. So like even if we read something in the Pittsburgh Current that deals with the museum, we'll share that link on our blog and say, hey, check out this article from the Pittsburgh Current. And that's part of our objective too. We kind of want to be the one-stop shop for everything museum, finding out information about museums, reading about museums, watching interviews, getting discounts. We plan on doing quarterly events where you'll get a discount as a member. So there's all sorts of fun things that we have in the works.
As well as, and we talked a little bit, you obviously will have this, and it's already, like I said, I've already seen the interactive map. It's pretty impressive. But you also have a calendar, I assume, of events and
calendar of events, a directory that you can read. We'll have the map that you saw, which is interactive, and there's actually a button on there you can click to activate your Google Maps app on your phone. So then you can navigate to it, which is great.
Yeah.
And also, in addition to that, there's a search bar on there. And if you just start typing in, like if you type in Andy Warhol, the museum listing will come up that we have, and then all of the articles associated with it as well will pop up, which is great. And then you can even just search in Allegheny County, and then everything from Allegheny County will come up. You can search in private residence, and then if you want to go and be a creeper and look at all of these personally owned homes that are on the historic register, they're all going to be there. You can drive around and look at those as well.
So you have your event coming up on Saturday, a launch party. Tell me a little bit about the launch party. Where and when, and what the hope is. Obviously, you're hoping to get people to come out and learn more about you.
I will just put it this way to start off. I am losing money on this party, even if we have a good turnout.
Right.
We've just thrown everything at it because we wanted it to be a great event, because it's our big welcomed, the world event. So it's $25 to get in. And when you get in, first thing you get is this PGH Museum's membership card, which is a $20 value. That's included in the ticket price. In addition to that, you'll get 2 drinks from Threadbare, which Threadbare cider and mead. So, you can't go wrong right there. There's going to be pizza available. There will be a live music from Tim Vitullo, who's an incredible musician. You guys should get him on your musician show sometime. He's great.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic. We'll have 2 live painters, Nikki Bacon and Mike Zickafoos. They'll be there live painting in front of you, and you can also buy their artwork as well. Also, for that price, there's going to be the Carnegie Museum of Natural History's mini museum on site. So there's actually going to be a museum that you can explore while you're at the party. And the first 60 ticket buyers will take a fossil home with them. And if you buy your ticket by Friday night tonight, you'll be entered into a basket for the Steel City Salt Company.
Wow.
So it's a lot for $25.
And the location is at Threadbare.
It is
your location.
Mm-hmm.
So it is, as to talking to you about this, it's obvious to me that this is especially if you're volunteering your time and your money and so forth, this obviously has to be something that is important to you, close to you. Has history always been something you've had an interest in?
It is, yeah. I've always been interested in history. It's funny, I never really went to a lot of museums as a kid. My parents didn't go to a ton of them, so we just didn't go. We always went to the beach, which was great. I love the beach, but didn't go to a lot of museums. And it was actually my friend Randy who started this with me. He is the one who really started getting me to go to museums. We started going just for fun, and then the podcast came as our schedules got tighter, and I was like, oh, if we make it a priority, we can make sure that we get to it. But yeah, so it started off that way, and I really love seeing history. I don't know, it's one thing to read it. I like to experience things, so it's one thing to read about something or watch something, but to be able to walk through it and live it, I don't know why. It's to me, it's more exciting that way.
Yeah. What are we missing anything? I mean, as obviously someone who spent a lot of hours getting this ready, what else should people know about your site and about the information and so forth you're going to have on there?
Yeah, I think it's we want you to be active in the site. I think that's the biggest thing, is we want you to live and breathe it, and we want you to be a member with us. We want you to be an affiliate, obviously, but even more than that, even if you're somebody who's doesn't want to become a member of PGH Museums, we want you to add to the site. Tell us your stories. Tell us your experiences. One of the things I love about this project is I'll share a photo of a building, and people from all over will start talking about their experiences with that building and how their family members lived there, or how they worked there, or different things that they experienced. One example is the Union Trust building. We posted a picture of the ceilings. That's one of my favorite buildings in Pittsburgh. Have you been in there?
I have not been in there. Of course, I know where it is, but yeah, I've never been.
Go in.
Yeah.
You walk in, and first off, you're like, wow, this is a really nice lobby.
Yeah.
And then you get to the middle, and you look up, and every floor has a round railing going all the way up to the top with the stained glass ceiling. And it is just breathtaking. It's very difficult to photograph. And I did the best that I could, posted the picture, and apparently they used to leave a tarp at the bottom of that at Christmas time, and people would drop money from each of the floors into the tarp I think it was for the Salvation Army.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like stories like that which are so cool.
Yeah.
I don't think they do that anymore. I had no idea that was ever a thing. And just stories like that are really, really cool to hear, and that's what we really want to get more of that as we go along. So it's really interacting with the site. We want you to be engaged with our programming, comment on our stuff, whether you hate what we said or whether you want to add something to it. We want people to really feel like this is their website as well, and we want them to be involved. Again, there's going to be a spot right there for people to add their own museum. I know there's museums we're missing. I don't know if you're familiar with Trundle Manor.
Yeah, one I am familiar with.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Trundle Manor is somebody owns that as their personal home. They
Right.
live in that building.
Right.
So I do know about that one, but there's a good chance that I could not have known about that
Right.
one. You know what I mean?
And there are probably many people that don't know about
Exactly. Trundle Manor is great. They have a tumor in a jar that's a music box.
Right
there in the foyer of the house. I think it's in the foyer. So I mean, the place is incredible. So I know there's more stuff out there like that.
And I think what this will do too is it's going to challenge people's thoughts about and ideas about what a museum is, what a museum is supposed to be. Like, again, there are people I'm sure who would, who when they say museums, you got to have, dinosaur bones and whatever paintings made by people with French names. But there's much more to museums than what we think of as museums.
Oh yeah, actually, one of the cool things. Props to Pittsburgh. So from what I've been told, and I haven't done the research, so I'm just saying this because I've been told it, but it sounds good.
Yeah.
Apparently, a lot of these natural history museums actually have models of dinosaur skeletons that are based off of what we have at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. So that's kind of cool. So we have the real deal there. And actually, if you go there, you can see them actually working on dinosaurs in one of the windows, which is pretty sweet. So.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. I mean, our museum, just the museum system that you do know, that most people do know of, is amazing. So I think it's really cool that this is going to really take people even deeper into what Pittsburgh has to offer in terms of museums and galleries and so forth.
Oh yeah, and then the buildings as well. I was talking with Louise of the Pittsburgh History and Landmarks Foundation, and they've affiliated with us as well, so our members will get discounts with a lot of the stuff that they're doing as well. But she was saying from the beginning, she's like, our museum is the buildings in the world that you live in Pittsburgh, and a lot of these historic buildings. And it was funny because that was already part of something we were working on. We added historic buildings and stuff like that to the project, but I couldn't agree with her more. And sometimes the buildings themselves, you go to the Carnegie Museum of Natural History and you look at the building that it's in, or even the libraries that are around here, they are breathtaking. The Cathedral of Learning, go in there. They're as interesting. Well, the Cathedral of Learning is a museum itself with the nationalities rooms, but just going into the lobby is just out of this world. And you can gain so much just going to even the historic sites. I remember one day I was young. I was just out of high school, and I discovered the historic markers. They I don't want to talk down on my high school, but they didn't talk really anything about local history.
Sure. No, and I think most high schools don't, and that's kind of sad.
They don't. And I remember learning about Bushy Run in high school, and I was taught wrong information. We were told that it was part of the French and Indian War, and it definitely was. It was a war that was a direct result of the French and Indian War, but it was actually a separate war called Pontiac's War. and it was the French had nothing to do with that war. Well, except for the fact that the Native Americans were hoping the French would come back, but the French weren't actually involved in any of the fighting in Pontiac's war. But one of the things that Irwin has is all of these different historic markers, like they have here in Pittsburgh. And there was actually a house that was part of the Underground Railroad that was in Irwin. General Braddock camped in Irwin on his way to Fort Duquesne. All of these different things that I never learned in history class that I learned just going to these sites. And even though the house that was part of the Underground Railroad, it was a private residence, you couldn't walk into it. It was really cool to just drive by it or walk by it and look at it and think, wow, this was a part of American history, a part of Pittsburgh history. And that's really cool too. So I thought it was important to add all of these historic places because you can learn and gain so much and really appreciate your own hometown so much more when you can see how your hometown is connected through history and how it's shaped the world that we live in.
It's really great. As we wrap up here with Brian Crawford of PGH Museums, Brian, tell people how they can get tickets to the event on Saturday. And obviously there'll be advanced tickets now, and there also will be tickets at the door, I assume?
Correct. Yeah, so right now until Friday night at 11:59 p.m., you can go to pghmuseums.org, and you'll see right at the top of the page there's a link that is for the tickets. You can also just find us on Eventbrite as well. It's right there. And also the day of, it's just cash only the day of, and that'll be at the door, $25 at the door at Threadbare. And you won't get a ticket, you'll just be let in. So
great. We're having a bit of a having a bit of a technical difficulty here, folks. Sorry about that.
Live podcasting.
This is where my inexperience comes in. Brian, tell me. So basically, what I'll say is, Brian, fill time for me real quick while I look something up on my computer.
Sure.
Back to museums that people might not know about. There are some. How much have you gone? You mentioned Washington County. So what are the main target counties? Are you looking at Beaver County? Are you looking at?
Oh,
yeah.
It goes out just. Well, I hate to bring up Crawford. We want Crawford museums. So if somebody is from Crawford County, please send us our museums. We do want to add you. We're just not our focus right now. But basically, that's our top. So like right there, we don't go into Crawford or Erie County, so that's about as far north as we go. We go all the way down to the border with West Virginia. We go all the way out to Ohio, and then we go all the way out to Clarion County. And the reason why we go that far is just because if you exclude Clarion, it's like this huge cutout, and it looks like we're intentionally excluding them. So it's a natural line to run around Clarion. So that's why somebody was like, Crawford, Clarion's further than Crawford. It's like, well, that's why. It's just because it would look really like rude, like we're like, we're done with you. So that's our focus. But again, we're not building a wall like the president. We are building just a border line. So like you can cross that. We can cross that border. We do have some museums in West Virginia that have been added to the directory.
Okay.
We will add museums in Ohio if they pop up or someone suggests it. So it's definitely a line drawn in pencil. We encourage coloring outside of the lines, if that makes sense. But that's kind of our focus. We just had to have a focus. Otherwise, you're never going to accomplish anything if you don't have a targeted area.
I grew up just down the river, just over the border in Ohio, East Liverpool, Wellsville area. And there's a museum of ceramics in East Liverpool, Ohio. And I remember, listen, I'm sure it's lovely. And I've never been as an adult. But I was going as a kid to learn about, because, pottery is what made that region of Ohio and West Virginia. Pottery was huge down there. Homer Laughlin China Company, home of the fancy plates that everybody loves. You'll know it. Anyway, Fiesta ware. Everyone loves Fiesta ware. But I remember that as a kid thinking, I don't know how I could, spend an hour or two looking at plates. But even as a kid, you're like, this is kind of interesting to learn something that you never knew before. So
it's
definitely, I think this is definitely something that is needed. Before we go, I do want to tell you that now celebrating their 25th anniversary, the Pittsburgh dance company Attack Theater presents The Kitchen Sink at New Hazlitt Theater on November 15th through the 17th, featuring a rocking repertoire of original live music and the bold physicality of the company dancers. Tickets and more information at attacktheater.com/kitchen sink. And that's what I was missing. We all make mistakes, I guess. Brian, thank you for coming out today. Thank you for hanging in. This has been a bit of an odd show. I've definitely had some flubs and mix-ups, but you were great, Brian, and I think that people should definitely check out your site, pghmuseums.org. The event this Saturday at Threadbare. I think it. Good luck with the endeavor.
Thank you. You're definitely, like I said, this Saturday, you're getting your money's worth. I'm going to lose a minimum $300, maybe $600.
Come and help Brian drink all the booze and food he's already paid for.
Yes,
he would
exactly.
appreciate it.
Please.
Thanks a lot, and thank you for joining us today on the Pittsburgh Current podcast. Have a great week.
A better alternative, giving Pittsburgh a better alternative, giving Pittsburgh a better alternative, a better alternative, giving Pittsburgh a better alternative, giving Pittsburgh a better alternative.
How you feeling, babe?
I'm a tad nervous.
You'll be swell.
Our next guest is making his debut here on top of the charts, ready to perform the hit single, You Make Me Smile. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Hyman!
I like the way that you look at me. Your eyes reveal everything that I wanna see. You have the innocence of a child. You make me smile. The way you say sorry when you've done nothing wrong. The way you light up when you hear your favorite song. The way that you can go from shy to wild. You make me smile. Anytime that I feel alone, all I do is pick up the phone. And when I hear your voice, it leaves me with no choice. The way you pick me up when I'm feeling down. The way that you can turn my whole day around. The way that you can make it feel that it's worthwhile. You make me smile. You look at me. Your eyes reveal everything that I wanna see. You have the innocence of a child. You make me smile. The way you say sorry when you've done nothing wrong.
Oh, I'm at that one. Yes.
Oh,
There's a desktop.
I was gonna
Link.
say.
That's Link. Giant mountain face. Hannibal the Cannibal Headland.
Hello, Clarice.
Afro podcaster.
Yeah.
Yes, this wig is a little hot.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna
this won't
stay
last long.
I don't
Yeah.
think it's going to stay on the entire episode.
Nope, gotta have it on the whole time.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorg has spoken.
You have to. Dedicate to the gimmick.
I'll do what I can.
Alright, you good? You have all three of
Let me check.
I'm not there.
He's still he's a
I'm a desktop.
He's a screensaver. Or
Yeah.
desktop. Link is a desktop. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hannibal, how are you doing?
Hannibal.
Sorry.
Could go for a
Got all the things.
bottle of Chianti.
Boom. That should be it, right? 1, 2, 3.
There we
Oh,
go.
cool. There I am.
There you go. Everybody happy?
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Morty's right behind you.
Yeah, he is right behind me.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Keeps happening. I keep bumping.
Spider Link, Spider Link.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm running away.
Does whatever a spider
I'm
thinks.
running away so you can do a show.
Can you guys actually hear me through this
Yeah.
mask? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, perfect.
Why is he muffled?
Yeah.
Actually,
Please mention that.
Link, this is the best you've ever sounded.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay. Duke, I feel bad. I should have brought a straw for your drink.
Yes.
Good luck.
For my bottle of Chianti.
Take a drink for that, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna get messy.
Yeah, just pour it. Yeah.
One for me, one for my homies.
Yeah.
Well, see, I can be like Rorschach and like eat beans like this or whatever.
Oh yeah. Eat beans.
Just roll it up.
There you go.
He's not stuck in here with us. We're stuck in here with him.
There's like a cognitive disconnect between me on the screen as Spider-Man and my body.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh wait, that is me.
Trying to decide if Dan, I don't know, with the Disco Dan hair, I guess.
Disco Dan.
Yeah.
It's kind of a. I feel like the what was the character's name from the IT crowd?
Oh yeah.
Oh crap! I forget his name.
I don't know.
It was like
that's IT crowd. That one guy.
Yeah.
That one guy
That
from
one
the
guy.
IT
Yeah.
crowd.
Yep, that one guy that no one can remember. It was like a weird name. It was like a one-word name or something. Like, now I gotta look it up, or I'm gonna be
I think most names are one-word names.
But I mean, it was like an actual like word or something.
Okay.
It was like,
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Thank you
For the win.
Sorg coming in for the save.
Best series ever.
Yes.
All right.
All right. So
Just a little bit of feedback there on something.
Oh, that might have been my. I just had my phone.
Oh, it's
Maybe.
your phone probably. Yeah.
Stupid technology. All right. So I think, are we guys ready? Oh, wait, I don't even know what episode this is.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I'm at.
Yeah. It's like Lone Star.
Link's like, I'm running low on oxygen. Let's see.
I can't breathe in this thing.
All right, so I think that was 320. Okay, so this is going to be episode 330.
330.
Yes, not as much fun as 420.
Oh, yeah. That's a ways to go.
That's right. Well, for better or for worse, welcome to the Comic Book Pit Podcast. I'm your host, Dan. Disco Dan, as I'm also called here in beautiful Beachview, Pennsylvania. We're good. And with me, as always, our co-host Scott, the Hannibal Headland.
There you go.
Or the cannibal, not
the Hannibal.
The
Hannibal the cannibal.
Hannibal the cannibal Headland.
Yeah.
Please never do that again. It looks really weird when you laugh through that mask.
Yeah.
Wait, could you?
It's like I could be also be Slipknot or something. I think.
Can you stick your tongue through it?
Do I want to?
That's some weird questions.
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Yeah. And then on the other end, equally as terrifying in a different way, Spiderlink.
Spiderlink.
Hello.
Spiderlink.
So
let's find out what Spiderlink thinks.
So yes, this is going to be your one-stop shop for comic book reviews and discussions. Tonight we're just gonna, I think we're gonna kind of merge our format a little bit for tonight.
Yeah.
We're gonna do some reviews and some talk, and try not to pass out from all the overheated plastics we're wearing on our heads and faces.
Yeah.
It smells interesting. Not really sure what fabric this is made out of, but
I think calling it fabric is kind of is a leap.
Yeah, probably yes.
I mean, if you need to go to bonnet mode,
it's just
if you see me stop moving,
we'll just keep going.
Yeah, just keep going.
Podcast verite. Pour one out to the Podfather, Nick Marino.
There you go.
So well, let's get started with some comic just some conversation. I know.
Yeah.
Duke, you had something you wanted to bring up.
This is gonna be weird. Should I don't know.
It's up to you. Whatever you're comfortable doing.
Here, I'm gonna lift this off for now.
Yeah. While you're talking.
While I chop my head off here.
Yeah. Careful with that sharp plastic.
Oh yeah. Here, we'll do it like that.
Just for kids.
Ooh, that's a look. Ooh,
I tell you
look at
what.
that.
I think you should
That
keep
hair?
that.
Yeah.
I might leave it. Yeah,
There you
that's
go.
nice. All right.
Your wife's gonna be like, "Honey, how was the podcast?" You'll be like, "Check out my new hairdo."
She's watching it right now. I told her to tune in. I'm like, you don't want to miss this. I wanted to talk about the Baltimore Comic-Con that I recently attended. And first of all, thank you to the Baltimore Comic-Con for having us, as a comic book pit there to do the, kind of to experience the show and spread the good word of a great comic show.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's been, I want to say it was actually their 20th year, I believe.
Wow.
Or at least 20 years that they've been doing the show.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was, I haven't been there in like probably 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And was every bit as good as I remember it and better in many ways. And I brought stuff that I saw there.
Cool.
I had a lot of great experiences. First of all, I'll also say Baltimore Comic-Con is like a comic book fan's dream show. Because they bring in their celebrity. They had a couple celebrities,
Okay.
Like what you would expect from other shows. But their real celebrities are the writers and artists and creators of comic books, and like
That's awesome.
There's no shortage of awesome people there, and it's on every level too. It's from old school guys and geez, now I'm gonna forget some, but like Jim Lee, from that,
Okay.
That big of a name, to the people in Artist Alley, and these are all people that are trying to break into the business, and a lot of times, even with Artist Alley, you kind of are like, oh no, they're gonna attack me, with their sales pitches, but honestly, the quality of work was amazing. Even for people that are trying to break in, like the level of work was really good, even in where you would think like, oh, these are all just people, this is not like people drawn on a piece of paper and folded it in half and trying to sell it. This
Right.
it's quality work.
They brought their A game.
Yeah. I mean, so I also want to talk about the layout of the show. It was in a new venue from when I had been there. Like, it was still in the convention center in the Inner Harbor. But they had moved it up the street just a little, to the other wing of the convention center. So that was a little new. It was all in the basement, or downstairs, I should say. But great layout. And they had it so you could experience a lot of different levels of the show, without it wasn't like segregated. There wasn't like like some of the shows, there's a wall and then there's vendors and then there's, creators and stuff like that. Everything was integrated. So like if you immediately you walk in the door, you immediately turn left, you were seeing all the big celebrity names on that side. And then they also had their celebrity guests over there. If you looked right in front of you, you were right in vendor heaven. I mean, and it was, I actually knew some of the vendors just from doing toy shows, which was kind of cool. And I was like, you come all the way down from Ohio? And they're like, oh yeah. And, shout out to Adams Action Comics, I think is what it's called, out in Ohio. He was there. And then Bill's Books and More from Ohio was also there. And then to the right-hand side, it was weird because there was sort of a level thing where on the right-hand side, it was a lot of well-known artists, but they weren't attached to a publisher.
Okay,
which also on the left-hand side there was publishers. So it was like you kind of got it all. As soon as you walked in the door, you could walk in any direction. And then as you kind of traveled down through the vendors area, then you got into that creators that are well known but have broken loose from the artist alley.
Yeah.
Somebody like Katie Cook and David Peterson from that does Mouse Guard.
Oh yeah.
And these guys, and they all had, so they were kind of like in that next level. And then like you would go back and they actually had a kids section, which was awesome. The only guy I knew there though was, I know Franco from the old days.
Oh yeah.
Franco and Art Balthazar.
Right.
Well, Franco was there. And then then Artist Alley was in the back, and it was like, looking at the map, I was like, oh man, they got like shafted, they're like in the back of the hall. But it was so deep. I mean, it was like, like at New York Comic Con, it was like 200 or 300 tables of artists. And, I was seeing a lot of people that I knew too from, through there. So yeah, just the layout of the show was awesome. So my main goal though, like for me personally, was to get Adam Hughes to draw something.
Yeah. I saw what you posted, but let's see it.
I brought it with me.
Nice.
Because I figured I could show it off.
I have to take the mask off for this for sure.
I'll hold it up to the camera, but this is my Adam Hughes.
Yeah.
He drew this in 4 minutes, which is unbelievable. $50. He just looks at you real quick and he's
that
like,
looks awesome.
He's like, what do you want? And I'm like classic Princess Leia with the buns.
Yeah.
With the hair buns. He's like, okay. And then he just starts drawing, and then like it's so cool to watch him because when he does, I'm gonna hold it up again on camera, but like he comes down with this line off the shoulder and bounces it.
Yeah.
And when he does that, it's kind of like he's ending the drawing. And then
like a flourish.
Yeah, and he kind of does that because he does this portrait style for all characters. And then he started doing all the stars and everything in the back. I was like, he's not stopping. And then he just kind of paused and looked at it, and then hit his initials, and he's like, there you go. And I was like, I was just like, I love it. And then I just backed away into the crowd and disappeared. Like I didn't know what else to do. I was like, so
Thank you.
Yeah, I was like, I love it, thank you, and I just melted into the scene.
Scott was like that gif of Homer Simpson.
Yeah.
Backing
it was
into the hedges.
Unreal. So, and he did like 30 or 40 in the line before they capped it. So, I was like number 8 in the line.
Oh wow!
Because we
were
went
messing around.
Yeah, this was my goal, and I went on Friday, and I immediately got in line. Like I waited an hour ahead too.
Okay.
And that was the right thing to do because Saturday and Sunday the show was so busy. So Friday was the day to go. And then I also went to you'll love this one. But I'm afraid to even show it, but I will. But another artist who's kind of getting a lot of notoriety nowadays is Nathan Zerdy, and he's doing a lot of cover art for underground, like not underground, but for comic shops and stuff like that. Do special variant covers,
right?
And they're always like the cheesecake, you know. But he does like a pinup style, like and they're really like these sexy pinups, you know. But it's still like that Gil Elfgren, like old school, you know, poses, but just all sauced up for, you know, for the now.
Right.
So anyway, I was like, hey man, how much do you charge for covers? You know, because I'm just talking. And I actually met him at Steel City Con a year or two ago, and I didn't even know it. But he's like, oh yeah, I remember, you know, like talking to you. And so I'm like, well, how much do you charge? And he's like, how about $40? I'm like, here's a comic. So I hand him Harley Quinn.
Okay.
And I let him have it all weekend, and he did this this crazy Harley.
I mean,
doing
it looks
a flip.
Wow.
And I was like, what? And it's so funny. Oh yeah, he's taking. So this will be all over social media. But
wow, that's.
But it says, but you flip it back over, you know, like right side up, and it's kind of funny because. And it says, how do I get myself into these situations? And, you know, and this is the kind of stuff like this one, honestly, I thought is a little probably crazier than what he normally draws for, you know, for work. But I was like, this is still awesome. So this was, I mean, for me, this is the first time I've ever really had somebody do covers and like get artwork on them.
Like a commission.
So these were the 2 I got, and, you know, I was cracking up, and his art's insane. I ended up buying like a bunch of prints as well.
Yeah.
And wanted to talk about a couple other people I met, and then I'll be done.
And then the mask goes back on.
Yeah, and then the mask goes back on. I got to meet the guy that writes The Ride, which was pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like he's written the entire series, and he was telling me about how he selects artists to draw different, you know, because every issue is a different artist. So he was telling me just how that process works, which I thought that was pretty awesome. And I ended up picking his books up. So this one was another one Leela Lee's. I'll hold this up. And this is a new book that just came out this week called The Horde. There's a different cover in the comic book shops.
Oh, okay.
And this was the, you know, like a convention special cover.
Yeah.
So I was
That's cool.
like, I
like that cover. Yeah.
I don't know if you want to flip through it. But Crystal and I met Leela Lee's in at the New York Comic-Con special edition show. And it was literally her first show in America. Like that was just like a crazy thing. So like, you know, coming back and seeing her at another show and like how far she's progressed, because like she works with Aftershock, and she's been doing books with them for ever since, you know.
Yeah, this looks cool.
Yeah, and actually Marshall Dillon lettered that book too.
I saw his name on the cover.
Yeah,
That's great.
I was like, yeah, I know Marshall Dillon. She's like, oh yeah, he's a great guy. And she basically was like, I never met him. I don't know him. But I was like, no, he's cool. He's cool. And so that was just one of them cool things, you know, just to meet, you know, see somebody progress like that. And then, and her works, I mean, you got to follow her Instagram if any, like, because she'll doodle the craziest stuff. And
yeah, I saw something in there. It was interesting.
Yeah, this is it's an interesting book. Basically, Horde is about this girl inherits the family house, but the house is like possessed.
Gotcha. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's the horde apparently.
Yeah,
So.
and I saw the thing that kind of looked like a Cenobite mixed with like the three-breasted lady from
right
from whatchamacallit.
Yeah. The other person that I wanted to mention was this was just me being a crazy loon, and not wearing a Hannibal mask. I met Carl Moline.
Oh yeah,
who had illustrated all the Buffy comics for quite a while. I don't know if you remembered him. And he did Frey.
Was that his name?
Yeah, I think Carl Moline, right?
There were two like main artists. There was Carl Moline, I think first, and then George's.
I'm thinking of George's Jonty.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
He came later.
Right.
But he also did a lot, but yeah, Carl Moline did a lot too.
That's right. So this was Carl, and he was talking about how long he's been in the business. I'm like, wait, how old are you? And he's like 46. I'm like, I'm 40. I'm 47.
Yeah, I'm almost 46.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And he's like, I've been. But like, what was crazy about him was he was just talking so much about the positivity of life, and then he had like this philosophy that he wanted to share, and I was like, dude, you're like, I was like, you're so on my wavelength, you're freaking me out, like because he was just had all these crazy deep thoughts that he wanted to share, and I was like, this is like the best. And then I was like, well, like how much your prints? He's like, I don't even care. He's like, this is worth more to me than money. Like this conversation. And I was like, oh my God, like this is so cool. And I was just like, this is like a soul brother kind of thing. I was like, this is weird, dude. And like, I even threw out, because I always have these crazy thoughts about life. And I even threw a couple at him just to see what he would do. And he's like, that's really cool. That's really interesting. And then, I was like, okay, you're messing with me now. And no, but it was awesome. Yeah,
that's great.
So
that's nice because you don't often get interactions with that level at a show like this. Where most people, I mean, not in a bad way, but most people are there for a specific reason to get exposure or to make some bucks or to get in front of the fans.
Yeah,
but to have like a real personal,
like a real conversation.
Yeah, something that you'll remember.
Yeah,
for a while. That's he's right. That is worth more than money.
He was. Yeah, he was great. And he's trying to basically he's making inroads back into comics. He said he got out of it for a little bit, but still working. Graphic design, doing his thing.
Oh, he's a talented dude.
Oh, yeah, he's like
I would love to see
multi-talented.
I never really
designer.
I never really knew that he. I kind of forgot about him, but I just I would have not thought that he was out of the game.
Right, and that's usually I think what happens with a lot of comic artists too is they just change and go into a different field or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think I even like Guy Davis is my favorite. Like he's my guy. He's my guy.
Yeah.
But I saw his name just the other night on something he was credited, and I was like, what? Like on a show, like because he's in like doing Hollywood type stuff now. So, it's like, well, that's why I didn't keep drawing BPRD. Like that makes sense. But there was tons of other people we talked to. We met so many people there, and I can't think of all of them. And I actually still want to write just do a written review for the. For the site.
Yeah.
So, but I'll leave it at that. And, Baltimore is like a slam dunk show, to go.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
yeah. I mean, I haven't been in years, but I still remember going. And yeah, I mean, I need to get back.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure it's only grown by leaps and bounds since I've been there.
The Friday day is awesome too, because if you have books that you want signed or to get artwork, you jump in and there's no wait.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a little bit of wait, like we were standing by Jeff Lemire he was busy.
Sure. Yeah.
Nonstop.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else we saw that was just funny. Oh shoot, I can't remember his name. I'll put it up in the photos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. But
Well,
anyway,
awesome.
Baltimore, go see it next year.
Definitely.
So, and I'll pull my mask down. Back into character.
Well, just to real quick, transition from that to another show, since we are the official podcast of the Three Rivers Comic Con.
We are.
Yes. So there have been a couple of, just to throw it out there real quick, got a couple of guest announcements that I got the okay to. Well, they were already announced at the last cosplay karaoke that we had down at the Hard Rock. But I know a couple people that are coming that I'm not authorized to reveal yet.
He's got inside info.
But the ones I can reveal, Brett Breeding is coming back.
All right.
If you're a fan of like '90s Superman, he was a big